workshop immediately following the county council meeting. It is open to the public. It'll be downstairs in the training room, and it'll be 1:30 or as close as we can to get done here when we get done here. So you're welcome to stay. It's on infrastructure, an important topic, and we will hope to see you there. So why don't we open with the invocation, and if you would stand for that, Pastor Long, if you would come forward, and then we'll remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you so much. The family of First Baptist DeLand brings you greetings and much, much gratitude for all that you do for us. So we can bow in prayer now. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the beautiful day that you have given us to enjoy. We thank you for this amazing county that we call home, and it is such a privilege to do so. We ask, God, that this morning, this meeting, this time of sharing be productive. Father, we pray that all the ideas that are brought forth will just help to make this place a better place to live and to work and to serve and to enjoy one another. We pray that it will all bring honor and glory to your name. We ask it, God, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Carissa, would you call the roll?
Mr. Robbins. Miss Wheeler. Miss Gertman. Here. Mr. Johnson.
Here.
Dr. Lowry.
Here.
Miss Post. Here. Mr. Brower.
Here. All right.
I will say on the screen, Miss Gertman and I are switched around. I'm District 2.
I was wondering if you'd switched districts over the weekend.
I like that you're now doing the roll call on the screen. That's very nice.
Yes.
We'll get the number. We
We thought we were just switching to see if you're awake.
Okay. It was an awareness drill, and Billy won. All right, we have some public participation, which is the way we start every meeting. And as I call your name, just come to the front and speak. You have 3 minutes, and just tell us your name and where you're from, if you don't mind. We'll start with Charles, is it Wilkies? Wilkes. That's a K. Charles Wilkes.
My name is Charles Wilkes. I live at 67 Hernandez Avenue in Ormond Beach. In the 1960s, new off-beach parking areas were established in Ormond Beach at Amston and Standish approaches to the north and at Harvard approach at the southern end. These were new areas to our city at the time. I've always thought that those responsible for these parking areas had great foresight, especially considering how our beach has changed and driving on it more difficult. And there is the exploding human population, which has made these parking areas even more valuable. But I'm sad to say we have lost Harvard Approach as a reliable off-beach parking area because of two nearby bar restaurants along with Seabreeze High School. The bar restaurants were allowed to open and then expand their seating without a sensible plan for their parking. Not the county's fault, but the county does have jurisdiction over the approach. So I would like to offer a plan to return Harvard Approach to our parking area for beach access. If the county would designate 12 parking spots to the businesses to be used for drop-off for valet parking onto their property, they would in turn manage the parking, preventing their patrons from using the approach and keeping order on their property. They will need a parking consultant to help them with this. But there is a little restaurant in Flagler Beach called High Tides at Snack Jacks. They only have 15 parking spots in front of their restaurant, but they turn it into 45 spots by using an on-site valet parking method. It works fantastic too. This is an example that could be followed by these businesses that are using Harvard. Please remember the two businesses using Harvard approach are getting a free ride at taxpayers' expense, an advantage their competition in the area does not have. The county even pays to clean up the approach after their patrons, which sometimes is broken beer bottles. Implementing a plan like I'm suggesting would not cost the county except for a few signs, and it would give the public 38 more parking spaces to get to the beach. The beach brings so much business to the area, but we need the parking to access it. So please protect the off-beach parking areas as valuable and be inspired by the foresight that made them happen. Thank you very much for your time.
Richard Feller.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for having me. Happy June. I'm sure that everybody thought we were done with this, but it is definitely not a topic that's done. So I wanted to update everybody on the last meeting where we were voting on the ordinance change and nothing happened. So this issue is still plaguing unincorporated Volusia County. Here's some things that haven't changed. Vacation rentals are still happening in unincorporated Volusia in these residentially zoned areas. Demand is there, people want it. Volusia County is still collecting the tax revenue because they have an agreement with Airbnb and VRBO to do that. Can't opt out of that. So you're still collecting tax revenue on these businesses that you're deeming illegal. Some things have changed though. Traffic has changed dramatically. Accidents have been changed. More people are coming to the beach and having to leave after the day is over because they have nowhere to stay. Residents from West Volusia County are our fastest growing part of our group. They are calling in droves right now because they saw the news coverage on it and they wondered how it affects them. And yes, there was some issues with everybody saying, well, this doesn't affect you, you're in cities. People are smarter than you think they are. They know where they live. Not in Bethune Beach though, unfortunately some of those people don't. Businesses are more and more interested. They are actually trying to figure out, and we're trying to figure out a membership classification for businesses who are interested because they know that while the holiday weekend brought a lot of new business, they know that that's an effect of COVID. They see this and they understand that it's going to be busy compared to last year. But they are also seeing that it's not compared to what it was. So I think that, you know, everything's not going to be all roses when they see the full economic impact of the lack of action on short-term rentals. Personally, the harassment has actually escalated on me in Bethune Beach. It was great. I thought after the other side had their perceived win, it would settle down, but nope. More hate mail to me, horn honking outside my house at all hours of the night, you know, whoop, whoops, all up and down. Signs are going back up. Signs went back up when I put my house up for sale because I can't live in the neighborhood anymore with all the harassment that's going on. So my house is up for sale and they put all their signs back out. I thought that was an interesting thing. So I attribute this in my district specifically, Danny, to something that you said a few meetings ago. You said this wasn't my fault. You said this was government's fault. But then when you made your vote last week, or 2 weeks ago, you said this was a result of homeowners not doing their due diligence when buying their home. So I don't know why you changed on that, but it's still not my fault. I still believe this is government's fault, like I think you do. We want clarification. We know we aren't going to find it probably on this dais. Save a few people who are very interested in this and really want to make this right for Volusia. So we'll have to see what the courts do, and we'll go from there. And Mr. Dyer, it is nice to see you back healthy. So, thank you.
Thank you. Paul Richardson.
Hello, my name is Paul Richardson. I recently came from Lake County because of the COVID incident. I had to move in back with my parents, unfortunately. I'm unemployed. I'm a blue-collar worker. Don't have that many skills, but I do know that what's going on with with Blue Lives Matter is a big deal. Recently, there was a woman, Tammy Struck, who accused a Volusia County deputy of inappropriate touching. Luckily, there was video footage, and we have a nice Volusia County Sheriff who defended the police officer, but unfortunately, there was a council member on the Dona council member who threw the deputy under the bus, which is an ongoing problem with politicians these days, insulting, talking down to, or wanting to defund or end qualified immunity for police officers, which is a big deal. Biden himself once called the police, our current president once called the police the enemy at one time, and flew flags at the U.S. embassies across the world with Black Lives Matter, which is a group who wants to defund the police officers and throw us into chaos and anarchy here in the United States. Dems at the federal level want to end qualified immunity for police officers, which will bankrupt them, bankrupt local police municipalities, will force them to become federal agents, which is a bad idea. We should have local authority over police officers and local police. We need more public participation to get this organized. A Florida legal defense fund for police officers, especially if they Democrats have the will and get rid of qualified immunity. We need there is a national legal defense fund for our police officers, but we need one for specifically Florida. I'm willing to start it. I'm, like I said, I'm employed. I have all the time in the world to do so and to learn how to do so. If anybody wanted to assist me in doing so, I've got the first $100 to get this done. If to start it out with, but I'm not soliciting any money right now. But if anybody wants to get with me after the meeting, I will be more happy to get together and organize this stuff and back up our police officers. Because right now, there's a lot of politicians who would throw them on the bus. Notice. Thank you very much. You have a good day.
Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I've mentioned this before, but I'm asking you again to think of the future. Coming over the, what do they call it here? Seagrass curtain or whatever it is that divides the east and west? Palmetto curtain. All right, I'm going down 92, and we had just remodeled that interchange in 95. And sat in traffic, and there's this wonderful empty lane that we did not put in. We should have thought that there would be traffic at I-95 since it backed up forever since I've been here, especially race week and all kinds of reasons. But there's this wide, 20-foot wide set of grass. And I had to sit in traffic, and I'm a little bit late, but it's backed up, and it's going to be backed up until we decide to think future. And I know I've mentioned the fact that Rob Gilliland and I debated whether LPGA should have been widened years ago. And he said, oh, no, it's nothing's going to happen there. Won't happen until after 2025 or later. Well, Margaritaville has a couple of houses in here by now. I mentioned the fact that that bridge just past Tobacco Farms Road needs to be widened. I'm asking you, are we planning that? There's so many things that pop up in the paper that say, what about water supply? What about drainage? That poor guy that came here couldn't put his cows in pasture because we weren't thoughtful enough about the drainage. There are a lot of things in the past. We have an area that's in Midtown. People bought property because it was free or cheap, and it's in mold, and it floods every year. Well, what happened in the past we can't control. But we can control what happens in the future. So I'm asking you, with anything and everything that comes by, think not just today, but tomorrow, next year, and in 20 years down the line. Because 20 years comes by faster than you realize. I've been coming to these meetings for 40 years, and it doesn't seem like that. Okay? You will be sitting in your chairs for a certain time period. And you'll say, gee, it doesn't seem like I've been here 8 or 10 years, but you will have been. So I'm asking you, make the best of what you've got and plan for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, John. It's customary that none of the council reply to people when they talk, but I just want to let all of you that did participate know that we do listen and we hear you. And I wanted to say specifically, Charles, really good ideas. And I'd like to follow up with you on that. And the same with you, Paul. There's not a phone number here, but I'd like to follow up with you and talk to you about this issue. I can't guarantee you, but I feel pretty certain I can tell you that there's nobody on this council who wants to defund law enforcement. For my part, I've declared that deputy absolutely innocent, and but I would love to talk to you about your idea. So with that said, we'll move to item 1, which is the consent agenda. Did any council have something they wanted to pull for discussion, or?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Move to approve by Lowry, second by Post. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? And the consent agenda, a rather lengthy one, is approved unanimously 7-0. That takes us to item 2. Presentation by the Conklin Davis Center for the Visually Impaired.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone. Thank you so much for having us here today. I'm Nancy Epps. Most of you know me, and I'm glad to see everybody. I'm going to start the presentation because the Conklin Center, which was the Conklin and Conklin Davis, was the original entity of which we're speaking today. This was formed by a Lions Club member named Millard Conklin, and he had a vision that people who were visually impaired and had additional disabilities needed to be able to live independently and become gainfully employed and then have lives of their own. Because up until then, there was no place in the states or in the world that we know of that actually provided services like that to visually impaired with additional disabilities. When I say additional disabilities, I'm speaking of things like, excuse me, cerebral palsy, being on the autism spectrum, learning disabilities, things like that, that normally would make life very difficult for somebody who also had vision problems. So what the Conklin Center had done for 41 years was give these people the opportunity to become independent, to have jobs, to live on their own, to have friends, to have lives, which they up until then generally had not had the opportunity to do because they're very sheltered by their families. In addition, their families often become very dependent on their Social Security checks. So that's a challenge going forward, of course, to convince those families that they need to give up that money and let these people learn to be independent. Last year, we had some contract compliance problems. I'll leave it at that. And the state pulled its significant funding, which is over 75% of our operating funds, and we were no longer able to continue as the Conklin Center. For great fortune, Ronnie and I already knew each other, and we started talking about merging the two facilities. She runs the Center for the Visually Impaired, so obviously she's very used to working with visually impaired, and we have since done so, and now I'm going to let Ronnie tell you what we're going to do going forward, and we also have a PowerPoint, as you can see.
Thank you for inviting us to speak today, and we appreciate everything that you do. I've been the director, excuse me, of the Center for the Visually Impaired for almost 30 years, and have grown that agency from 3 employees to 20. And the Conklin Center, we merged on January 1st, and we'll probably have about 54 employees in Volusia County by the time we're finished hiring all of the staff that we need. So we're very excited. We're located on the largest blind service campus in the United States, right here in Daytona Beach, which is really, truly amazing. It's a 42-acre campus, and it houses the State Division of Blind Services district office, the largest Braille and talking book library in the world, the Rehab Center for the Blind, and now the Conklin Davis Center, which is the merged agency, which is probably one of the largest in Florida. So we're very excited. Nancy and I have been working together for almost a year to get this contract back, and we've succeeded in doing it. We're hoping to open the facility on July 1st and to start having our students come back then in July in the residential program. We also have been working with former clients of the Conklin Center who we give ongoing support to, and there's probably about 80 or so who are working in Volusia County, have jobs. They work in all kinds of different businesses. We help them to find jobs. That's part of our employment program that we operate. It's a vocational program, and we're very excited about that. We have one person who just recently bought a condo in Daytona Beach who works in a restaurant and's been saving money, and he just did that not too long ago. So we're really turning a lot of these very significantly disabled people into contributing members of our community. It's really truly amazing what we're doing there. So I'm very proud of what we do. We have just recently started a contract with Metro Electronics, and about 8 of our clients work there right now, and probably there will be more in the future. And they're going to be bringing their products to our facility, and our students will be learning how to do that type of work and then hopefully becoming employed. So we're really working on our employment programs. We have a couple of new programs that we're just about to begin. One of them is an entrepreneurial program for blind people, and that's to help the visually impaired learn to work in the areas of e-commerce. And we're starting our own little store. We also have contracted with a local restaurant who will be running our kitchen. We have a very huge commercial kitchen, and that will eventually be a catering service as well, where some of our students will be able to work. So we're very focused on our employment programs. However, we do serve all ages. We have a blind babies program, a children's program, a teenage program that we run camps in the summer for the teenagers and the children, and then the vocational programs, and we have a very large senior program that we run as well, and helping the seniors in our community with vision loss to live as independently as possible. How's our time?
Great.
Is our time good?
I don't know if there's anything else on the PowerPoint that you want to go over, but.
So we are currently working on our grounds. The Conklin Center is a 64,000 square foot building, and it's located on 8 acres of land. And on the land is a very beautiful, however neglected, nature trail. It's an accessible nature trail with wheelchair accessible paths that run, kind of meander through the property. It's really very beautiful, but it's very overgrown, and we're right now, I submitted a grant actually yesterday, and we're constantly, excuse me, trying to work on funding to revitalize the property so that we can bring the nature trail back. And we're hoping to open that up to the community as well.
So you want to invite them to visit?
Yeah, we'd love to have you visit. Anyone who would love to visit us and for a tour, we're more than happy to give you a tour of the facility. We think that it's really has tremendous potential for the future, and we hope that you'll come and visit us. Thank you very much.
Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, will you stay for questions?
Sure.
Heather Post?
Good morning. It's good to see you both this morning. I'm so glad that you were able to come in. The center is just phenomenal, and I would say to anyone out there who hasn't been there to please go by and visit, even though you're not quite back opened up fully yet for the residential part. But the word independence, I think, really is what everybody needs to focus on, because really without independence, you know, your quality of life is very limited. And the fact that, we all say all the time how much there is in Volusia County, how many gems, how many hidden gems there are in Volusia County that no one, even people that live here, tend to know about sometimes. And this is one of those things. This is, out of all of the United States, it is here that we are offering this to people with disabilities and people that need blind services. And we have that ability to offer that here. And I'll tell you, I was horrified when you lost your funding because it is so impactful and you do offer so much there. And in touring that place, and I came by again recently to talk with some of the people there, you have the kitchen, you have the, not just on the work side, but just living, just quality of life stuff that you do is just amazing. And I did want to point out, you mentioned the nature trail and the garden behind. I know that that has been an ongoing task for decades to try and revitalize that, what used to be beautiful, beautiful gardens in the back. But I want to point out to anyone that if you do go out and visit and you do see that area, you do see obviously the potential for those gardens. It's amazing. But it is also used specifically to teach your residents how to maneuver out in public, and it's a great way of doing that on those ramps and at those corners and everything without actually being out in public, and having to deal with all those other distractions. So it is there are two uses, and it's not just how beautiful it is. It's the fact that it's useful and it's very needed. So let's see. I'm hoping maybe we can rustle up some funding in the near future.
I hope so. I used to be an orientation and mobility specialist when I was a teacher of the blind when I started out at the agency. And that's a person who trains blind people to travel with guide dogs and with canes. So I want to tell you an interesting story that I had when I was a lot younger. I was working with a client who was totally blind, and I was teaching him how to get around the city of Little Rock. That's where I went to school. And when we teach blind people, we try to help them to be assertive rather than to be passive. So I told this man, make sure that if you become disoriented, you listen for footsteps and you ask the first person who walks by so that you don't continue to get lost, because once you get a little bit lost, then you're really doomed. So I came back to him the next week and I said, well, how did you do? Did you find the bank that we were trying to teach you to get to? And he said, well, a funny thing happened. He said, I did exactly what you said. I got lost. I turned around, and instead of the traffic being on my left side, it was on my right side. So I knew I was disoriented. So I heard footsteps, and I asked the man, could you tell me where the Capitol Bank is? And you know what he did? He said he leaned down, knelt down on the ground, and he yelled into the dog's ear, you go straight 2 blocks, then you turn right. This is a true story. So sometimes people misunderstand how you work with guide dogs. They don't have a command of the whole English language. They learn about 40 words when they come out of the guide dog school. So some of the work that we do, we teach people in the community, and you've probably seen people walking around with guide dogs, and we teach them how to maneuver in traffic, how to cross streets. And like Heather was saying, the property that we use, especially for the multi-handicapped blind people, we keep them in the beginning, initially, away from the traffic and so forth, and we use the property for a lot of the training. So we're hoping to really completely restore that whole accessible nature trail and all the walkways around the campus. We also, I forgot to mention, we also have a greenhouse that's a little dilapidated, and we want to bring back the horticulture program that they had there many, many years ago. It was a wonderful program, and that's just such a healthy activity. We find that the blind people tend to sometimes be isolated and not get enough physical activity. So we feel that bringing the greenhouse back will get them outside in the fresh air, get them doing things that are healthy, and perhaps there are jobs in that field as well. So that's another thing that we're doing.
And you mentioned the infant center, and the infant center,
Yes.
The infant center disappeared for a little while. It went
Yes,
across
it
the
did.
street, and so I was very, very happy to hear that is coming back.
Yeah.
But interesting too to discover that most people think of blindness as something you're either born with or something that you get old and you become blind. But there are many cases where people are just in their normal, everyday, routine life. I know I met, there's a worker there, a young man that works there, Chris, who actually was playing football as a teenager and got, hit very, very hard, lost his sight. And so can you imagine being a teenager and just suddenly being blind? And these things are happening, but we have this facility to help them in Volusia County, which is amazing. So we need to do everything we can to preserve it. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Billy Wheeler?
Thank you. This happens to be in my district, and I have toured that on many times with Peter and whatever. I concur with everything Heather had said. This is an amazing place, and I would certainly encourage everyone to go visit it, take a tour, to go through there and see some of the things that they're learning that seem so simple to us. I can remember seeing a young man that was learning. He was in the process of going blind, and he was learning how to change money. And it had a little machine sort of thing that would tell him, I mean, it's things that we just take for everyday granted. They're learning how to do it. Also, your little restaurant that you had there for a while, and that you had your residents that were running the little restaurant. And the pride that they had a job, and they were doing it well, and they were self-sufficient. It truly is a blessing that we have that here in Volusia County and so close to us, and definitely would encourage anyone to go visit it, and we certainly need to get support for it.
Thank you very much.
Barb Gertman?
Thank you, Chair. Certainly is a needed service, and it's great to know that it's right here in our own community. So I would ask, what is your ask of the community, of the public? How do we help you? And what would be your ask also of us? I mean, how can we
We just recently submitted a proposal to Volusia County to help us with our air conditioning system. We're about to open the dorm, but we're very worried about our air conditioning system there, and because it's very old. It was built in 1996, and so we're very, very concerned about it. So we did put a proposal into Volusia County for the CDGB funding. So we're hoping that comes through to help us with the air conditioning. I'm hoping to apply for an ECHO grant in the future when that becomes available. And I've been speaking to those people in that department and just waiting for the workshop. I know it hasn't been announced yet. So what we'd like to do with that is really completely restore our nature trail. And then we would like to open up a dog park. We have a large area of the property that would be suitable for that. And we're thinking of a dog park for the community, but then also for times for individuals with guide dogs, because those dogs can never go off the leashes. And so they need exercise too. So we're thinking of a dog park for guide dogs as well. So those are some of the projects that we have for the future.
Well, thanks for sharing that. I think it's important for the public to know what your needs are, for us to know, but also for the public to know, because there's a lot of people out in the community that, may be open and available and have the means and resources to help. So.
Yes. Please go to our website, conklindavis.org. And by the way, the Conklin, Nancy mentioned who Millard Conklin was. Kathy Davis was the founder of the Center for the Visually Impaired in 1988. And she was a totally blind lady who worked as a counselor at Daytona Beach, Daytona State College now, for over 30 years. And she retired several years ago. But she's also a guide dog user, and she founded the agency. So we've named it after Millard Conklin and Kathy Davis. So now it's the Conklin Davis Center.
Thank you so much.
CDC.
And then lastly, is that how you would prefer people find out your location, and who would they contact to get a tour of the facility?
They can contact me, and I believe I gave you brochures, and our information is on that. I also have business cards I can leave with you, or they can go to the website and just call the number, and ask for me. My name is Ronnie David, and I would be happy, more than happy, to give them a tour. Any of you,
Great.
if you'd like to come there, we would love to see you there and to actually see what we're doing and all the potential that we have to build this program for the blind community. And it's really something amazing to have right here in Daytona Beach, that so many people don't know about it, and it's the largest campus in the United States, 42-acre campus.
Maybe the council would like to come have lunch there one day after we get the kitchen open. When you have a light agenda and you can take a little drive for lunch, you could come over there. So Ronnie'd be happy to arrange
we'd be
that
happy.
for you, of course.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I happen to be very familiar with a small group of active horticulturists.
Oh, really?
So I will contact you about the greenhouse and the grounds.
That would be great.
And it would be fun.
Invite the Florida Native Plant Society there, and also the Sugar Mill Plantation. We invited them for a tour, and hopefully, they were very impressed with the property. Thank you for
Excellent.
that. We'd love to follow up with you about that.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you
Thank you
all.
for your work. Okay. That brings us to item 2A. And Mr. Captain will start us.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Kevin Captain, Community Information Director, fellow council members. Item 2A is a very exciting item. It is a proclamation for Jim Chisholm Day, June 1st, 2021, requested by Volusia County Council at-large member Ben Johnson to honor the recently retired Daytona Beach City Manager. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Chair, and to Mr. Johnson.
Thank you very much. We're glad to see you in the audience, and I'm going to call you up and I'm going to let Mr. Johnson read this proclamation in full if he cares to, and then we won't open it up for a roast, but I bet somebody will do that at some point after. Ben?
Jim, you're supposed to look happy.
Well, you know, it's weird being on this side of the diocese.
Especially in daylight instead of darkness, right?
You're right.
Well, Jim, I'm going to make it easy. They wrote it in crayon so I could read it. Whereas during his 17-year tenure as city manager, Jim Chisholm led the city of Daytona Beach through an era of improved municipal services and growth while creating operational efficiencies and reigniting community spirit. And whereas he hit the ground running in 2004, evaluating neighborhoods that needed help and taking methodical steps to make improvements and fortify infrastructure to ensure the city is well positioned for the future growth. And whereas Chisholm oversaw the development of several multi-million-dollar projects that benefit the city's underserved population, the Midtown Cultural and Educational Center, Yvonne Scarlett Golden Center, Cypress Aquatic Center, and the Orange Avenue and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard reconstruction projects. And wherever, thanks to Chisholm's leadership and transformation, is occurring in downtown Daytona Beach, including recently completed Brown & Brown Insurance Headquarters and the ongoing $25 million transportation of Riverfront Park. And whereas other key accomplishments include the construction of a new police department complex, fire station, and homeless shelter, increased recreational opportunities, the development of multiple public-private partnerships, and the extensive renovation of the Daytona Beach Pier. And whereas as a result of Chisholm's vision and leadership, the Daytona Beach is poised for more great things to come. Now therefore, we the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim June 1st, 2021 as Jim Chisholm Day. Mr. Chair, I also have a few more comments I'd like to make.
Before pictures, it looks like you would like to say something, but you want to go first, Ben?
Yes, go ahead and let me, and then we'll put him on the hot seat. But, you know, for a city manager to make it an area for 17 years is almost unheard of. George, you've only got, what, 15 more years to go. But during this time, I've had the opportunity to work with Jim many times. And one thing that's not on this list that he was really instrumental in is probably one of the biggest things that I feel ever happened in Volusia County, and that was consolidated communications.
Yes.
And this
it
had
was
been
good.
going on for quite some time, and we took over that project, and it was getting nowhere. Matter of fact, we had a lot of people in the background that were trying to kill the project. And I'll never forget, I mean, the project was on life support, something that had been going for many years. And we sat down and had a meeting over at his office, and he looked at some people and told them, get this done. And we were able to get that thing on the table. And once Daytona Beach came into it, the project rolled faster than anybody ever dreamed it would. As a matter of fact, it almost ran away from us. But it did it, and it's probably truly, out as far as I'm concerned, one of the biggest projects to ever come down the pike. And it could not have been done if it hadn't been for Jim Chisholm's help.
And you.
And well, it would have stalled right there if you hadn't have been there to help. But like I said, I've had many opportunities to work with Jim, become very fond of Jim. He's a man that we're going to miss. You always have detractors, you have people on your side. And that's part of public life, but you always want, as a gentleman and as a professional, anytime you went, and we both know usually when it gets off track is when people quit acting like a gentleman or a professional.
That's right.
But you always conducted yourself in those manners, and I'm very proud to have been able to work with you and around you over the years and get to know you. And I wish you luck in your retirement. I think your wife will probably find some things to make you do, and you'll wonder why you quit. You'll find out, you miss this life somewhat, but congratulations, good luck. Very proud to have been associated with you. Thank you, Jim.
Thanks. Ben, as you know, everything we do takes everybody. So, I would like to take credit for this, but I can't, because it's a partnership between the city and the county in almost everything we do, and those partnerships render projects worthy of use by the public, and we always are looking for the best alternative to make these projects flourish. And when Ben spoke of a really good project that came along early on, and it's something that needed to happen, it was for the right reason, so that we could communicate, and all the agencies were part of that. But Ben led it, and we pushed to make sure it happened because it was the right thing for our city as well as the other cities in Volusia County. But there are many projects like that. I mean, this list isn't a project list of mine. I happen to be the manager, but in reality, it took the funding and the participation by the local officials, both in Daytona Beach as well as the county. The growth we're experiencing is a good example. That was a conscious effort by the county and the city to work on projects and jointly provide the incentives necessary for them to be successful, and we're very proud of that. But thank you very much for this proclamation.
You're welcome. Thank you for your service, and I think we have a array of people who would like to take pictures, but Billy, you're back on here?
Yeah.
And then George.
First of all, I think his wife needs to come up. Because I'll tell you, behind every successful man is a woman who has put up with it all these years. And she has been an amazing support system for him. You've not only retiring from your city masterful job, but you should have real freedom now. You just married your daughter off. And I'm sure you're still paying for that one because it looks phenomenal. But what a celebration you have and to start your new life. Jim, we've known each other when I was a city commissioner, so we've talked so many times. And of course, you're being in my district. We've had a lot of conversations, a lot of lunch conversations, and there's been times when you've brought things to me and I go, oh, heck no, that's not going to, no, we're not going to do that. And the same and reverse. But we've always remained respectful, and the businesses and everything that respect you so highly and your visions that you've had, it's been a pleasure. We're going to miss you. But what a team you both have made. I don't know how you've done it, standing behind him, beside him, and with him through all of the good times and the bad times. You know, that's truly a blessing for repair. And you've surrounded yourself with good people, the Lomans, and so many of them that have remained your friends. And we just thank you for your service. I'm just so excited to see what your next journey is going to be. This is the beginning.
This is the beginning.
This is the beginning.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on, Jim, because the county manager, George Rechtenwald, would like to say something.
Jim, I just wanted to thank you first professionally because of all the partnerships that we've mentioned today. I was going to also mention many people don't know about the Dunn Avenue extension, and really that led to us getting Trader Joe's. So it was vision like that partnering with us that makes those things happen. And I also want to thank you personally. You've always been there. You've someone I can pick up the phone at any time and bounce something off of them, and you know, you pick it up and bounce it off me or bounce at me or whatever we need to do. But I do appreciate that, and it means a lot in a community when we can talk frankly like that and get things accomplished. So
Thanks, George. You have a good manager, I tell you what. He's easy to work with and always trying to find answers and solutions, and that's what our business is all about.
And group picture?
I couldn't resist it, I'm sorry.
Jim, would you like one with your whole family?
That's fine.
Anybody else with you?
She can. Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Yes, that takes us to item 3, confirmation of appointment of Andrew Etheridge. We made you wait for a while, but not as long as we could have made you wait. So. Are you going to start?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin Captain, Community Information. Item 3 is the confirmation of appointment of Andrew Etheridge as the county's Beach Safety Ocean Rescue Director. County Manager George Rechtenwald will provide you with Mr. Etheridge's background.
Thanks, Kevin. Mr. Chair, Council, it's my distinct honor to present Andy Etheridge here today for confirmation. Andy is an actual Volusia County native, pretty much grew up here, grew up out there on that beach, so he knows just about everything there is to know. He started with us in 1996 as a lifeguard, and through his career he's held about every position out there: beach safety specialist, beach safety officer, field training officer, criminal investigator, beach safety sergeant, captain, deputy chief. So he's really worked his way up through every step of the organization. He has pretty much experience in every aspect of managing the division. And he has great background. He has a bachelor's degree in public administration from Flagler College. He's a certified EMT and, of course, a sworn law officer. And he's done a great job since we made him the interim. And so I'm pleased today to recommend his confirmation.
Heather Post.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm very excited for all of you. Andrew, you have been here with the county for a long time, and I can tell you when the suggestion was made for interim, I immediately said, oh, absolutely, but of course still wanted to get the whole perspective, right? So I talked to a number of people within the ranks and continuously heard over and over and over, he is the man that needs to be in that position, and we have strong confidence in him, and that is very important from the boots on the ground up, right? And then I talked to retired ranks, and this really wasn't me reaching out to a lot of other people, but it was a lot of people reaching out to me, saying, Heather, we definitely support him, and he is definitely a person that needs to be in this position. In addition to other agencies, I had other agencies contacting me and saying, Heather, he is a good man for the job, and you can be confident in the position. So I wanted you to know that as you start in this role, and I wanted your family to know that as well. I think it's very important that you understand, how revered he is already in the ranks and in the division, and that people already have a lot of confidence in him. So because of that, I am going to give you a little piece of advice from county council side, right? So once you get into this position, it's very important that the public fully understands what the deal is, right? So it is what it is, and we need to know what the deal is. But county council also really needs to know what the deal is. And so non-answers are never good, right? We really, I want you to know that this is an open door, and you need to be able to come up through the higher ranks and to really lay out what the deal is, so that we can then in turn help you and help your ranks to be successful. Because without that, we can't provide you with that full opportunity to be successful. So I want to make that very clear to you as you start this role. But I do have every confidence that you do have that strong leadership, and that is what I expect of you. And I really want to congratulate you, and I'm very excited for you.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments.
You're welcome.
I wasn't aware of the support outside of our agency. Obviously, my men and women have shown me that support, so it is very humbling to hear that. So I appreciate you bringing that to me.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah. I wasn't surprised at all that this was going to happen. This is the path that it should have been. You are exactly where you need to be. I have total support in you, and I just want to tell you, you've already earned your merits from this weekend. What were there, 194 rescues or 193 rescues in 3 days or something like that?
That's correct.
Yeah, and massive crowds. We had crowds, and the way that was handled along with Daytona, I don't think it could have gone any better, and I was just really, really thrilled. I did speak with Jakari yesterday. He called me and was kind of giving me updates, and I said, well, how did we perform with you? He goes, hand in hand, and that's what it takes. And you've continued to do that. I just thank you for all that you've done in the past, and you're now on my speed dial. And thank you to your family for all of their sacrifices. But good luck in this new role. There was no doubt in my mind it's where you needed to be.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. We haven't met, but that's a good thing, right? Because I can tell from your experience that you've done this with intent, right? You've positioned yourself for where you wanted to be and do, and you're in the right place at the right time. And I think we've got great new energy, as Billy was saying, to get the job done. But you've all been there long enough to see the what not to do, to know more about what to do. And I'm really pleased with how we've gone forward and where we are with our beach safety. And I just want us to continue to be intentional and thoughtful about our residents and our visitors. And as Heather was saying, keeping the communication open and informing our visitors as much as possible, especially when it comes to the risks and concerns. Because I think sometimes we can take it for granted that our visitors understand it, and they don't always. So the ways we can communicate that better and more often is always, I think, important. And let me also say that we have another one coming behind you. He lit up the room when he came in, and I look forward to his future as well, though I may not be here to see it, but he's got a great future behind him too. So whoever's grooming him is doing the right thing because it shows. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. And yes, everything was intentional. Every step I took was to be prepared when the opportunity presented itself. And I do believe in keeping our public informed and making sure they know everything that is going on as well as you all. So I extend the invitation, come down and get in my passenger seat. I'll take you for a beach tour at any time.
I'm looking forward to it, and where's Terry? Get it on the calendar.
Andy, before I call for a motion, just a couple of quick questions. What was the first tower you sat?
Well, the first tower I sat was the 225 at the Plaza Approach. I was a rookie, so they put me in a place where I couldn't do any damage. And I had two very experienced guards on either side of me. But my next summer I sat at what is now Tower 336, right behind the band shell. So I work as hard as I could and make myself as proficient as possible to move up into those busier towers.
So you started in the thick of things. They didn't start you at North County.
That's correct.
Who was your first captain?
Kevin Sweat.
Right. I'll just add to what you've already heard. I've also talked to mostly the old guard, and consistent across the board, just praise for your strength of character, the kind of man that you are, and the way that you deal with the people that work with you. Clear communication, clear direction, and strength there as well. And the way that you do it, it's not easy to get everybody heading in the same direction without making enemies, hurting feelings, but you're succeeding. And so I'm very optimistic to see you take over here, and we all wish you the very best. We're here for you, anything that we can do, and I'm sure you'll be hearing from all of us. With that, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Wheeler, second by, was that Post? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Acting Director, no more. Congratulations, Mr. Director.
Thank you.
Let me just say, please reach around and give your mama a hug. She is bursting with pride.
Andy, you want to stay up front?
You did a good job. Yes, of course, yes.
So cute. I've been called many things, but.
Okay, my turn. Let's see, Barb, can you come forward a little more? Yeah, I know the chair's in your way. Okay. All right, this is good. Ready? Wait a minute. One more time. Ready?
Can't turn the mics off.
Okay. Is there anybody in the room that has WD-40? No. All right. Item 4, confirmation of appointment of Dr. Bradley Burbaugh to the position of Resource Stewardship Division Director. Go ahead, Kevin.
Mr. Chair, item number 4 is the confirmation of appointment of Dr. Bradley Burbaugh as the county's Resource Stewardship Division Director. County Manager George Rechtenwald will provide you with Dr. Burbaugh's background.
Thank you, Kevin. Again, Mr. Chair and Council, it is my honor to present Brad Burbaugh to you today for confirmation. Many of you know, or most of you know, this is actually a second confirmation, because this is a case here where we've asked someone who already held a leadership position to take on more within the organization. So I'd just like to give a little background for those. Brad was our Extension Services Director, and he's done a great job in that. Like Andy, he's also a Volusia County native. He's got a lot of experience in other areas that he brought back here. He worked in Virginia and Duval County, and then he was actually appointed as the Extension Director in Clay County, where he also, very similarly, it's actually led to some of our ideas. He was also the Mosquito Control Director up in Clay County as well. So see, he's already got experience of taking on things, and that was really great. We won't hold this against him, but he does have a degree from University of Florida, Agricultural Education and Communication.
Yeah, I spent a lot of money there.
I spent mine at another college, that's why, but it's, he's got a master's degree in government policy and administration from the University of North Florida, and a PhD in agricultural leadership and community education from Virginia Tech. I'd just like to say, you, Council, thank you for approving our plan to restructure the Extension Division, and we, of course, renamed it Resource Stewardship Division. And for those out in the audience, of course, that entails adding ECHO and Volusia Forever into the division. So given Brad's extensive experience in agriculture, natural resources, urban and commercial horticulture, and the tie-ins to the goals and objectives of ECHO and Forever, I think Brad was a natural choice to head up this division. So it's my honor to recommend Brad to the council for the second time for confirmation.
Heather Post.
Dr. Burbaugh, welcome. First of all, welcome again. We've seen you many times, but welcome back. And I wanted to point out IFAS. So you've been involved with IFAS for a very long time, the extension through for UF. And again, as I said, I spent a lot of money there. My daughter graduated there. UF's a great school. And but the things that they provide to our county through IFAS is just phenomenal, and a lot of the different things that you've been involved with in the background. And it's very much, again, the thing I was talking about earlier, right? Volusia County, we have a lot of hidden gems and a lot of things going on that people have no idea. And really that sector is one of them. You know, we have animal, when horses and stuff fall into the, not wells, but into big pits, yeah, in the mud and all of that. I mean, we have animal, what are they called? Animal teams.
Large animal rescue.
Thank you, large animal rescue teams. And we have one of the best in the region. So that in of itself, I think, is something to tout, and not only that, but everything else that IFAS has been doing through you, but also ECHO and Forever. So I'm glad that you're taking that on, and it's very important, and we're just very glad to be keeping you, for one thing, and then also to be providing you with more opportunities to succeed. So I wish you much success.
Well, thank you. And I want to thank George for the honor as well, for believing in me to lead these very impactful and very visible programs that mean so much to my family and our community. I think the community reaffirmed their values in November and told us what their values were, and a plan to implement those values with our partners with integrity and transparency, continue what we've been doing so that they're reauthorized again in 20 years.
Thank you.
Barbara Gertman?
Thank you, Chair. Brad, I've really been impressed since you've been on, right? Any communication has been intentional and thoughtful, and anyone that you've been connected to, you've been able to work with and be successful, have them leaving feeling supported, encouraged, and even when they didn't get maybe exactly what they needed, but you found a way to at least keep them connected and give them the resource they needed, right? Or at least what we could provide and make it good. So, and I think that's really important, and you've done it. I'm sure it wasn't effortlessly, but it appeared so. So I thank you for that. I think these programs are in good hands, and I think you bring some creativity and some out of the box, but yet appropriate ways of moving some of these opportunities forward, and maybe even broadening to a greater opportunity. So I thank you for that. I look forward to a lot more from you, and I'm glad that management has seen that there's more for us to tap into to broaden those visions, and I'm looking forward to working with you maybe on some future projects. And just want to say thank you, and if possible, I'd like to make the motion.
Motion for approval by Gertman, second by Billy Wheeler. Would you like to say anything before we call for the vote?
No, just again, thank you for the opportunity. I think that it's all about service to our citizens, and they told us what their values were. So to conserve, protect, preserve our resources, environmental, cultural, historical, outdoor. I look forward to doing it. I consider it an honor, and it will be a whole of government approach. Every department will be helping implement these programs, and thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you. And the motion on the table is to approve. Dr. Bradley Burball, all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Congratulations.
Thank you, Brad. Absolutely. I'm coming back, okay?
And that brings us to item 5, the 2021 legislative review by Southern Strategy. John Booker, thank you.
Good morning. John Booker, Government Affairs for Volusia County, here with our folks from Southern Strategy. Chat a little bit about what happened. As you all know, the Capitol was closed for all of the duration of the last session. I was talking to a friend of mine after session, another lobbyist, doesn't do anything with municipal or county government. And I said, well, what were your thoughts on this? And he goes, well, it reminded me of the Grateful Dead song, What a Long Strange Trip It's Been. And he thought it was just very odd going to Tallahassee and to not be able to do the things that he would normally do during session. Our folks similarly were affected. So you only had comments on the Senate side at the Civic Center. So access was limited. I spoke to Senator Wright the other day. They'd call them down, they'd go meet in the courtyard there in between the old Capitol and the new Capitol. So very much a different dynamic. The House also was challenging to get to. So I spoke before the elected officials roundtable once, and I said, well, having a membership at the Governor's Club is probably paramount this year. So anyway, one last thing, there's a group, Oscar and I actually belong to a group called FAIR, and we would get together every Wednesday for lunch at the Capitol and compare notes and talk about this bill or that bill. The League of Cities was involved in that. The folks at FAC, the Association of Counties, were involved in that. And then all sorts of lobbyists and then government affairs folks like myself. We tried to do it on Zoom and conference calls, but the give and take of what was in a private setting just was not there this year, and so it was challenging. So we had 3,096 bills offered this past sessions, 275 passed. On my list, or our list, we had 161 monitor bills and then 89 priority bills. So in all total, that was 250 that we were trying to keep track of as it went through the process. At the end of session, which is always what happens, it's a free-for-all. Things get attached that's not in the bill, but it's another bill that gets attached in the form of an amendment. It's tricky. So as we are looking through all of the bills, the governor still has 30 days to veto bills or sign them on to law, and then of course the budget, sign the budget prior to July 1. The legal department and I are working on a more detailed oriented synopsis of some of the bills that we've identified. What was attached to your agenda item was a summary from the software program that we use. So I don't know, Mike, if you want to add anything to that. It's a little different than what we've done before, but that will be coming out in the next few weeks. So obviously home rule is the issue for us as a county. The News Journal had an article, pretty in-depth article this weekend in regards to that. And so in regards to home rule, you know, it is a matter of perspective. We as cities and counties have a certain perspective. Others have differences, and you know, they always say this is how the sausage is made, is just trying to figure it out as we move forward. So the focus this session was hope, pray, kill bills, and hope that you can decrease the impacts of bills that were a priority of the fourth floor or of the governor's stated priorities. So, and those are the things that Oscar and I chatted about mostly was, you know, is this bill going to be killed? For instance, Ms. Wheeler was interested in that regional planning council bill early on. First call I made was, you know, Oscar, does this have legs? What's your thoughts on it? It was a Senate priority. It wasn't so much on the House side. Then, you know, as you get closer to the end of session, you're like, okay, well, are they going to sneak this one in on something that we aren't necessarily seeing as a vehicle to do that? And then the impact fee bill, when that first came out, you know, it's like, Oscar, what's going on here? It was from our perspective, extremely egregious. They limited, for instance, fire protection as something that you could buy insofar as the capital uses of the impact fee. They backed off of that. There was issues with schools, and so it wasn't just the brick and mortar, but the other things that go along with the impacts that we see with increase in development. So in that regard, you know, the bill that got passed was significantly watered down. I think the article from the FAC, the lady from the FAC said it was like 100 pinpricks of needles or something to that effect. So again, it's not a total victory for counties and cities, but you know, again, when I looked at the first bill, I was like, oh my, this is not this is not great. So David Bridgman is here. We had one appropriation project that we had. It's contained in the budget. It was a resiliency project over in Ormond. We have a lot of skin in the game on that. So we will wait to see what the governor does. You know, I sent out something last week in regards to Florida Tax Watch and what they call the Turkey Watch. So, you know, the first hope is that you're not on the turkey list unless it's Thanksgiving time. And so David's work will begin in earnest. Well, getting it in the budget was phase one. Keeping the veto pen from hitting that project is phase two, and what he will be working on until the governor does sign the budget with the vetoes. Oscar Anderson is here. He does mostly on the policy side. He's going to come up, added a little PowerPoint to your agenda packet. He's going to talk a little bit about session, and then of course we have committee weeks coming up, I think September. Yeah, so later on in the fall, they start doing their thing, and then they'll go into session early next year, I think mid-January, because they want to get out of there because of an election year. So with that, I'm going to let Oscar chat a little bit, and then we'll take questions after that.
Thanks, John. It's great to see you all again. Thank you all for the opportunity to do a little post-session update. I've got to get control of my thing here. So I think you remember from the pre-session little talk I gave, I showed this sign. That was the case all through session. We didn't know if it was going to hold or not. You couldn't get in the Senate at all unless you were a staffer. They actually had a person sitting in that chair all day. And then they didn't actually change that till the special session on gaming, so it's finally back open up there. It definitely, as John alluded to, caused lots of challenges. In the big picture on home rule and preemption issues, we generally, the advantages that local governments have is we show up with a lot of folks when these issues come up, and we bring up a lot of good issues publicly. We kind of make them work really hard to get through the process. That was sort of all taken away from us. I mean, the testimony that was going on in the Civic Center and the Senate particularly, which is the place where we've had the most success in stopping bad things, was so awkward. It was on a screen, and that you couldn't really communicate. There was no give and take. There was no feedback, and so it was a very hard year from that perspective. The impact fee bill he alluded to was actually one of the unique ones where we actually made some progress on it. Most of them kind of just went forward, and we couldn't really stop them a whole lot. It was sort of all home runs. I use baseball analogies. There wasn't a lot of stolen bases and sacrifice flies. Obviously, the big priorities of the legislature was the COVID response, and the two issues. You know, they passed liability protection and fraud protection for consumers, and then the limitations on emergency powers, which didn't have a whole lot of impact on how you all were operating during that period of time, but it did impact some local governments who were doing some more interesting things. Preemption issues, as John indicated, it's always, you know, one outlier, right? In the impact fee bill, I think Hillsborough County proposed a 300% increase in their impact fees, which is what caused the state government to go, that seems a little crazy, we need to cut it back. And as he talked about, I mean, the first draft of that had a 3% increase allowed only, and by the end of it, we got the 25% increase, and even created a safe harbor. If you go through a few more steps, you can go above that if you need it. So there was definitely some progress made on bills like that. This is a list of some of the preemption issues we faced. You know, I guess the occupational licensing one was a big conversation, was true, straight preemption. If there's a state occupational license, local governments, if you have it, you can keep it till 2023, but you eventually got to get out of that business. Solar facilities, you know, the inclusion of those in agricultural use property was a pretty much straight preemption. Home-based businesses, I mean, the counter argument on that from the legislature was, we've been operating as home-based businesses for a year. We haven't had huge issues, so we should allow that to move forward. well, I think there'll be, that one, if you follow the process at all, had a really weird end to it. The Senate actually made a motion to recall the bill back before it got engrossed, which is the first step before it gets enrolled. And because we're all digital now, it happens so fast. And my assumption is there'll be some litigation around that, because it's unclear whether the Senate recalled it in enough time to change their vote on that. So, you know, it'll be that one will be interesting to see how it plays out from a local government perspective. Some other key issues this year, you know, then this dock stamp rewrite is probably the classic example of there wasn't anybody at the Capitol, right? I mean, as a part of the state and local housing trust funds, every year we go up and we fight for maximum, you know, fully fund those, don't sweep the money. And the money they do put in over the last 5-10 years has been so varying that local governments can't really manage the program well. And so we've always said, try to give us, we just need some more, you know, fund us what's there and it'll work and we can manage that program better. So the legislature sort of artfully did that. They said, you know, we're gonna stabilize how much you get every year, but we're gonna give you sort of what you've gotten over the last 5 years, which is a smaller percentage. It ended up being about half by the time we were done with it in those state and local housing trust fund allocations. But we're gonna take the other piece of it and we're gonna fund our two priorities. So the speaker got his resiliency trust fund at basically about $100 million a year. And then the stormwater, the funding, wastewater funding, the Senate President priority at about $100 million a year. Those numbers up there reflect the additional money that showed up, that was somebody referred to as Biden bucks, that showed up, the $10 billion that came from the federal government. They used it, that just spread around the government, around the budget. So that's what got those numbers so high. Other issues that we tracked and followed a lot, the broadband issue, you know, the changes to the Office of Broadband and DEO and some of the mapping and work that's going to be done there, which is important to counties like Volusia, which have urbanized areas and also rural areas. Vacation rentals, which John alluded to, you know, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. That was actually a bill that I thought they would probably do this year because local governments couldn't be there to fight it. But I think they found some new friends in the Senate, so I think it'll slow it down in the future for changes there. Impact fees we talked about ended up in a reasonably good place. Farming operations, because of the agricultural land in Volusia County is relevant, and they added agritourism as a category that's allowed and created some liability protections for that and limited to any nuisances to be within a half mile of the farms and a few things like that. Priority of the Senate President passed so early that the governor had to sign it under the shorter time frame. So, and then the RPCs, which we were tracking, worried very much at the very end that there was going to be an amendment in the House to take it up because there wasn't any bill like it in the House. So they could have done that if they wanted to. On budget stuff, David, would you like to come talk about budget issues? Sure. Kind of sure where we ended up?
Yep. David Browning. We put in one budget request for $400,000, and the reason that number was probably a little bit lower than what we've done in the past was at the time that we put that budget request in, we were at a $2 billion shortfall. And remember, the way that the House rules are, we have to actually file it as a separate bill, and we have to have that in. And so it kind of goes through, it gets approved through one committee, and then it has to appear in a budget to be able to go into conference. So we put a $400,000 resiliency interconnection project in, and that was funded. The budget itself, we came in with a $2 billion shortfall, but then with the federal stimulus money that came down, we ended up with a $12 billion swing on it, and so the budget actually increased 10%. It went from $90 billion to about $100 billion this year. Now, of course, a lot of that will retrace back. It won't be that high next year. That was a one-time deal. Then the other big thing that occurred financially was the gaming bill, and the gaming bill was a 30-year compact with the Seminole Tribe and a minimum of $500 million a year committed. And that how it would affect your pari-mutuel here is they'll be able to continue to do the player bank games that they've been doing before. They'll be able to extend hours, allow alcohol, some of those types of things. And then the other thing is the big unknown is sportsbook, whether or not they'll be able to enter into an agreement with the Seminole Tribe and what they call a skin, which would be like a FanDuel, you know, DraftKings, Barstool Sports or whatever, and enter into online, be it with your phone, geofence to the state, to do sportsbook. The thing about that is that's kind of I guess the big get for the pari-mutuels, but that's also what is most likely to be thrown out. So that's already being challenged right now. And so we'll see where that goes. All right. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question about that, what you just ended with on the gaming bills? The sweepstakes bars, the internet bars, is that hanging in the balance, coming back legal again, or where?
One thing that they did there was that the other thing they passed along with this was a gaming commission. So right now, a lot of those are done through DBPR and through the legislature making a lot of these things, but having a gaming commission, we think will shut down a lot of those types of activities and have a little bit of a more stringent role with having a gaming commission.
Thank you.
And then finally, actually, I hate to say this, but John was right. The first committee week is in September, and so this is the short year where we have 2 sessions and committee weeks in the span of about 13 months. I usually go to Tallahassee about 22 times during this period of time over this course of the year, and the Capitol will be open and running wide open. Going into next session, as you know, we're in the middle of the current terms of Speaker Sprowls and Senate President Simpson, and so they're going to go into their last year. The incoming Speaker, Paul Renner, and Senate President-elect Kathleen Passidomo will kind of be coming into power. The biggest thing that's going to change this year is going to be reapportionment. This is the year we redraw the maps, and there's always total chaos occurs about like week 3 when they drop maps, and 20 of the members aren't in their districts anymore. And so it'll be an interesting year because of that. And then, as David alluded to, they didn't spend all of the federal money. I think they spent, I heard $6 or $7 billion of it, depending on how you do the math. So there's still $3 or $4 billion left out there that they could spend. They had 3 or 4 years to spend it. So they had some time. So we expect there'll be some of that money available for next session as well. And he didn't touch on the internet sales collection piece, but that'll impact your bottom line too, because they're going to tighten that up and actually enforce that. So, from a budget perspective. Any questions for us?
Yes, Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I guess I'm wondering, I know this past year has been a challenge with reaching a lot of the representation. However, since you are a lobbyist, I'm expecting that you have a lot of these relationships, right? So you don't have to get in there to get to, right?
Mm-hmm.
To the representation,
Yes, ma'am.
or those who, their staff or whoever helps move the needle forward and the needs forward, correct?
Yes, ma'am. It's actually one of the advantages of our firm because we have offices in all the major markets, so we have the ability to get to those members that are in Miami or in Tampa in a very different way. And our office, it was a unique year, and David can tell you too. I mean, there were members showing up all the time in the morning and the afternoon because they couldn't meet over there. The House members could. If you went through a process, you could go meet with a House member. But the Senate, they had to come out of the campus in order to meet with them. So
Okay.
you'd catch them.
So considering that, and considering hopefully we're moving past COVID and should have greater access and less distraction perhaps, using the vacation rental bill is one of those concerns on a home rule on a local level. How could we have better, I guess, gotten access and perhaps got them leaning more in our direction as far as what we were trying to get accomplished? Was that message communicated? Is there something different or another way we could approach that, so perhaps next session we have a better opportunity? Because again, all we're looking for is to be able to make decisions on a local level that impact and move our county forward. So is there a way to get to that, or a way for you to help us get to that through your relationships?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I think, as you know, everybody knows the history here, right? I mean, essentially, you can't change your ordinance without, defaulting to having, a blanket preemption. And there have been, and language has been drafted. It's been in bills in the past that have gotten close to getting further along in the process than they did this year that allowed local governments to make changes without losing, the ordinance in place. And so, I think. It was basically, the second committee in the Senate, and Senator Passidomo had a bunch of amendments and sort of put a stop on it, and everybody kind of went back to their corners and said, we don't even know, neither side really liked where it was. And so it just, and then once that happened, generally in the House, this bill moves along a lot further, and everybody in the House is like, why are we doing this? The Senate's not even going to take it up this year. So it just kind of died in a hurry. And Senator Pasadena was obviously going to be Senate President and coming into her power. So it'll be interesting to see how that happens. I think anything that comes out of there, she represents Naples area, right? And it's a big issue down there as well. I think you'll see anything that comes out to be a lot more favorable to local governments, I'm guessing, if anything passes at all.
But is there a way to help us position that and work to encourage that over this next year before the next session? So,
Yes, ma'am,
like, how
for
do we
sure.
invest in that to make a difference is what I'm...
I mean, I think there's a number of different ways. I mean, the Association of Counties, for all the strength and power they do, also have a lot of masters. I think they have a lot of people they have to respond to, and so they can be challenging because you may have one particular issue you want to get resolved, and it gets tied up in larger issues. And so, but let's talk a little offline. I think there's some things we can probably do.
Okay, because for me, that's the case in a lot of these concerns. I'm saying, why aren't we pushing back on our local representation, on our state representation a lot more for what it is we need as a council, as individual council persons, as lobbyists, as, are we really putting our message out there for what we need and holding, our state representation accountable for that, or at least ensuring that they have our message loud and clear? And I don't know that, so that's why I'm saying it the way that I am.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that happening, and how do I get better confirmation that it is?
Happening. Okay, yes, ma'am. I will tell you, I can give you a lot more detail on some of the conversation that occurred, so.
Thank you.
It looks like you're off the hook. Oh, Heather Post.
Saw her reaching.
So I just wanted to mirror her conversation. I know we've had these conversations in the past, but very important that I want to make sure that, albeit if you get with Barb, that's great, but I think all the rest of us, this needs to be a consensus to where we're all getting the information, but and getting the information maybe throughout the months, so from committee weeks and throughout sessions. So because if we hear about it at the end, it's not very helpful to us. I mean, it tells us what's happening, but there are some things that could slip by. There are so many bills. We're all on different committees, and I do veteran stuff and courts and correction stuff, and so I'm keeping track of that stuff. But there are other things that come up, and I say, "Oof, where did that come from?" Right? And that happens every day in legislation. So it's very important. I think I would love to see a much better mix of communication with our council, and whether that's reporting, however it's done. It doesn't necessarily have to be in person. Whatever it is, just as long as the message is getting to us, so that we can keep up. Because a council is a force to be reckoned with, right? And each of us have our own focuses, and we can all certainly be helpful in pushing the message. But again, it's important that we are clear exactly what the message is that we are pushing, right? And if we don't know that, we can't be very effective in that role. So I'd love for all of us to do that. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I concur, and it's going to be much more important in the future that what our mind is, what we want, and we know the information that we can get from you. Because when we heard this year from the floor in Tallahassee that they're making decisions for local communities because they make better decisions than we do, it's disturbing. It's troubling. I mean, this is local government is the government that touches people the closest, and so we would prefer to have a strong voice there. Thank you for your efforts, but let's I think we're going to have to deal a lot closer this next session and protect ourselves.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your report. And Barb Gertman, one more?
Yeah, just one other thing. I guess over this next year, what I'm interested to know is, are we invested enough as a council in the government and in the efforts for state and federal, I guess, visibility, acknowledgement, and, you know, have we invested enough in ourselves to be able to get to where we're trying to get to? You understand? So if we're like 10th in line, I know there's priorities, right? But if we're at the bottom of that priority because we haven't invested enough in ourselves, then I think we need to know that and make a decision, right? I mean, because if you're contributing a 10th of what it is you need to get to 100%, right? I'm just being realistic. I mean, if you're only putting a little bit in the bucket and expecting a lot, right? So I just want to be clear, over this next year, I want good feedback in what we're investing, and it's like, okay, well, you're only giving this, so you get what you pay for. Well, I think we deserve to get what we need and pay for what we need and meet that expectation and have a better understanding of what that is. So maybe that's more of the question. So just putting it out there. So
Ma'am.
I would like some of that feedback to come back after you've considered it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ben Johnson. Oh.
We had talked to some of our local representatives about the idea of failing to think about our home rule. If y'all remember, we got told, well, we don't see that we're interfering with your home rule. And we sat down and wrote a long letter that detailed a lot of interference in home rule. Is that not correct, Mr. Booker? In which we sent off, in which we never, this doesn't require an answer.
The answer is yes.
Which we never, I'll stand back up, maybe it does.
Did you hear the message
Which
I
we
told
even never
Andrew?
even got an answer back.
On answer.
And a lot of the times I think our local people need to realize, never mind trying to worry about, and this is all over the state, of if I don't follow what the leadership up there says, I will never get me an appointment or place. My parking place may be in Thomasville or whatever. But they got to start listening to us and doing what's right for their areas, because one size does not fit all, and they forget that. And they need to start standing up and saying what is best for our area and not worrying about just political future.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. That brings us to item 6, extension of professional service contracts with all Volusia Transport. Donna and Kelvin, you're going to start?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. Kelvin Miller, General Manager for Votran. We're here this morning to ask for approval for renewal of our service contracts with our paratransit subcontractors. In July of 2018, the council approved a 3-year contract with 2 1-year extensions, and amendment number 1 now is the 1-year extension for those contracts. Right now, we do business with all Volusia and Med 1 shuttle. SafeNet was in the original contract, but they declined to renew for this year coming up. Our subcontractors basically do paratransit services for us. We mix their vehicle fleet with our vehicle fleet to provide ambulatory and non-ambulatory services. All Volusia and Met 1 and all Volusia do about 56,000 trips a year. It's a $1.1 million contract for them. We do monitor the status of and the performance of those subcontractors, and they are required to meet the same standards that we do for our employees. That's basically all we have for that subcontract. Are there any questions?
Yes, Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. So with the one contractor no longer participating, are the 2 able to meet the need?
Well, what's happening is SafeNet actually didn't do any trips this past year, and we have maximized our All Volusia and Med One with their contracts, so they can't pick up any more contracts. So what's left over, we do ourselves.
Okay, so with one less provider, if we were back to full capacity, would we be able to meet the need? I mean, because I can imagine over this last year, you know, it hasn't been the same number of trips. So if we have a full capacity like 2019, what would that look like?
That means we would take on more of those trips ourselves. So we would have to hire more folks to do those trips, but we would be able to take in the surplus.
Okay, I will make a motion to approve.
Second, Post.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Post. No other discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous, 7-0. And that brings us to item 7.
Mr. Chair,
Kevin? Yes.
I can start off on this one. Thank you. Art Graham with our office is going to give just a presentation update on where we are with regards to the opioid litigation we're part of. And I had previously shared with you through Art a copy of a resolution that's before you today for consideration for adoption that was been distributed by the Florida Attorney General. So if it's okay with you, Mr. Chair, I'll hand it over to Mr. Graham.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. In 2018, the county joined approximately what were then 800 local government entities that filed in an opioid suit and that was consolidated. And there's now 3,000 local governmental entities that are in that lawsuit. The attorney generals have also joined in filing separate suits within their state. And the two groups, the private, local governmental entities as well as the state attorney generals, have started to try to come to a framework about how settlement money will be spent. And we are in a class action, and it's the purpose of the class action when we filed the lawsuit was obviously to obtain money for the local governmental entities for us to use. The attorney generals then filed suit so that they get money for the states. The proposed settlement strongly incentivizes everybody at every level working together. It also does another thing that's very important. The opioid manufacturers want to make sure that if they can come to a settlement, that it's with as many entities as possible. They do not want to settle with 30% of the cities and counties in one state and leave open the Attorney General. So the Attorney General has worked with the Council for the Local Governmental Entities to put together a framework to allow them to go back to the manufacturers, distributors, and the other folks in the trade, including the retailers, and say, this is how many local governments across our state and across the country are willing to sit down with you. What they have proposed is a non-binding resolution that explains the mechanisms for what the money would be for. Everybody in the litigation, from the judge presiding over the case that we're in, to the opioid manufacturers, to the attorney generals, wants the money to be used for items directly related to the opioid epidemic. Rehabilitation, emergency treatment, expanded Narcan deployment, things like that. So any settlement monies would be used to directly treat the problem. If we join together, we potentially get more money because the manufacturers are again buying their piece with more people, and they understand that there is a framework in place for the settlement money to be spent to help the problem, which quite frankly they want to see because it makes their settlement money
more likely to be treated more favorably tax-wise for the manufacturers, distributors, and sellers, which helps us maximize recovery by saying you're getting more favorable tax treatment for that. What we have is we have a resolution that says that when a memorandum of understanding is drafted and finalized, that the county will support it and that the money will be used. The interesting thing about the resolution is it specifically states it's non-binding. It's just setting up a framework so that the Attorney General and all the attorneys for the public entities can go back and say, we're here, we're not fooling around, we want to resolve it, we've got everybody here for us. And for that reason, we would recommend that the council approve the resolution.
Second.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Gertman. And Heather Post, you had a question?
Yeah, so Art, I wanted to make a comment specifically to you. So you have been working on this for a very long time, and when this whole subject of litigation first started coming up, there was so much discussion around the state and with all the different counties, and I know we've talked at length many times about that, and it really started out as quite a quagmire, and but it's so important to address because you know, the whole reason for the suits was doctors writing scripts for, you know, endless prescriptions, and in Volusia County we know that we have a significant issue with opioid overdose, with opioid abuse, and certainly recidivism going in and out of our jail because of that, and it certainly has a lot of community impact. So in Volusia County specifically, ever so important that we work to address this, and I just wanted to thank you and your staff because I know you specifically have been there to answer any question that I've ever had on opioids and litigation, and provided lots of paperwork and things along the way. So I appreciate all of the hard work that you've done throughout this process, and as you mentioned, at least as far back as 2018. So I just want everybody to know that Art and the team has been working on this for quite some time, and the fact, you know, the fact that governments will be able to get some monies to at least, you know, work on something to push back into the communities is favorable. And I would also hope that at the same time we're having Community Services Division and everyone else understand that in fact that money may be coming and looking outside of the box at ways that we can really use this to address some of those issues within our county. So, but I thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say I would like to see some resolution to this sooner than later, because I think COVID has allowed this to kind of go off the radar somewhat, but I think it actually has increased in our communities, and you're seeing it. Our police are trying to address it, and our police cannot be drug counselors and therapists and everything else that we're dropping on them. We need dollars and resources that we can put directly into the community to help work with the people who have these addictions. And arresting them and putting them in jail is just, you paid for it one way or you paid for it another. So if we get dollars that come down that we can utilize in the community from this, I think it's beneficial. So I thank you for all your efforts.
Well, thank you.
And bring the money home.
Michael Dyer.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Art, if you wouldn't mind, I know you've been engaging with the local governments here in Volusia County, so I know they're taking up this resolution as well. Do you want to just add a little background on that?
Yes, we started this in 2017. I started looking at it, and then the then serving county attorney, he decided that we should jump into it. local governments, City of Deltona, City of Daytona, Ormond Beach, and at least one other city have all joined the suit. It's now expanded into a class action. Every now and then one of you will get a little mailer in the mail that says something like, some company you dealt with may have done something wrong. Would you like to, if you don't do something, you're going to be in the class action. That happened at virtually every city, county, sovereign Indian nation. Everybody got one of those. So they're in the lawsuit as well. And it has gotten bigger and it's gained more momentum, and there have started to be some settlements. What Ms. Gertman mentioned about how the COVID derailed it, it did derail it because we had 3 or 4 what they call bellwether trials, which are trials where the plaintiff and defendants pick out a case, it gets set for trial somewhere, and everybody sees which way the winds are blowing. Those got all canceled because of COVID. There's one going on in West Virginia right now that's been going on for the last 3 weeks, will probably last another 7 weeks. Our counsel are leading that one, and it will be nice when some resolution is brought home, but it's taken up a lot of time.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call for the vote for the motion on the floor, a resolution authorizing the County of Volusia to join the State of Florida and other local government units in the Florida Memorandum of Understanding regarding potential opioid settlement proceeds. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries 7-0, unanimous. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The delay.
And item 8, selection of firm to provide professional auditing services.
Good morning, Council. I'm Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer for Volusia County. This item is for Council to bless the selection of the Audit Selection Committee and the ranking that that committee made. Of course, all 7 of you sit on the Audit Selection Committee, so you're all aware of the rankings that were made. But in addition, there are the 5 constitutional officers that also sit on that committee. By statute, the recommendation of that committee has to be acted on by council. So this item here is to give staff permission to negotiate with the first ranked firm, which was James Moore and Company, and in the unlikely instance that those negotiations fail to proceed down the line.
Motion to approve.
Dr. Lowry, you were going to make a motion to approve. Motion to approve was made by Wheeler, seconded by Johnson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous, 7-0. That brings us to item 9. Ordinance 2021-3, an adoption hearing for the amendment to Chapter 18 Cultural Facilities element of the Volusia County Comprehensive Plan. And this is a public hearing. Clay, we'll let you.
Good morning, Claire. I'm Director of Growth and Resource Management. With me also is Susan Jackson, Senior Planner. What we're here talking about today is the adoption of the cultural facilities element of our comprehensive plan. Y'all authorized transmittal to the Volusia Growth Management Commission and the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity back at your March 2nd meeting for them to do a review and to verify whether or not it was consistent with state law and also consistent with internally within Volusia County. We received notification for both of those organizations and it passed muster. So therefore, it's in front of you today to take final action. Just to kind of give everybody an overview of what occurred here, this is an administrative update to this element where we modified and changed primarily just names, dates, etc. like that. Nothing significant in regards to policy. It's just that this has not been touched in a while, so it's coming forward now to be updated. If there's any questions, we'll be glad to answer those.
I see no questions.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to Motion to adopt by Wheeler, second by Lowry. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous, 7-0. Thank you. And I guess you're staying with us for item 10, also a public hearing and ordinance 2021-4, another adoption hearing for amendment to Chapter 17 Historic Preservation Element. Clay?
Claire, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Again, also Susan Jackson joining. This is similar to the last element in that this is our historic preservation element. We went through this again from a staff perspective to update it to make sure it was consistent with state law and everything was up to date. One thing we do need to note is that many of the maps were deleted because they were too accurate. We were told by the Department of Historic Resources at the state that these provided too close of a directions to where some of these resources may be. So we've replaced that with one map that gives the generalized location so that way if there are any historical resources, they would not be subject to being stolen or otherwise tampered. Again, this is also sent forward to the Volusia Growth Management Commission and Florida Department of Economic Opportunity at your March 2nd meeting. If there's any questions for staff, we're here to answer them.
I see no questions from staff, and there's nothing from the public, so I'll close the public hearing and call for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Post. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 11 is also a public hearing. We'll open it to the public. And Clay, Resolution 2021 rezoning of a 7.1 acre property.
Thank you very much. This property is located at the northeast corner of Minnesota and Sparkman. It's currently designated A2, which requires a minimum lot area of 5 acres. Staff has supported a recommendation to rezone it to A3, which would allow for a minimum lot area of 1 acre. The subject property's gone through quite a bit of history. In the staff report, you'll see that it was already known as the Clifton Unrecorded Subdivision from 1979. Back at that time, the minimum lot area for that particular area was zoned for 20,000 square foot minimum lots, so roughly a half acre in size. It was created, they had 2 lots. Lot A was built with a single family home in 1980. Lot B had a mobile home put on it in 1979. They were 2 separate lots for many years. At some point, the previous owner came in and combined the properties into one parcel. The current owner is looking to try and basically correct the zoning so he can split these two into 2 separate parcels. They're currently at 3.13 acres and 3.95 acres. Again, we have existing structures on there. So what you see in the maps that are provided in your agenda packet, it gives you the general location. Now, I'd like to point out on map 11-19, as you can see in this area, it's a little bit hard to see on the large screen here, but if you look at your monitors, we've got quite a variety of lot sizes in this area. We've got to the south R4 zone properties, which allow for 7,500 square foot lots. We've got R6 right just catty corner from this area. So as you can see, it's got a variety of different lot sizes and a variety of different zoning categories. So staff was working with the property owner to ensure that basically what he hoped he could do with these 2 different lots, which is have them 2 separate lots, we're working through the zoning. The difference between A and 2 and A3, as I said, is the lot size. Otherwise, you have a minimum lot width of 150 feet. And that's a critical point here because the property is relatively oddly shaped. It's almost sideways L. Along Sparkman, that's roughly 685 feet. And then along Minnesota, it's 285 feet. So when you start looking at what you have to do to meet the minimum lot width and area, the maximum that could be developed out there would be 4 lots. I bring this up because today, this morning, a resident came in, and she's sitting up there. Her name's Gretchen Romaine. She was not aware of all of this going on to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. She came in today just to find out what was going on and if she had any concerns. She did have some concerns because the concept of taking it to A3 and allowing 1 acre lots, you would think because it's 7 acres, they could have 7 lots. Well, that's not the case. What they can have is a maximum of 4 lots. She is concerned about any kind of overdevelopment occurring in the area. And I wanted to make sure her concerns were identified to y'all today. She is available. I know she was not necessarily prone for public speaking right now. And so what I wanted to make sure is y'all were aware of those concerns. I also wanted to make sure that from a staff's perspective, we've looked at the land use pattern. We've looked at the lots that are surrounding this area. We did receive a letter of actual support of this rezoning from a neighbor who also happened to be a former employee of Volusia County, was our land development manager, so he's very familiar with planning and zoning. It went forward to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, who unanimously recommended approval of the rezoning. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan, and as we said, we feel it's consistent with the overall land use pattern that you see out there. If there's any questions for staff, Susan and I are here. Be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Before I do that, we'll mention this is also it's a quasi-judicial hearing. If anyone has any ex parte to declare. None to my, nope. Okay, Barb Gertman.
I just want to make the motion. It's in the district, so I'll make the motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Johnson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 12, ordinance 2021-14, first hearing, amending chapter 72 of the Code of Ordinances regarding accessory dwelling units and structures. Clay, you going to start?
Yes, sir. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management for the record. This is an administrative amendment to our zoning ordinance to allow for accessory dwelling units. We currently have in our zoning ordinance a variety of different things. We have garage apartments, which are approved by special exception in some of the single family zonings. We have a guest house, which is basically everything but a kitchen, and that's allowed by right in those same zoning districts. And what we're seeing from the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, plus what we're hearing from the state, we're hearing a lot of interest in these accessory dwelling units for a couple different reasons. One, they give an existing property owner another opportunity to either care for a family member in their own independent style of living, or it also has an opportunity for a rental property, so therefore it can help facilitate them paying their mortgage. It also provides an opportunity for affordable housing, because now that you have that out there, you can, in theory, charge a reasonable rent that would be affordable to many of our employees here in Volusia County. So we had to go through and look at how these things are defined. So there's going to be changes to our definitions. There's going to be changes in the specific zoning categories where we're getting rid of garage apartments and guest houses in those terms. Then we're going to be coming into the section 277 of the chapter 72, where we talk about accessory uses. That's where we put in all of the criteria that would be applied to anyone seeking to build an accessory dwelling unit. First of all, it's allowed in all the zoning districts that allow for single family. It has to meet the principal structure setback, so therefore it would have to meet, front, side, rear, etc. There has to be a driveway shared by the same 2 units, but there has to be a space specifically allocated for the accessory dwelling unit. There cannot be any kind of separation of the unit. In other words, you can't put up a fence to make it look like it's a separate parcel, or you can't subdivide or sell it. So therefore, the main goal there is to avoid the impression and view of it becoming more of a duplex or 2 homes on this. It has to be an accessory structure to the principal use. We allow for metering to be shared or independent. Overall, we feel that we're mirroring what we've seen in other communities who have adopted similar type of ordinances. It went to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with staff recommendation of approval. The PLDRC heard from the public, specifically Astrid DePerry, who identified that she had a legal non-conforming garage or guest house, and that it was in excess of the staff's recommendation of 800 square feet, and she felt the 800 square feet was a bit restrictive. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission also felt that and has made a unanimous recommendation of approval, but jumped it from 800 square feet, which was staff, to 1,200 square feet. That's fine. We have heard that there may be some concerns with maybe the size issue has not been fully worked out, because there was concern, is there a minimum size? Is 1,200 square feet truly a right size, especially if you have a principal structure, which today is 1,200 square feet? Is it truly accessory at that point? So in an email we sent out on Friday, we identified some options that y'all may want to think about. We coordinated with the county attorney's office, and Paolo has come up with some different language. But basically, it's setting up that the accessory dwelling unit would be a maximum of 50% of the principal structure. However, it shall not be less than, and we gave you a range of either 450 to 600 square feet, and a maximum of 800 to 1,200 square feet, whichever one you felt was appropriate. Either way, the primary goal is that the accessory dwelling unit is clearly accessory to the principal structure. Hopefully that hasn't confused the discussion too much, but I mean, the primary goal here is that we get in place some flexibility within our residential zoning districts so that people can offer opportunities for affordable housing and provide for other housing options that we currently don't enjoy, and making sure that it is clearly incidental to the principal structure. If there's any questions for staff or myself, please just let me know.
Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm certainly in agreement with 50% of the primary property. I wouldn't want two 1,200s on the same lot. I thought what I read, and I'm looking for it now, that the minimum size was like 240, 260 or something.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, that was it.
Right,
Because
right.
we do allow for, in the manufactured home communities, we also allow for them to have accessory dwellings there. And we wanted to make sure it was consistent with what we have in the code, and I apologize for the confusion there. In, I believe it's MH5, you can have a unit that's 480 square feet as your principal structure. And so 50% would be 240.
Oh, so, okay, so you're saying that the mobile would be 480, so the 240 would then have okay. So I'm certainly in support of that, and I would move to, is it for a motion this time? Okay, so I would move to approve the 50% with the 240 minimum and up to 1,200.
Second.
Motion by Gertman, second by Lowry. Discussion, Heather Post.
Quick question, Clay. So for a tiny house, how much square footage would a tiny house be?
Were you listening to the conversation Paolo and I was having on
No.
Friday? Because we were trying to figure out what is a tiny house.
Right.
And if you...
Because we don't want to knock them out of the running, but because certainly a tiny house would be wonderful to have as an as an addition?
Well, right now, quote unquote, tiny houses are not necessarily allowed in all of our zoning districts. You would have to look at, so some of our zoning districts have, I believe R4 has a minimum.
I'm thinking of the footage.
Yeah.
No, so not an actual tiny house, but the size is what I'm thinking.
What you're saying is that you can get a fully functional living space with a kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom within 240 square feet.
Okay, so 240 would be about, okay, that's what I wanted to make sure of. right,
It's
I'm good.
basically a 12 by 20 space.
All right, I'm good with the motion, yeah. All right.
That's a good question, because I've seen tiny houses at 100 square feet,
Yeah.
10 by 10.
Yeah.
Tiny, tiny houses. Keeping it at 50%, this really makes the size dependent on the property, which helps it blend into the neighborhood that it's in, correct?
Yes, sir, that's the goal.
And it's a tremendous step, I think, that doesn't cost the county anything towards affordable housing and helps the owners as well. So with that, I see no other discussion. I'll call for the, no,
Just for the record, I'd just like to read the proposal that Mrs. Gertman, so that when we come back for the final ordinance, you'll have the language. So on page 12-16, lines 31 to 30 to 31, the substituted language is to be read, accessory dwelling unit shall not be greater than 50% of the living area of the principal detached single-family dwelling unit, except that an accessory dwelling unit shall have a minimum living area of not less than 240 square feet and a maximum living area of not more than 1,200 square feet.
Excellent, yeah, okay.
concur? All right, with that, I'll call on Dr. Fred Lowry.
Just a real quick question. Does garage include, is it included in the living space? When you
No,
analyze
sir.
the house? It does not, okay, thank you.
Oh, good question. I'm still seeing an attorney on the board, is it, no? Okay. With that, I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0, unanimous. Thank you, Clay. And with that, item 13, 64th extension of state of local emergency related to coronavirus.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to clarify on this item for the public that the purpose of this item is to keep us eligible for FEMA and any other funding that may come along. So there's been some question about this is a state of emergency. We're not in an emergency order. So this is, again, more of a financial piece than anything else. Does allow flexibility in purchasing if we need it.
Move approval.
Thank you for that clarification. I heard of a motion to approve by Heather Post. Ben, did you want to second it, or did you have a? Okay, second by Wheeler. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous, 7-0. Okay, item 14, Kevin Captain, agenda items, community events.
Still say good morning.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable members of council. This is the community information events update. So first, just to let everybody know, today is the start of hurricane season. NOAA predicts a 60% chance of an above average storm season, 13 to 20 named storms, 6 to 10 hurricanes, and 3 to 5 of them major. But now for the good news. We had Helena Wetherington in the Volusia Today show today. She was terrific. And her calming voice is going to make her great as an emergency manager. So, wonderful thing. We're going to push the messages out, and we want everybody to go on the emergency management webpage and download the app so that you can get the code red alerts on your phone, and then also to sign up and follow for emergency management's Facebook and Twitter pages. So definitely trying to push messages out there. DeBerry Hall on Saturday the 12th and on Saturday the 19th at 6 p.m. They have the 150th anniversary. And so it's $10 a person, and to make a reservation, you just have to call 668-3840. And just want to bring a mention to this Ocean Center event. This is the Bacon Beatdown. And it's a three-day competitive fitness competition featuring individual and team divisions. But it's worth to note, After closing the facility in 2020 due to the pandemic, the Bake and Beat Down was the first event to take place at the Ocean Center last July. So we're pretty excited to have them back. And on Saturday, June 12th, we have the unveiling for the late Mayor Sowell plaque at Shell Harbor Park in Pearson. So we're excited. We're in the process of planning that event right now, so looking forward to that. Our social media efforts for vaccinations continue. We have 3 campaigns going. So far, we've had over 200,000 impressions, and all 3 of those campaigns will not stop. They will continue to go through the end of July 31st, and we have paid social with that. We are also working on some new features for Volusia Magazine, so look for that. And we have to make note of the E911 Redirect Nurse Triage Program recognized by NACO, the National Association of Counties. So this program started December 9th of 2019, and it will receive the Achievement Award. And since then, they have had a total of 2,167 calls were referred to the Nurse Triage Program. So definitely a success. We're very happy about that. And then just to close, just a reminder on the public meetings. You can get to them from the main site. And also on this calendar too, we also have all the events on here as well too. So if you hear something today about an event, it'll be on the calendar as well. So with that, any questions?
Barbara Gertman?
Thanks, Chip. I'm so excited about that nurse triage program, and I think we should acknowledge them in this first year and all the effort and acknowledgement. So I would love to have them come at a future meeting and be recognized for their efforts. I remember when just coming on the council when there were concerns about how our emergency management and how things were being handled, and to be 1 year, 2 years in and to receive this acknowledgement, I think is the kind of messaging that we need to put out there, and the kind of support we need to be giving our staff. So
Why don't you make that in the form of a motion to direct staff to bring them back for a presentation?
what he said, I make the motion.
I'll second that.
Motion by Gertman, second by Lowry. Doesn't need to be repeated. You just made it clear. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Staff,
It'll be done.
duly noted.
Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to work with Mr. Pozo, and we'll get that on a future item.
Thank
They
you.
will be thrilled.
Thank you. Did you have a question? No, you did not.
Else? All right, thank you.
Item 15, economic development, emergency medical services, mosquito control, Port Authority, and fire rescue services 5-year fiscal
Mr. Chair.
outlook. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd just like to open this before they get going. You know, in previous years, we had tried to do this in one long session, and I think last year was the first year we started to break it in 2 pieces, and I just want for the public to understand what we're doing here with 5-year forecasting. It is part of the budget process. People have worked, all of the directors and division heads have submitted budgets, but we also have to take into consideration what our forecast looks like, what our revenues will be looking like, and so this is where things start to come together. So it's important that we do it in more than a 1-year look, because in a 1-year look, a lot of things we do are multiple year programs and projects, and you really need to take you know, what's happening or what you see happening into consideration in the budget process. So that's where we do this together. It's taking a 5-year look at everything, expenditures, and what we think will be our revenues, and putting the 2 together to see, you know, where we may have issues, or where we may have holes, or where things are doing really well. So we have all that here today. So it's important, I just want everyone to know, and so we're taking these in these type bites. Next meeting, we'll have the big bite of the general fund, but I just wanted to start with these and because they're a really good way to get into the system that we'll be using from here on out. Go ahead.
Good morning, Council. Aaron Van Cleek, Management Budget Director. So the first fund we'll be going through today is the Mosquito Control Fund, taxing fund on the east side. So we have preliminary values from the property appraiser's office that came in just before June 1st, or just before today. The final values will be coming in July 1st, so these are preliminary at this point in time. The taxable value for FY22 has increased 6.2% over FY21 values, and 2% of that increase is related to new construction in this area. The taxable value we have estimated to grow 3% per year throughout the forecast period based on historical trends. The operating expenditures in this fund for FY22 are increased 0.7%, and 3% of that, there's a 3% wage increase that's factored in and that's also factored in throughout the forecast period, but it's offset by some operating reductions. That's why the operating expenditures are only increased 0.7%. FY22 also starts a transfer to the Mosquito Control Capital Fund in order to set aside funding for a new facility, with a total of $5.5 million being set aside throughout the forecast period. You can also see emergency reserves are set at 10%, and that is per council policy in the taxing funds. And the total reserves in this fund should finish around $1.7 million by the end of the forecast period based on current assumptions. Is there any questions about the Mosquito Control Fund before I move on?
Dr. Lowry?
I want to ask a couple questions. Are y'all looking for a motion of approval on these, or just approval of keep going or something of that nature? Or are we going to do them one at a time?
Well, really what we're looking for is just a direction where we're going. So you could make a motion to approve the report as accepted, or just give general direction and that you know, we accept the report as is.
Okay.
We'll
Well,
keep moving.
I'll make that motion to looks
Well,
direction.
yeah, I'll move second, but I have a question. If that's okay, Mr. Chair? Yeah. On the, wait a minute, where am I? Okay, on the miscellaneous revenues, in 2021, it was 59,000, then it dropped to 30,000, and then we're looking at projections of 20, what exactly? I know what it is, but I think I've heard this, but I just wanted it clarified for everybody else.
Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer. Included in miscellaneous revenues, as listed there, sales, rent, sales of equipment surplus, as well as interest. The majority of the drop that you're seeing there is what our portfolio is able to earn in interest. When COVID hit, overnight interest rates dropped by 1% in almost in a little less than a month. So the short-term side of our portfolio is not able to earn what it's been able to earn in the prior years.
Okay. Thank you.
We have a motion on a second on the floor. I'm not sure you needed a motion and a vote, but the motion is that you approve of where they are, and you wanted direction, keep heading in the same direction.
That's fine. These basically are showing you what we're going to be recommending in July for the budget. So direction's good.
I'm assuming everyone's in favor of that direction. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Continue.
Okay, so the next fund we would be going over is the Ponce de Leon and Port District Fund. We are presenting this fund at the estimated rollback rate. So that's that rate that you see at the top there, the 0.0846 would be the estimated rollback rate for FY22. The taxable value for FY22 did increase 6.2% over FY21 values, and again, 2% of that is related to new construction in the area. The taxable value we do have estimated to grow 3% per year throughout the forecast period based on historical trends. The other major revenue source in this fund is the park fees, and those are the entrance fees into Lighthouse Point Park and Smyrna Dunes Park in the inlet area. And they are estimated to increase 1% over FY21 and FY22. Operating expenditures for FY22 are decreased by 26.3% in this fund due to a shifting of personnel cost into the general fund to better account for where the staff is spending a majority of their time. Ponce and the Port District has always been a coastal operation that's split between the general fund infrastructure and the port infrastructure, and staff is spending more time on the general fund infrastructure than they are in ports, so we needed to right-size that budget. FY22 has a transfer of $1.1 million to the Port Capital Fund for Lighthouse Point Park boardwalk renovations, with an additional $750,000 programmed in FY23 for that project as well. Emergency reserves are set at 10% throughout the forecast period per council policy, and with the reserves in this fund finishing at $6.3 million based on the current assumptions. Are there any questions on the Port Fund?
I don't see any questions for you.
I'll
Thank you.
move likewise on this to accept this report as printed and encourage them to keep moving in that direction.
Motion by Lowry, second by Wheeler. All in agreement, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right. Next up would be the Fire Services Fund. The Fire Services Fund has a taxable value increase for FY22 of 7.2% over FY21 values, and 1.7% of that increase is related to new construction. The taxable value is estimated to grow 2% per year throughout the forecast period based on our historical trends. The other major revenue sources in this fund, or significant revenue sources, are the transports performed for EMS and the Lake Helen contract for services. Operating expenditures in this fund are increasing 3.6% for FY22, and they are inclusive of the 3% wage adjustment. Also included in this fund is an addition of 9 firefighters and a fire inspector. The division will be seeking another SAFER grant that will cover a portion of the salaries for 6 of the additional firefighters in FY22 and future years. So that could lead to some salary relief in this forecast. FY22 has a large capital project planned with the relocation/construction of the new fire station to replace the Rima Ridge station. And FY22 also has a large station relocation construction project planned for the Turnbull station. So those are the 2 big ticket items in this forecast. Emergency reserves do achieve the 10% set aside throughout the forecast period, and the total reserves finish around $13 million based on the current forecast assumptions.
Dr. Lowry.
I just want to make a comment. I know when I, well, not first came on, but had been on for a while, we had the fire discount and the issues, and we had to communicate with people, and staff did a tremendous job on that, letting our people know exactly what's going on and the increases and the things that we had to do in regard to that. So with that, I'll make a motion to accept this report and advise staff to continue in this direction.
Motion by Lowry, second by Johnson. All in favor say aye. Any opposed?
The next fund up is the Economic Development Fund. This fund is supported strictly by a transfer from the general fund, and we have broken that transfer into 2 pieces at the top of the forecast page under revenues. One is for the operating cost, and one is for the new incentive funding to add to the program. So the total general fund transfer for FY22 would equate to a general fund millage rate of 0.1059. You can see that the transfer needed for operating expenditures is the 2.1 million, and the transfer for new incentive funding would be the 2.2 million. Operating expenditures are increased in FY22 by 5.2%. They do include the 3% wage adjustment. And then the legislative program in this fund includes the salary for 1 position, as well as the state and federal lobbyist contracts. Based on current estimates and assumptions, the FY22 beginning fund balance for new incentive programs will be 9.8 million, with 7.6 million being carryover balance for incentives and 2.2 in new money added to the program. Are there any questions about the Economic Development Fund?
So this is an area where there is some direction to think about. You know, we don't have to have it today, but the idea, much like ECHO, where we didn't have enough projects of the right type that, you know, a big fund balance was built up. here you are building a pretty substantial fund balance here, or your incentive balance fund. Now, we had talked in our workshop about maybe offering some different type of programs. I think Helga has been working with each of the council people, trying to get some input on the direction, because it was not really clear when we left that workshop. So we're working on that as we speak. So one idea could be to leave the $2 million addition that we do every year for another year and see how that program works. However, this would be an area that if we needed to go a little bit different direction, you know, we have a substantial amount of money there now. So that's just a point that I wanted to make sure that was made.
All right.
Any other discussion? Ben Johnson makes a motion to approve, second by Lowry. All in favor say aye. Any opposed?
All right.
You're batting 1,000.
One more to go. Let's hope. All right, so the last one up for today would be the Emergency Medical Services Fund. This fund is supported with a subsidy from the general fund. However, the largest revenue source is the is the transport fees, the ambulance service fees. Transport revenue is estimated to increase 4.2% for FY22. Forecasted years are projected with a 1.8% growth in transport revenue. The PEMT MCO program is increasing based on consultant estimates for FY22. The PEMT program requires a local match that is actually paid out of the general fund for participation in this program. So the local match is actually increasing for FY22 to $1.1 million. And so the general fund subsidy that we transfer into EMS was reduced by the increase. However, it is still a plus to the EMS fund because they are getting over $1 million more in PEMT revenue than they did in 21. The general fund transfer, as I mentioned, is being reduced. It does equate to a millage rate of 0.1745. The total expenditures are increasing by 3% in FY22. They do include the 3% wage adjustment for personnel. The FY22 budget also includes the addition of 2 paramedics, 2 EMTs, and 2 ambulance supply technicians to address staffing needs, which should lead to a reduction in overtime cost for future years. Additional positions are being added throughout the forecast to address growth and demand as needed. Another highlight in this fund would be the nurse triage program that Kevin Captain just spoke about in the NACO award that they're being awarded, which is awesome. You can see that the reserves do finish at $3.9 million in this fund by the end of the forecast period based on current assumptions.
And that's, so the reserves, if you'll notice, are going a little different direction here. So, and that's something we always keep our eye on, and that's, you know, definitely a concern. I think the challenge right now in EMS, you know, is personnel. And like you'll see also next week, I think, in some of the other protective services. So this is an area of concern. It's an area we're going to have to work on. And it may not just be adding bodies. It may entail other changes to their structure in order to be able to do that. It's a tough job. They do a great job. But, you know, we haven't really touched on it overall. But if you'll notice, they all have a 3% wage adjustment, at least in the forecast. That's a base at this point. We're going to have to look at probably more than that overall at various times and maybe in various job classifications. So that we are studying, but I just need to know, you know, I need to let you know that there'll probably be more to come when it comes to personnel issues. And I think it's been explained, just to make the minimum wage, which is not what we're trying to do, by the way. We're trying to be much better than that. But just to make the minimum wage requirements, we would have to give everybody, continue to give everybody a 3% in those lower ranges every year just to get to, and you would still fall slightly short. So somewhere along there we'd have to add. The good news on that is we don't have a lot of employees down in the lower end of that, but we have the effect of that, if you think about as we move folks along, that there's a compression that'll occur within the entire system. So as the bottom goes up, the people who aren't on at the bottom, because of their skill sets, years of here, what have you, you know, they'll have to increase as well. Otherwise, why would you want to take on that harder position or that more skillful position when you could, you know, work at a place or work at a job with much less and get paid the same. So that's the challenge. We're working on it. It's a nationwide challenge. It's a, you know, we're working with the cities here in Volusia County. The managers have already been meeting on this. So, but there will be an expense. There's just no way around it. And I think that, and a well-deserved expense, because a lot of people really work hard in these areas, and so I really need to be able to retain them and be able to attract them. So that's in the forecast throughout, and you'll see it next week as well. Go ahead.
Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. We had this discussion during my one-on-one about how you're going to make that adjustment, right? We're in a transitional place nationally with employment. I think through COVID, it's even worse. And I think that it's also helped people through this time reprioritize what's important to them in regards to work. And the money is important, but it's also, if you've got the choice of working here or working there, and it's the same $15 ultimately, where you going to work, right? So everything has a cost. Even to have the right morale and culture and support for staff also has a cost. So I think we need to think how we're going to get to that $15 or whatever that amount is that we need to support our staffs financially. But it also says to me, what's going to distinguish us from going somewhere where you don't have to work as hard, but they need you too, so you're actually getting paid the same amount, but don't have the same pressure, don't have the same expectation. So to me, we've got to consider what's going to separate us to make someone work here, right, and continue to work here and continue to invest and sacrifice here. So I don't know how you budget for that, but I think it's more a mindset, you know, of our management, of our directors, of our, you know, folks who are laying this out. We talk a 1 to 5 year plan. All that has to be a part of this, right? Because again, you're going to have the entry person coming in at the same level or not too far off than somebody that's been here incrementally, right, getting to $17 an hour, let's say. The new person's at 15, but they don't have the 20 years you've put in. So it's going to impact morale. It's going to just impact the human, you know, expectation of what they've invested over time. But we're in that pivotal transition time, just like with the housing transition. The same thing is happening with the wages. We just have to be thoughtful with, you know, how we handle our staff and work to change the culture and whatever support, additional support we can provide to improve and maintain morale and encourage people to want to be here. Thank you.
Heather Post.
Oh, I was actually going to wait to bring this up in open discussion, but since we're discussing it, this is a great opportunity. So we're talking about wages, and there have been a lot of things like COVID that have really brought a lot of these things to light. I mean, we've had numerous emails from corrections. We've had emails across the board, right, from everyone, and various employees reaching out for various reasons. I think obviously looking at morale and those kinds of things is very important, and we certainly need to be investing whatever funding into that to create that culture as possible. And I know, George, that you're working on that in the background, and we have lots of discussions on that routinely, which is good. But it does come down to salary, and we're still talking about the 3% across the board, and we're looking at the 5-year forecast, and we're still talking about that 3%, and we're saying out loud that the 3% is going to put us at the very bare minimum, when the law, in fact, does require that minimum wage be up to that certain amount. And so it's not really putting us ahead of the game. It's the same 3% across the board. There are a lot of challenges, I think, that could be addressed in us really stopping and saying, what is our most important priority as council, and what is our most important priority as county administration? And I know, and I would hope that it is definitely the employees are in there at the very top somewhere. And so if they are the most important priority, we are looking at pay, and we do know that not just in responders, especially in first responders, certainly, we could be raising that to be compatible or comparable with other counties. And we haven't really taken that onus on in the last however many, and we're continuously looking at the 3%, and compression always comes up, right? When we do it by percentage, compression always comes into play, because if we give 5% of someone that's making super low, then that person who's making high ends up with a whopping raise. I think, and George, since you don't make as much as DeLand did, I can use that as an example, right? I had many in the public saying to me, the 3% was, a $6,000 raise, or, several $1,000s as compared to, 20 cents an hour that or 20 cents, that the general worker was getting. And that's a significant difference across the board, right? But it doesn't help compression. So I've really been studying this, and I've really been looking across the board to try and figure out. I know we have major problems with retention and attraction, just like a lot of the other counties. But when we're starting with the lower pay, it sort of puts us in a bad spot. We got $125 million from the COVID funds in the first round, and we're getting a tremendous amount at the American Resource Act on the second round. So we know that is coming. And I know specifically, so some of the response in my discussion on that has been, well, you can't specifically spend that on future salaries, right? Necessarily, you can spend it on some salaries, but not on all the salaries. But I also know that we're government, and we can spend it on things that we wouldn't normally be spending the money on, or that we would be spending this money on. So if there's anything that government's good at, it's moving money around, and that it is feasible and it is possible to do. So what I wanted to suggest, and hopefully maybe we can have staff come back with some information on it at the very next meeting, was what about considering $1 an hour pay increase for all salary employees, because that would tremendously help to boost. But I've gotten the numbers from HR in terms of how many employees that is. It's not that many employees. When we're looking at $125 million coming in from the first round and a significant amount coming in the second round, and I understand there's other areas that needs to go to, but again, we fall back on, well, important priority. And to me, that should always be at employees, right? And now we're seeing the effect of not being the #1 priority for a long time. So it's really a drop in the bucket when you consider the amount, $1 an hour for each employee, and that would significantly help us in becoming, it's still not going to make us completely comparable with surrounding counties, and we're still going to have to do some work, but tremendous return on investment for a small investment. And in looking at everything, I don't see where we cannot do it. I mean, it's feasible.
Definitely, we're looking at those type of options as we speak. one thing I need a quick clarification. You said salaried. I think you meant hourly.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So hourly, well, if
Right.
I'm raising it $1 an hour,
Right.
so, yeah.
Well, the hourly
For the
employees.
hourly
Right.
employees, yep.
Okay. And, and we're looking at that type of issue. Just remember the federal monies, and you're right, we're working at how we can integrate them strategically. But it is, the trick will be, and it's kind of a, again, that's why we forecast, okay? We can do some things, but it's one-time money. But the hope would be, well, like a SAFER grant, by the way, which would be similar. We can do some things, but you kind of really got to count on, and that's the point where we have, then you're going to count on growth and other issues to kind of catch up. So that's the trick is maybe we can do something like that, and we've talked about it, and also maybe some retention bonuses, or bonus is really not a very good word, but retention type pay, or outstanding performance pays, these type of thing. But if they're given as a one-time bump, then that fits, this program, the federal money, a little bit better in terms of, one-time money, one-time payout. If we start putting it in and tying it with the long-term wage, then we really do have to, we're rolling the dice a little bit, that we're going to have to catch up. But we're doing that anyway. So, because of what I just said before, you are doing it anyway, because we have an artificial mandate out there now. I mean, it's a real mandate, but it's a number that was picked, $15, and we're working to that anyway. So, to your point, we are working at that, and that's a very good way of looking at it. And we'll be coming back to talk to you about those monies in general. Ryan and his team have done a lot of hard work, and also we are, again, talking to the other cities about what things can be done, and it'll be a package of various things. So, and pay will be, and certainly our personnel, the most important that are out there. But like a lot of things, the needs are great, and we'll have to prioritize, and that's what we do here.
So I'll say the needs are great, and certainly the needs are great, but really, it really comes down to what's the most important priority. And we are seeing now that that hasn't been the #1 priority, pay, and now we're seeing the effects of that. And not only are we seeing the effects of that, but
Yep, you're right on, and that's the exact
so
purpose
at the
of what
point
we're
we need
doing.
to step up and say, look,
Right.
it is what it is. This should absolutely be our #1 priority, and we're going to step in and take care of it. And I know that you're looking at some things behind the scenes, but we've also been discussing it for a long time.
Right.
And this, it's doable. It's doable in the short term. And when I say short term, good God, within the year, to me, it's absolutely doable. And it is one-time money that's coming in from the federal government. But again,
Right.
it's a way to get us to that point, and then for us to say what is actually our priority, and then hopefully future councils, it will be absolute priority in the future to maintain that pay, because if it's a priority, you find how to pay the monies.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
But,
And again,
but the $1 an hour, or more,
Right.
if you wanted to do more, the $1 an hour is a great way, because I think compression has been a consistent discussion in going back and forth, and that helps to get rid of that compression discussion at all. It's just, giving everyone a good sweep across the board instead of the percentage. Yeah. Okay, so when are you coming back with all of this?
Well, our next meeting will have the general fund, so that'll entail some of these concepts that you're talking about today, but we won't, the forecast they have won't have that in there, but we can discuss what would the effect be, and hopefully maybe we can even run a scenario before we get back here to take a look what that would do.
So aside from the actual forecast then, could we just look at the possibility of this and then have you bring it back to council to say, you know, this is doable, here's the deal, we could put it into motion when?
Right.
That would be,
We can certainly calculate the numbers. The funds you're looking at are the funds where there's a little bit more room.
right,
Next meeting, when we talk about the general fund, the one-time monies will definitely have to come into play if you're talking about bigger numbers, because the general fund has cost pressures, constitutional officers, Sunrail, two of the big ones. In addition, next meeting, I am bringing back a presentation on the ARPA funds, so we can go over exactly what they'll be used for. That was already in the works for next meeting.
okay, and maybe we just need to tighten our belt in other areas and make this a number one priority, but, so next meeting? Okay,
Yep.
Council, are you good with them coming back with information at the next meeting? Is anyone not in agreement?
Sounds like everybody's
thank-
in agreement. And Ben Johnson?
Yes, you know, our employees are our most valuable asset, and there's no doubt about that. We just have to keep in mind, we're talking about one-time monies. After that, it comes out of our budget. And we have to remember that that's a big, it doesn't sound like much, but when you add $1 an hour, that's $8 a day for our employees. Is how many employees we've got?
Over
2,000 something?
Over 3,000.
So
yes.
you're talking, really, it doesn't sound like much, but a major budget investment.
Yep.
And then you have to be prepared, and I agree with that, but you have to be prepared when this hits, the sticker shock hits down the road,
Right.
that we all remembered that we did this, and not all of a sudden have some wildcats say, I'm not voting for the budget, there's too much, we gotta cut the budget. When, you know, when every time we turn around, we're saying, let's add to this, let's add to this, let's add to this, and some of them are very important, but remember not to hang each other out when it comes to that, saying, it's too much budget, we can't afford that. When all the way along, we voted for one thing or another that does make the organization stronger. But for political purposes, people get up and stand their ground and say, we can't do this, after we've done it all the way along.
Heather Post.
I'll just say, so, again, the one-time monies, I understand that it is one-time monies, but I think it really puts us in the long-term discussion, right? And I would love to see us headed towards that long-term discussion of this being a number. We are in a major position right now with personnel because of, you know, that not being a number one priority in the past for a long time. And we have to take action on it somehow. We can't just say, you know, I don't know, and just keep talking about it. We have to do something about it. And even George is, you know, I can hear it, I can feel it. He's starting to feel the pressure of, you know, there are things going on in the different divisions where we need to retain and we need to draw people in. And
Well, if you think about it nationwide,
it is a nationwide problem.
it's a nationwide
Absolutely.
problem.
Absolutely.
So we're gonna have to get on the forefront.
Yeah, but
know.
but what I'm saying is, it is money, and that is a great point, and I have absolutely looked it up, one side down and the other. But I think it really comes down to, well, maybe we can't be putting monies into various little areas or into other things, but if this is number one priority, then when those things come up, we can look at it in terms of, you know, what are our priorities, and maybe we won't be putting monies into those certain areas, but to me, number one. All right, thanks.
Ben.
In defense of prior councils, and even I understood it because I was the sheriff for so many years, it's not that it wasn't a priority. People are forgetting we had a recession. It was actually a depression, and our big goal in this county, and did a hell of a job of it,
Keep everyone
not
employed.
handing one pink slip out in this county.
Right.
Oh yeah, we lost employees, but every one of them was by attrition. As a matter of fact, even when the state put on an additional 3% that I know that law enforcement had to pay for retirement, the county came to the table and upped the salaries when we really couldn't afford it, the 3%, so that our officers wouldn't lose money. And Heather, I believe you remember that. And so it's not that it wasn't a priority. Your priorities have to shift from time to time to what is the priority. And once again, the priority was to keep this government moving and functioning in very hard times and taking care of our employees the best they could. And I was very proud of our county council at that time and our county management to work very hard to do that.
Are you up again?
Certainly not an affront to any past county council or any past anybody that was in charge. The point is, you know, I will say the recession is 13 years ago. For the love of God, let's stop talking about the recession. But we are where we're at, and we just need to move forward from here. You know, saying that it hasn't been a priority, which it has not been at the number one. We haven't been putting money into that. So it is what it is. And, you know, there's no affront to anyone in the past, for heaven's sakes. We just need to be making it a priority now, and I'm very hopeful that this council sees that and that we will be moving forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add, these are the hard decisions and hard discussions. Public safety is no doubt a primary function of both city governments and the county governments, whether you're talking about the lifeguards, the law enforcement, EMS. It's critically important that we protect the safety of the public. One of the things that we have to really consider is the way we grow. Everybody's for growth, but we have to look at that every time we grow, we're adding some property taxes, but we're not just talking about adding salary to existing personnel. As we grow, we're looking at more personnel with brand new salaries and brand new retirement policies and brand new equipment coming. And so we're going to have to look at the entire budget. Nobody on this council wants to cut public safety. Nobody that I'm aware of. I certainly don't. But the money's got to come from somewhere. So we've got to look at the way that we grow. I'm already seeing calls for extended service in Ormond by the Sea for the emergency medical services that we just included, 18 months ago?
Correct.
And I'll just add one other thing. So these are, I really appreciate the time that you two have spent with each of the council members to show us where you are, to put your cards on the table and give us that picture. It's critical. We've got to deal with it. And as important as it is, I'm just going to add that salary is very important, but so is the way the employees are treated. And I'm looking at you two. You have nothing to do with this, but it's the culture that Barb mentioned. Employees have to feel like they're appreciated, especially in the greatest time of need, where especially the public safety, where their lives are in danger. If they get hurt, if they have to know that the county is behind them and supporting them and standing there in their court. And I'm not saying that we aren't. I'm just saying that culture is also very important, because for the same amount of money, they can go work anywhere else. So thank you for the time. We look forward to the time we'll spend together next week as well. Any other discussion? Did you want to make a motion on this one as for direction? Keep heading in the same direction. We've got they're coming back with more figures.
We understand the direction, and
Okay.
there needs to be potential tweaks to show other forecast
Great.
scenarios as well.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Okay, item 15A, appointment to the Industrial Development Authority, and wow, you guys are fast. Ben?
I'd like to nominate D. Kent Sharples for the one appointment for a 4-year term commencing July 20th, 2021, expiring July 19th, 2025.
Second, I'd like to nominate William Thompson.
Okay, and the nomination of Kent Sharples was by Lowry, second, or Johnson, second by Lowry, and then a nomination by William Thompson, by Wheeler, second by Lowry as well. Yes. We need one, correct? Okay, then we'll take them as a group together. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Nominations carry. 15B.
Mr. Brower, I just want to be clear. You approved this slate with a motion from Mr. Johnson and a second from Lowry.
The first one was by Johnson, second by Wheeler.
Which appointment I think she's looking for? Which
Ken
appointment
Sharples
which
was, the appointment was by Johnson, second by Lowry. The second appointment was by Wheeler, second by Lowry.
I think she's looking for the term. Which one is the short term and which one is the full term?
I think Mr. Sharples is the full term.
Yes.
And the second appointment, can you just tell me who it was?
Thompson?
William Thompson.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 15B, chair appointment to the Agribusiness Interrelations Committee, and that will be, my appointment will be Ingrid O'Reilly. Riley? Nomination by Brower, second by Lowry. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Item 16, infrastructure workshop. And that's going to be at 1:30. So maybe a little after 1:30 by the time we get done. Why don't we, before we adjourn for lunch, hear from the county managers and each of the council members, anybody that has something, and then we can just focus on the workshop after lunch. Mr. County Manager?
Sure, Mr. Chair. First thing, just Carissa will be putting out an updated list of these appointments, because we are getting, the list is kind of getting stale, and we still do need, we'll need positions. So she'll send up something, hopefully by the end of this week. It'll show where we're at and what still needs to get filled. And, you know, we are, the trick is we're getting a few here and there. We're not getting much of a selection. And then by waiting, some of the people are questioning, you know, you're going to fill that particular post or not, or should I just withdraw my name? So I want to, you know, try to compress the time that it's taking. And really, Suzanne, was there something? Okay, and that's it for me.
Michael Dyer?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of council, Halifax Health has approached us requesting the opportunity to make a presentation to council on requesting that the council consider adopting an ordinance which would authorize the filing of a hospital lien by that hospital and the other hospitals operating as under special districts or special laws here in Volusia County. Wanted to present that to you to see if you were amenable to allowing us to coordinate having that scheduled, and then you could give staff direction going forward. There's some historical information on that request being presented to the council, a similar request in 2014, and we can get that information to you. But wanted to get your direction on that request.
I think you're about to get it. Ben Johnson?
I'll make a motion, we put that on a future agenda item.
Motion to proceed with that by Johnson, second by Wheeler. Barb?
Yeah, if she doesn't, but I just had a question of the attorney. Is this subrogation? Is that what they're looking for?
The request is, right now, the special law that the hospital district operates under, which I understand is similar to other hospital districts in the state, authorizes the hospital to file a lien basically against monies that they would collect from an insurance settlement or a personal injury settlement to pay an outstanding bill. There's been some litigation a number of years ago on that issue, and the court found, it was involving Alachua County, that a county ordinance that would allow for that was permitted, but they cannot rely on authority to file lien under their special act, that was unconstitutional. So it's a request to have the county adopt an ordinance that would allow for them to file lien against recovery. So subrogation, that's another way of putting it, but it's not a lien on all assets. It's on, as I understand it, recovery that individual would receive resulting from that accident.
Thank you.
Suzanne, did you have anything you wanted to add? Mr. Robbins?
Nothing.
You need a vote on the Halifax hospital lien.
We had a motion by
Johnson,
second by Wheeler. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Carissa. Mr. Robbins?
I have nothing.
Billy Wheeler?
Just real quickly, again, Memorial Day weekend was really busy at the beach, and there was a lot of controversy on bridges being closed down on Saturday, and it was the only way that we could get things done. And there was a great coordination between the county and the city of Daytona. City of Daytona's chief called me yesterday and kind of explained what all they did. And I asked him, was there anything better that we could do with him? And he said, no, they were working well together. So I was really happy to hear that. However, I did want to bring out, I'm going to be posting later today some graffiti that was left on the Veterans Bridge as people were walking back after the people were moved off of the beach, and they were walking over the Veterans Bridge, and they chose to write notes and scratch up plaques, veterans. And here, this was a whole weekend to honor the veterans. And you know, I'm gonna post some of the pictures, and hopefully some parents will see someone's name that I love somebody, and will get their child out there to scrub off the Veterans Bridge. I was very upset, and I received those pictures from a veteran, a very honored, dedicated veteran, and yeah, I just wasn't happy about that. So I am going to be posting those pictures, and shame on you.
Barb Gertman?
Just one thing. Give me 2 seconds, because I want to capture this young man's name. Last year, there was an incident with the beach, and following that, we met with some community representatives and young people that were part of that organization or that was organizing some of those events. Well, last week, that young man was the young man who was killed on I-4. And he had come and presented at one of our meetings right at the beginning of COVID, when we talked about, you know, how better to organize future events. So I want to acknowledge him and ask the community to have his family in their prayers, because I think he was like 33 years old and killed on I-4 in that car accident. So that's it for me. Just want to acknowledge.
Thank you. Ben Johnson? Dr. Lowry?
Just one thing, I'm going to be having a surgery issue next week, total knee replacement on my right knee, and I might not be able to be here in person on the 24th, but will be use GoToMeeting if I can get permission from you all to do that. Do I want to do that now? Okay, if I could get permission.
Mr. Chair, I think that would be best if you could, the council.
Can't we just come to you?
Well, you can come to my house, we'll have fixed.
I just vote for you?
All right.
Well, we just need a motion in a second.
Well, if somebody would make a motion that we
Motion.
allow Zoom or GoToMeeting to
I'll make a
allow
motion.
you to be part. Ben Johnson makes a motion, second by Wheeler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Heather Post. Pardon?
Mike, I have a question about that. Is are we out of the pocket to where we can vote on via Zoom now if we attend a meeting, or can we still do that because of COVID?
It's, yes, that's a good question. So earlier this year, the governor had signed that executive order allowing commissions to meet virtually and vote. So we're no longer subject to that, but you have to have a physical quorum present in order to meet. The Attorney General has advised that if somebody, whether it be a council member or one of your boards, wants to participate in the meeting, it needs to be for good cause and approved by the body. So that's what you've done. So you're not having a virtual meeting, but you've allowed someone to participate virtually.
Right, fully understand that in the participation, but that's like before the Zoom meetings, we could participate but not vote. So I want to see.
No, you could participate and vote, but you have to get approval of council.
Okay, all right. I thought the understanding before was different. Okay, thank you, good. Okay, so we already knocked out the $1 increase in pay, hopefully for hourly employees, just having that discussion. I wanted to bring that up. Another employee question. So I've gotten calls from 2 retired county workers who have received their second letter in 4 months that the county failed to pay insurance premiums on time. And they've called Benefit Continuation Services, and they advised the county was late in the payment and the letters automatically generated. So if we could check into that, just to find out what's changed, that the payments be made on time, or what can be done to fix it. And I have a copy of that letter, but putting this out in public discussion, because I'm sure there's more than those 2 who are wondering what's happening. But it's telling them that they must pay the $600 premium, and if they don't, their insurance is going to get canceled. But it's inevitably being taken care of by the county. But can we
I'd like to see
address
that
that?
letter, and
Okay.
we'll address. Thank you.
All right, I'll have them forward it to you. And then the last thing I had was we had further discussion in the last TPO meeting about Votran, and we've been making a lot of decisions on where Votran is headed, and they're doing their assessments, but we had discussion on that we really need to be collectively talking more as a region, and when I say region, I mean countywide, and maybe Flagler as well, since they're involved in the TPO, as to the direction that public transportation in our county is going. So Bus service, do we want it to be for specifically the financially or physically disadvantaged, or do we want it, are we looking ahead at working to make public transportation available to the masses? And I think there's a somewhat of a conflict there in the direction, and so we're currently making the decisions that will in fact affect that direction next year, the year after, and so I think it might be a good start. We've talked about it on TPO, maybe having further discussion, maybe an elected officials roundtable, but perhaps if council, if we alone could have our own discussion, so that then we could take that to TPO and we could take that to the elected officials roundtable, just to get a general consensus of where we would like to be headed as a group. I think that would be a good idea. So I'd love to see that, just some future discussion in an upcoming agenda. If everyone's good with that? Okay, thank you. And that's all.
Okay. I just wanted to speak to one issue because since it came up this morning, and I'm glad the person that brought it up in public comment is still here, so we can exchange communication information at the end of this. But he didn't mention my name. Everybody knew who he was talking about. The accusation is being repeated, mostly in social media, that I threw a deputy under the bus, that I don't support law enforcement. And I just want to, because this is so important to me, I want to let everybody know. So I want to let everybody know that I've always supported not just law enforcement, but public safety in general. My background with this county was as an EMT and a lifeguard together. I was the first EMT on the beach. I have 3 sons who are in the military, all who are looking at careers in law enforcement. There's nobody, and I'll add that because of my years on the beach, most of the people that I worked with, I'm old, so I started a long time ago when there was no EMTs yet, and there was no law enforcement on the beach. We called the closest police officer, not even the county sheriff's department. Most of those guys that I worked with, I left and went to college. They went to the sheriff's department, and we're very close friends. I don't support law enforcement just because I have friends in it. I support it because it's critically important and it's the right thing to do. And I would like to clear that up. I misspoke at the beginning. I said that I declared the deputy was innocent. I have no way to declare anybody guilty or innocent. So I want to rephrase that from the very beginning, my instinct is to act in favor of law enforcement. I do not believe now, I did not believe then, that the deputy did anything with any ulterior motive. His job was to keep the public safe, and that's what he did. I've never wavered from that. I've never said anything different. While we were at, most of the people on this council were at a Valor luncheon to give awards to first responders that had showed exceptional bravery in their daily show of bravery. A friend that's in law enforcement informed me that we had a state senator there informing the law enforcement officers that Broward was going to vote to reduce your salary by 5%. It's not true. He knows it's not true. So it makes me wonder why that's being said. I was real clear in the campaign that I wanted a 5% reduction in our spending in the general fund and completely outside of public safety. So I find myself having to come back and say it again, but it's important enough to me that the people that are in this room and all over this county that put their lives on the line every day to keep us safe, to keep my family safe, have not only my respect, but my full support. And that's never, ever wavered, not once, and it will not. And I hope that puts it to rest. And if anybody has any doubts, I would ask, instead of reading it on social media, call me and talk to me. I want to be accountable. And that's all I have to say. I thank you for listening. We will, we're going to break for lunch, and then we're going to have the infrastructure workshop at not before 1:30, so it's almost 1 now. You want to say 2 o'clock? Take an hour. 1:45. You're in a hurry. All right. Is that good with everybody? Okay, we'll adjourn till 1:45. It is open to the public. It'll be downstairs in the training room. You can ask anybody on the first floor. Thank you.
our honorees. I'm Tammy King from Human Resources, and I'd like to begin by saying, amidst unique and challenging circumstances, 2020 also brought service milestones for each of you. And that's why we're here, to celebrate you. However, just like everything recently, we're gonna do it a little differently this time. So, I hope you enjoyed this video presentation, and thank you so much for your service. Now, let's get this party started, and let's bring in my co-host for this event, Kevin Captain. Let's get it, Kev.
Thanks, Tammy. I'm Kevin Captain from Community Information. Because of you and your valued years of service, it's time to spotlight and celebrate you. To kick it off, Volusia County Chair Jeff Brower and County Manager George Rechtenwald are here to honor you for reaching employment milestones. Let's start the celebration with Mr. Brower.
Hi, I'm Jeff Brower, and I am pleased and humbled to have this opportunity to extend my appreciation to this year's distinguished group of 313 honorees. One of the county's most important events is our annual Employee Service Award ceremony and banquet. We're not doing it the same way this year, you know why, but we're still very proud to recognize these impressive service milestones. And I'm personally grateful for the contribution each and every one of you has made throughout the years. I've only been here 3 months. I've watched you work. I know what you do. I know your dedication. I'm personally proud of you. Your experience, your skill, and your professionalism can only be attained through many years of dedicated duty and loyal service. You are second to none, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you in the coming months and years. I'm excited about what we will accomplish together. Now, I'll turn it over to our County Manager, George Rechtenwald. Thank you.
I am a very lucky county manager because I get to work with people like you every day. You have all shown hard work, dedication, determination, and amazing resolve over the years. Despite the challenges we have encountered over the years, especially lately, we've faced each one together, and you have always risen to every occasion, and the county is what it is because of all of you. For those of you who are receiving awards for 10, 15, 20, and 25 years of employment, I send you my sincerest thank you for your years of dedicated service here at Volusia County. Now, we'd like to give special recognition to the employees who are celebrating their 40, 35, and 30-year milestones. Billy Arno, John Wells, Kim Dulce, Marcia Neighbor, Jim Edwards, Sandra Skupski, Janie Wright, Bruce Morgan, Lori Hunter, Brad Murphy, Eric Hill, Virginia Glenn, John Harding, Marika Campbell, Cecilia Anderson, Joe Nolan, Mark McLean, Raymond Rock, Thomas Sophie, Denise Thomas, Paul Ebanks, Roy Rollins, Ann Whitehair, Dolores McDaniel, Cammie Newton, Steve Murphy, Sherry Glass, Patty Thomas, David Baker, Jenny Weber, John Lee, Robert Rome, Nancy Strickland, and James Whitaker. Great employees inspire their bosses. Thank you for being my inspiration. I wish you the best now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Coming up on Volusia Magazine, we catch up on DeBerry Hall offerings, do some heavy lifting in Ponce Inlet, and head out to the airport for life-saving training. These stories and more coming up next. Hello and welcome to Volusia Magazine. I'm Tammy King. Crews at Daytona Beach International Airport's fire station now have a new high-tech tool to help them save lives in the event of an emergency. Joanne Magley has more in Volusia at Work.
The Aircraft Rescue and Firefighting Station, known as ARF, is a specialized unit of Volusia County Fire Services. The station is on airport property and the crew is required to respond to any incident or accident on the runway within 3 minutes. That's why it's important to have the right equipment, because in an emergency, seconds count. Recently, the ARF crew was trained on the new Jaws of Life. Tom Winkler, rescue specialist with Municipal Emergency Services, led the training.
Well, this new equipment is state-of-the-art, cutting edge. This is a battery-operated rescue tool. It's also waterproof and fully programmable. There are a lot of battery-operated rescue tools on the market currently. This brings it to a new level.
Now the tool's going to drain.
Rescue tools have come a long way in the past 50 years. Back in the day, they were large and heavy and had to use hydraulic fluid and internal combustion engine. Now they're portable, less back injuries, they're lighter, they maneuver quicker, they're less caustic to the environment, they're quieter. So technology has creeped into the rescue tool world like it has in anything else.
These are the same tools used by rescue crews responding to a vehicle crash. It's all about removing mangled metal from the patient. The same concept applies in ARF firefighting, but the main differences are substantial fuel on the ground from an aircraft, foam on the ground from the ARF truck, the confined space, and entrapment inside the fuselage.
So the equipment is very similar. It's exactly the same equipment that's used in the street, but because of the portability and the non-internal combustion engine, no hydraulic lines, it makes it usable for airport rescue. For the operator can be inside of the fuselage and not be worried about the negative effects of an internal combustion engine, such as carbon monoxide or noise, off-gassing, and the tools are much more maneuverable inside a confined space.
The previous equipment required 3 firefighters. It only takes 1 firefighter to operate the new state-of-the-art Jaws of Life.
In the past, we had to have a firefighter manage the pump to ensure it didn't run out of fuel, to make sure the pressures were proper and the valves were in the proper position. We had to have a firefighter on the tool and someone to manage that whole system. And now it truly is a one-person tool.
Steve Luciano is the battalion chief at the airport's ARF station. He says the new tools are more efficient and will better aid with rapid deployment at the scene.
The tools we have now are gas-powered tools, and they have about, I think, around 75 to 100 feet of hose that connect the tool to the power plant. So that hose is cumbersome, it gets in the way, and so forth. These tools, the battery's charged, you pop it in, you grab it, you go. But definitely the rapid deployment, because that's what we're all about here.
The new Jaws of Life are also safer for the victims of a crash. The firefighters no longer have to yell over the noise of that older model's internal combustion pump, and they can talk to the victim to better understand their injuries.
We have a set of cutters, set of spreaders, and a ram. So the ram is a lot for pushing and pulling. cutters. We can just cut right through an aircraft frame if we need to. And we can do a lot of different things if we need to maybe take a ram and push a cockpit away from somebody that might be trapped in an airplane. It's all about tactics and technique.
While aircraft crashes are rare, it is critical for rescue crews to have the right and best equipment in the event of an accident.
For us to be able to get in the cockpit as quick as possible, I think burn through for an aircraft that's on fire is in about a minute and a half tops. So our main goal is to get that fire knocked down and make rescue as quick as possible.
For Volusia Magazine, I'm Joanne Magley.
They said I couldn't dream. Called me a piece of trash and swore that's all I'd ever be. Said a bottle couldn't see the ocean. Give up. Go back to the dumpster. But I didn't listen. I made my way. And now, I am what I've always wanted to be.
Going to public events used to be normal, but over the last year, everything has changed. We checked in with Lisa Perez from DeBerry Hall to find out how things have changed and the status of public events today. David Hunt has the story.
After a year of quarantine, masks, isolation, and all that came with the COVID-19 pandemic, when is it safe to reemerge and go to an event, sit in on a lecture, meet new people, or go for a group bike ride? The staff at DeBerry Hall have been working through this from the beginning of the pandemic, and what they have learned might surprise you.
So in June, we opened back up and we started giving tours at the mansion with our docents, and they are guided tours. And once we started doing that and we felt like things were going well, we decided to start offering programming. And so what we did was we looked at CDC guidelines and we kind of made a list of rules for us to follow. And we started with just 4 programs in September, 2 indoor lectures and 2 outdoor activities. We had a bike ride and we had a walking group. And we started doing things that way, and it's just kind of grown. Our stable that we hold our presentations in has a maximum capacity of 175, but we limit it to 20 attendees. We require folks to RSVP ahead of time so we know how many people are coming, and then we do have a wait list just in case anybody cancels. We do ask that our guests wear masks, and we do leave it up to the presenter whether or not they want to wear a mask, but they are about 10 feet away from the audience, and they have a mic to help them project out into the audience. We have face masks available for people if they don't bring them, and we have hand sanitizer set out, and we will socially distance all the seating. So if you're a group of 4 that has RSVP'd, we put your chairs together, and then we don't put another person directly next to you. We space all the chairs out. It's been going really well, actually. Every program has been very well attended. We've had wait lists for several of our programs, and everybody is showing up a little early. They're happy with the seating arrangements. Most folks are agreeing to wear the masks. So it's been going very, very well.
We stopped in for a free open to the public lecture at DeBerry Hall to see for ourselves what it's all about and how DeBerry Hall is able to achieve event programming where people feel safe and welcome.
My program today features information on herons and egrets, and I go into all of the species here in Central Florida, explaining how to identify them and any other interesting information that I have on those birds. I'm very happy to be back. There's nothing I enjoy more than talking about Florida wildlife and answering questions for people who are interested but don't know very much about it. And having an opportunity to do it even now during these times and in a way that feels as safe as we can make it makes me very happy. I missed it. I missed seeing familiar faces and meeting new friends here.
The Berry Hall staff are constantly scheduling new free events and activities monthly, from guided bike rides and nature walks to history lectures and wildlife presentations. The events cover a broad array of subjects with one consistent theme: safety first.
So all of our programs are posted on the Volusia County calendar and website. We also have our own Facebook page called the Berry Hall Historic Site. We post all of our programs on there. We also have a monthly calendar that we email out. So if you want to get on our calendar, or if you want to attend one of our events, you can call Berry Hall. The phone number is 386-668-3840, and just let us know if you want to get on the email list or you want to attend a program, and we'll get that taken care of for you. We typically do about 2 to 3 lectures per month. We have Master Gardener is typically the first Thursday of every month at 1 o'clock. We have 2 lemonade lectures per month. And in June, something that we're going to be doing is, this is the 150th year of the Berry Hall Historic Site. So we're going to be doing a bigger event with some tours in the house with the family members. We have docents that will reenact the different family members, and we'll have some giveaways, so that will be really nice. And we'll continue to do our bike rides that we have. Holly, one of our docents, she does walking tours. She does native plant walks here at DeBerry Hall, where she'll walk you around the grounds, talk to you about some of the landscape features that Frederick DeBerry did, some of the plants that grow here that are native and non-native as well. And we'll continue to do our historic bike rides. And hopefully we'll be doing some more story times. We've started doing those recently, and we do those outside by the mansion as well. We want to continue to do these, so we're going to try to be as safe as we can and follow CDC guidelines so that we can continue to offer this safely to the public. So anyone can attend, any age is welcome. History is for all ages. So come on down and check us out. We're excited to show you what we've got to offer.
I'm David Hunt with Volusia Magazine. And don't forget, check out our YouTube page at County of Volusia YouTube.
A female long-haired dachshund recently went missing while her owner was in the hospital. That's when some Good Samaritans and Volusia County Animal Services got involved. While this story has a positive outcome, it's also a cautionary tale about the importance of getting pets microchipped.
This is Gary Davidson with Community Information, and have we got a story to tell you? It's about Bunny, and no, Bunny isn't a rabbit. Bunny is a beautiful red and white dachshund who wandered away from her home in Holly Hill. Now, you pet owners, you know how troubling, how worrisome, how downright heartbreaking it is when your pet goes missing. Well, this dog story has a happy ending. Bunny is back home with her owner, where she belongs. She's safe and sound, and she's as good as new. In fact, as you're about to see, she's better than new, thanks to the caring, the compassion, and the professionalism of the staff right here at Volusia County Animal Services. It started with a dispatcher fielding a call about a small wiener dog wandering the streets, seemingly dehydrated and with no owner in sight.
I am on Derbyshire, right near the fire department, and there is a very old little dog roaming around, very dehydrated and very weak on the sidewalk. And I don't want to leave it here, but I can't really get him. Is there a way that maybe somebody might be able to come and get him?
Mary, the dog's owner, was in the hospital when her dog got loose. Her husband, Roger, had to break the news to her when she got home from the hospital that Bunny was missing.
My wife has become very attached to the dog, and she was really upset when she came home from the hospital, and I had to tell her the dog was gone. I was worried someone might have taken her, because with her being so small, I didn't think she was going to go very far, and she never ran away before and doesn't know the neighborhood. So I didn't really know what had happened.
Unbeknownst to Mary and Roger, Animal Services had the dog and was caring for her while trying to find Bunny's owner. After the call came into dispatch about the wandering dachshund, an on-duty county parks employee who had just happened to be in the area managed to corral the dog and then wrapped her up in a blanket, gave her some water, and then drove her to Animal Services. Animal Control Officer Alicia Dees was on duty when the dog was brought into the office. She explains what happened next.
I took her in as an over-the-counter intake from the Volusia County Parks and Rec employee and immediately took her back to the clinic to have her examined and did our intake process. We checked her for a microchip. There was no microchip.
With no dog tag and no microchip, there was no way to connect the dog with its owner. That's when the online community sprang into action, helping to post and share pictures of Bunny, along with sending out alerts through the social network app Nextdoor, and even posting flyers in the neighborhood where Bunny was picked up. Once Mary got out of the hospital, she learned that her beloved Bunny was safe and sound at Animal Services. Mary left this anxious message with Animal Services, and the next day Bunny was reunited with her four-legged sister, a playful pit bull named Blue.
We're concerned with our dog that you have, Bunny, Dutch Hound, spotted. She's an older dog, glazed over her eyes. If you could give me a call back, we're extremely worried. Thank you.
While waiting for Roger to pick her up, Bunny got the red carpet treatment from the staff at Animal Services, including a full examination, a bath and flea treatment, vaccinations, and deworming. It's a truly happy outcome for Bunny and her family.
I'm just very glad she's back. Thank you all for finding her, and appreciate everything you've done.
Now Roger, Bunny, and Blue are ready for the tail-wagging trip home. And what will Roger tell Mary when he and the dogs come through the door?
I'll say I got your baby home for you. That's what she calls this one now. This is her baby.
It was a happy ending as well for the staff at Animal Control, but it also serves as a reminder to get your pets microchipped, because when it comes to finding the owner of a lost pet, a microchip with its stored information on the pet's owner, it's a lot quicker and more effective than social media and posting flyers.
Each day, when our officers find an animal's home, it's a success. That's our goal. We don't want to take animals from home, we want to get them home. And the best way for us to make that happen and to assure that it happens every time is to encourage every citizen to microchip their pets.
Come on out and join us on Saturday, May 22nd at Volusia County Animal Services. We'll be here from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. So get your dog microchipped, get your cat microchipped, get your pet iguana microchipped. It's free, and so is the pet food and the rabies vaccination. This microchip here, it really is the quickest, most effective way to locate the owner of a lost pet and bring them home to you.
It's night and day technology. So this is the latest and greatest for pavement evaluation out on the market now, the LCMS2.
In the rear of the van is where we actually have the two lasers that actually span about 13 feet wide down the travel lane. And on the rear tire here, we have what we call a DMI, which is your distance measuring indicator. We have two cameras in the back window. Those are 4K high definition cameras. There's also two up in the front windshield of the van. It's great technology. I'm really impressed with what it can pick up.
We implemented the IMS pavement management. Now we have these. This can be done in about a month. It's a lot more data. It's more specific, so you actually know the actual deteriorations. We have everything in the system, so it's not just saying, hey, this road is bad. You're actually saying this road is bad because we've got alligator cracking or we've got raveling over here, and that is that determines the PCI level, which is the pavement condition index. And also with that, we can do mapping with it and easily display where the problems are in the county. In the end, the citizen is getting more bang for their tax dollar because, first off, we're spending it better, we're getting better product, but we're also going to be able to be much more efficient about the way we're handling the road pavement.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Josh Wagner.
And
And I'm Billy Wheeler. During the planning stages of the Tomstead Veteran Memorial Bridge, people voiced their desire to have a Veterans Memorial Plaza on the northwest side of the bridge.
The Veterans Memorial Plaza will create a special place in our community for people to reflect and connect with our fallen heroes.
The proposed concept for the new Veterans Memorial Plaza is estimated to be a $1.2 million endeavor.
Your donation will help us create a special place in our community in which we can honor Volusia County veterans from all military branches and military conflicts. To help fund our Veterans Memorial Plaza, visit veteransmemorialbridge.com or call Volusia County Accounting at 386-736-5933.
We appreciate your support to create this lasting memorial for those who have served and continue to serve our country.
Have you ever had a desire to be a lifeguard? Well, Kate Sark has all the details on how you can help patrol the waters off of the world's most famous beach.
When you're looking for a summer job, why not pick one that has an office with a view?
School is out and summer is in, which means the summer job hunt is on. Here's your chance to ditch the dull 9 to 5 and explore something a little sunnier. Known for its wide beaches and hard-packed sand that make driving possible, Volusia County welcomes millions of visitors and residents to its 47 miles of coastline each year. But with that popularity comes a responsibility to ensure the safety of the many beachgoers looking for a day of fun in the sun. That's where Volusia County Beach Safety Ocean Rescue comes in. I caught up with Captain Mike Berard to learn just what it takes to work for this elite team and why their summer lifeguards return year after year. The first step is making it past tryouts, which can be a challenge in itself.
So to be a summer lifeguard, we abide by the United States Life-Saving Association standards for physical exercise and their training standards. And to start with that, it's a 500-meter ocean and pool swim under 10 minutes, as well as 50-yard swim under 30 seconds, a half-mile run under 3 minutes and 15 seconds, and then a 48-hour open water ocean rescue course.
And all that training comes in handy as every day is different as a Volusia County lifeguard.
There's never a regular day. So when our guards show up in the morning, the first thing that we have them do is swim drill. We make up some exercise in the ocean where they're going to go and get a feel for the environment that they're going to be working in. Once they get their assignment for the day, they're going to report to their tower, wherever it may be, and they'll open their tower, and they're there to monitor all the bathers and beachgoers that are in that area to prevent anyone from getting into danger, whether it's rip current related or medical emergencies that they'll respond to, or any other events that occur within their area of responsibility.
Being part of such a dedicated team brings with it a lot of responsibility, but it's also a rewarding experience and one that can pay off dividends for future endeavors. While many summer lifeguards work on the beach for a few years before pursuing other opportunities, the lessons learned on the sand leave a lasting impression.
They show a lot of maturity, they grow up really fast, and if they can handle the responsibilities that we give them, they typically do well when they go away to college or they go away into the job force or the workforce or the military. They show that same responsibility that they would whether they stay here or they go elsewhere.
And for some, the allure of the beach leads to a full-time career with Volusia County Beach Safety. Captain Berard is the perfect example of the opportunities available for those willing to put in the work.
There is an opportunity, if they want to stay, to move through the ranks and become full-time county employees with EMT certifications and basic law enforcement certifications. There is a career path as a Florida State retirement system with the county, high-risk retirement. And I myself even started when I was 18 years old, while I was in college at Bethune-Cookman University, putting myself through college, working summers. I started coming to work more, and I was sponsored to go to the police academy and EMT school, and I've been here working in this job for 22 years. So there are a lot of opportunities for advancement.
Whether you work one summer or a career with beach safety, the job is more than just a paycheck.
We're the first county entity that people see when they come visit our beach. So we are the ambassadors for the county. You get to work in an open air environment. You're outside. You get to see the sunshine. You get to exercise pretty regularly and stay in shape.
With 2 decades of experience and coming up through the ranks himself, I asked Captain Berard for his advice to those interested in joining the Volusia County Beach Safety Ocean Rescue Team.
We get a lot of people that think that you have to be the fastest swimmer to be good at this job, and that's not necessarily true. It is helpful, but understanding the environment that you work in is equally as important as being physically fit. So I don't want anybody to be scared off by, that they're not quite the fastest or, fastest swimmer or the fastest runner, but if they come in, they work hard, we can get them to that physical ability. And just understanding and showing good work ethic and knowing the environment and wanting to be here is just as important.
To learn more about the Volusia County Beach Safety Lifeguard Corps, including job opportunities, visit volusia.org/beach. For Volusia Magazine, I'm Kate Sark.
Since constructed in the early 1970s, the North Jetty has endured decades of rough surf and tropical storms. Let's head over to Ponce de Leon Inlet and see how this rock party is going.
Hi, this is David Hunt with Volusia County. We're out here at the North Jetty at Lighthouse Point Park, where a big project's about to get underway.
And we're talking about the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers North Jetty Repair Project that is kicking off right now in Volusia County. Since the North Jetty was constructed back in the early 70s, the rock jetty structure has settled and subsided somewhat into the seabed. You can see in this area where some of these large granite boulders have been blown off the top of the jetty and been displaced by major hurricane impact and northeast storms that have washed over the top of the jetty and actually moved these large granite boulders. Now, how this is going to happen is large granite boulders are being brought in from a quarry up in the northern states by rail to a location in West Volusia, and then they're being trucked over to a staging yard right inside Ponce de Leon Inlet here. And those boulders are being offloaded from those trucks, and then they'll be loaded onto a barge that the Army Corps of Engineers contractor will then move out here to the jetty through the Intercoastal Waterway and the inlet channel and locate that barge here. It'll have a crane on it, and it'll simply pick up large boulders and place them on top of the jetty where they've been displaced or washed out over time. So we're real excited about that. Volusia County is the local sponsor for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Inlet Project at Ponce, and we're looking forward to this work that's going to improve boating and fishing and navigation in our community.
Stay connected with the latest Volusia County news, events, and updates on our social media channels. Like and follow us on Facebook and Twitter. Catch up with previous stories on YouTube, or just head over to our website, volusia.org.
Well, that wraps up this edition of Volusia Magazine. Thank you for spending part of your day with us. If you have any questions about the show, please feel free to give us a call at any of the numbers you see listed here. Or you can log on to volusia.org and click on the news tab at the top of the screen to find us. And we hope you won't forget to listen to Volusia Today. That's Volusia County Government's weekly public radio program. Volusia Today airs every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Sunday mornings on the local radio stations you see here on your screen. For Volusia Magazine, I'm Tammy King, and have a fabulous day on purpose.
Okay.
Kick it off to you.
All right, thank you. Okay, what we'd like to do today, and remember this is a workshop, so we have information, but the information that we're going to present is meant to hopefully elicit some conversation, and again, give us some direction as we build the road program and some of our other infrastructure needs. This will be focused mainly on the road program and associated stormwater programs. Of course, infrastructure is a very broad term. We also have building infrastructure and other things that is not part of this workshop, but will probably be discussed as we move forward and as we put together the budget proposal. We did include rural broadband to start. It is something that's in the federal ARPA program, so we thought we'd take a look at that, because really that would be a totally new area for the county to get involved in. I mean, we're in it for our own broadband to run the government, but the rural broadband, of course, is meant to get out into people's homes. I would like to mention, we do have quite a bit of broadband outreach in effect of our libraries, and Lucinda's here today. They offer a lot of services to folks, and they have, how many hot spots do you guys? Yeah, over 400 hot spots that they can check out throughout the county, so that works in a lot of areas. But this year would be putting an infrastructure in along major roads and highways, similar to what we would have had for electricity or telephone. You're really getting into the utility business, so to speak. I think where we would be looking at would be, providing, if we were to get into this, would be, working with the providers that are out there today, like say Spectrum, and trying to help make something affordable. That being said, I'm going to kick it off, because really what we did look at, when a county our size, the size of a small state, what would be feasible as we look into something like this. And again, we do have experience providing services and utilities and things in the rural areas, so we kind of put an eye on this just to see if we were to get into it, what it might look like, and what some of the costs could be. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Janine, who volunteered to take this on, so because it's totally new for us. Go ahead.
Can we get her to hold up 1 second? You had a question from Barb.
I guess I want to be assured that this might touch on some concerns. So I live here in an unincorporated county area, and my service really sucks. right? But I'm still in, but I'm in and surrounded by everything. So for me not to have service, I'm near the DeLand airport, but again, still in unincorporated. Staff has been there numerous times, and I don't have service. So I'd really like for us, if we're gonna partner, to look at like, what is it, fiber optics, underground, something that is really connecting us. And to me, if we're connecting that, perhaps we can do the same to connect to DeLeon Springs and Pearson and Seville, but really look at what that service is, not on the cheap, but on the realistic for where we're at, where we're going, and where we need to go.
Well,
Okay, I'm done.
we did a small analysis here to just try to get a general idea, and I think you'll see the kind of money we'd be talking about. And this would just be to put in a very basic infrastructure up the line. Go ahead.
All right, Janine Jennings, Business Services. This again came about from the council workshop. Ms. Bertman actually brought it up, and we tied it into the infrastructure. One of the things we're looking at is when they talk about rural broadband is expanding the access because we do.
I am pretty loud. Now I'm going to be really loud. Because what they keep telling us, and I'm sure a lot of us that live in some of the areas recognize that it's really tough to keep your internet services going, but what we looked at is truly those that don't have the infrastructure in the areas and what that would cost and the timeline to do that. And the need is been really brought to the forefront with everybody working from home, telehealth, and also online classes. So the federal government refers to this as bridging the digital divide, and there is a lot of talk. In fact, as we kind of went through this, every day there's something new changing and moving forward with rural broadband. So there are two components really to what we're looking at. One is the infrastructure, and the other piece of it is the financial for the family. So there's two pieces. I'm just going to touch on the infrastructure, even though I do have a little piece from Lucinda, because she has been working diligently before we even talked about rural broadband on trying to get access to some of the areas. So the first one is that the FCC has identified areas that they have seen, and what they basically said is anything that's under 100 is an area that is unacceptable for the FCC. And if you can see, this is really the area, the big area is right up here in the top. I'm going to kind of go more in it, but it's the Seville area. If you get north of Pearson, we do have cabling and all that goes up to the Pearson Library, but from there on out, there is nothing. In fact, what goes to the Pearson Library is to the Pearson Library, and even some of the homes around the Pearson area don't have the infrastructure going up there. What we have been really focused on is the 1,633 addresses that we're looking at expanding right off the bat. There are probably, in the pink area, which is under the 100, there's 271 other homes throughout the entire county. But this 1,633, as you can see, are all those dots that go up from Pearson up through the Seville area. Other than that, the other infrastructure, like I said, I think one area that's pink is one home. We have 4 homes, 3 homes. So this is the first one we've been working with Charter Spectrum to start getting a cost on. And to be able to go into those 1,633 addresses, there is an estimated cost right now of $7 million to expand, and that is for the wiring and the cabling to go up and actually start the infrastructure. And then they're telling us right now an implementation is 6 to 12 months for that area. Yes, ma'am.
So Spectrum is the only one that we've gotten costs from?
That's the only one right now that is focused on giving us a cost for the infrastructure. Some of the other ones are working on the flip side, where they are more working on the grants to provide the households with the funding, so that once we get the cabling up there, AT&T and Verizon are working on giving something that would be more towards the families to actually pay for the internet once we get it.
They don't want to be part of the infrastructure is what we're saying.
Not yet.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. So here, when I say things are moving fast, things are moving fast. On May 10th, the FCC approved $7 billion for broadband connectivity fund with the American Library Association, and Lucinda has reached out to them. And at first we thought it was just going to be for laptops and internet, but really it is also, there's a component of it that may give us some funding also for broadband infrastructure. So as soon as that information comes forward, we're going to start working on applying for a grant to actually tap into some of those funds. And as George mentioned, we did put this in here, the library has been circulating hotspots to the library holders, and we have 400 hotspots currently. Lucinda's always trying to work on getting more, and right now, of the 400, 361 of them are already in use. So one thing that I learned, because this is not my area of expertise, is that, well, I'm like, well, you know, I can get out there and use my cell phone, and really most of these areas right now are surviving on cellular and satellite services, which is very expensive, inconsistent, and very slow. So these are the things that we're working on. We do have a committee right now that is set up between IT, business services, community services, and public works, and we meet regularly just trying to hammer out things that are coming down each of the pipelines. So we are going to continue to work with Compass Spectrum on cost analysis and timing of cabling, and right now they don't have any type of funding mechanisms for us, but we keep nagging them. So they're watching that as much as we are. We're also going to continue to look for grants to offset. There is a grant, the National Telecommunication Information grant through the U.S. Department of Commerce that we know is coming forth, but those funds won't be available until October. And then our other plan is to use allocated ARPA funding as designated to start the expansion process for broadband. And I apologize that we don't know any more than that, but like I said, it is coming down regularly, and we are reading it as it comes and adding it up and just kind of getting our, just trying to get Spectrum involved with us and reaching out to anybody else that might be able to do any cabling.
Any questions?
Any questions?
So are we working with municipalities? Because I know, like I said, for the area I'm in is like surrounded by the city of DeLand. And they just kind of cherry pick and carve out that there. But they kind of carve out all around. Oh, sorry. Carve out around the area, annex everything in but this little area, right? And they have the airport, but they still have no real infrastructure for services. And I know it's really an issue for them and for us. So how can we work with City of DeLand?
We are planning on it. I mean, the other big one is the school board. The school board also received the funding, and the infrastructure piece of it affects them just as much as anybody else, especially with the online classes. So we will be working with the school board and any of the municipalities to actually kind of pull our efforts together and see what we can do.
Thank you.
Janine?
Yes.
Does this include cell phone service at all? I know we're really talking about the broadband for the internet service, but
it's not. But one of the things they have been focused on are more of this. When you see the satellites, that will help in some of the areas. Actually, that's what my understanding is. When they didn't have the infrastructure, they were putting more of the satellites up into the areas to provide the cell phone service via that for some of the homes. So the satellites they have in more of the areas, I think they're continuing to grow those areas.
so interestingly enough, the area around LPGA, which you would not think that would be a problem, but the area around LPGA, severe cell phone service problem. So if you're inside your home, you can't get service.
Right.
And if you do, it's spotty, which So how do we go about correcting that kind of stuff? Is that part of this discussion is what I'm?
They're not.
I know the city is looking into that.
Well, yeah, the city's been.
Yeah, well, it needs to be part of the,
Yeah, but it needs to be.
it needs to be part of the discussion. I mean, if you have.
For infrastructure.
Right, not only,
Champion.
but if, I mean, for emergency services, if you don't have cell, you don't have access. So anything.
And I know that that's also where some of the towers that we're putting up in some of the areas are going to come into play, especially when they start doing some of the area over near Maytown Road. Maytown Road is one that has nothing, so.
So I'm just pointing out that we need a tower out there because there is no tower out there in that specific area.
Well, some of this,
Brian,
of
get a
course,
tower.
telephone and internet, cell phone, I mean, these are all private utilities that, don't forget, are making a lot of money. So part of the issue, you know, what is our role? You know, when we put money into it, how do we get it back? You know, because they're charging the ratepayers. And this is no different than the utilities that we do run, like water and sewer. So the idea, you know, what they're wanting basically is for us to invest in the infrastructure, and then they make money off of that investment. I'm not so sure that's a fair deal. And so it's something that we would have to really work on. You know, what would be, you know, you're putting public money, and yes, there might be a public safety element, and there might be the educational element, and so that may be where it comes in. But until now, you know, it's been driven by profit, basically, where they can put the infrastructure in and then recoup the money. Often they wait for a large user or something to come in and then fill in. It's kind of a hopscotch, you know, then they can fill in off of the line that they put in. So
But weren't they also forcing our hand on the 5G? So if 5G's coming in and they're forcing our hands to put those units into our area, do we gain any, I guess, leverage, or can we use the resources that are having to be removed to maybe service some of our other areas?
Well, we can look at that, but I will tell you, and I know Mike and his legal team went through this earlier, again, a lot of our leverage got stripped away when the state said, you must, city and county, allow these things in your right-of-way. So there was our leverage to say, well, yeah, well, we'd love to have you in the right-of-way, but you're going to help with service. And now it's just mandated that you must do it. So.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has set up a private market approach with that, because we can't, our ability to say no is almost non-existent under that legislation, so.
But it's a good part of the discussion. So what I'm hoping is that this workshop is not just going to be focused on the monies, and, you know, this is not just us discussing where should the money go. This should be the, you know, well-rounded discussion on, I'm echoing, well-rounded discussion of, you know, well, maybe we do need to have these discussions behind the scenes. If it's their job and their deal, then maybe we need to be ensuring that they're doing their job and they're doing their deal.
Well, I think it's certainly worth the discussion, and then on top of where it gets back into legislation of, well, now that you've, you know, I think in the minds of the legislators that put this in place, they were trying to clear the path for the folks that would say, well, I don't want that ugly box, you know, up there on that pole, versus needing that service like as you're describing. So on one hand, it did clear the way so that a city or town couldn't, you know, regulate them out of the area. But further discussions now need to occur to see, well, all right, well, what, you know, if we were going to give money or something was going to be a source, what would we get for it? You know, and I think that's what has to happen.
Do we know where we're at specifically? So I see the broadband, but I'm wondering also for cell service where we're lacking in the county. Is there any way to
we can work on
find
that
out?
Yeah, we
could sort of map that out as well, and then we'll know where we stand and what we're looking at in terms of correcting that.
We can do that.
Okay.
We'll continue, and we do, like I said, we have a working group that's going to continue working on the problem. So it also affects us for our facilities. That's the other part, of course. We operate facilities all over the county, so we certainly are a major customer. All right. Now we're going to go into a little bit more of the older but more traditional transportation infrastructure, and then we'll get into, after that, the stormwater infrastructure. So Mr. Bartlett's going to kick it off.
Good afternoon, Ben Bartlett, Road and Bridge Director. As Mr. Rechtenwald said, we're going to kind of get into our traditional infrastructure discussion here. I'm going to talk a little bit about bridges, and I'm going to pass it off to Tad, who's going to discuss our road program, and John Cheney's going to talk about some of our, how we determine whether roads are at capacity and planning associated with traffic, and then we'll bring it back for myself for stormwater. So up first, we got bridges. Obviously, as Road and Bridge Director, bridges are a large part of what we deal with. A lot of people, when they think of bridges, they think traditional bridges like what you would see over the intercoastal or large bridges like that, but actually bridges can be a series of pipes or a box culvert or something like that, and the FHWA, the Federal Highway Authority, has a specific definition of what constitutes a bridge. Basically a set of pipes, a box culvert, or an opening greater than 20 feet wide. If you have a structure that meets that definition, it's assigned a bridge number, it's put on the bridge inventory, and it gets inspected. It's on the inspection program from the DOT. So currently, our bridge inventory consists of 47 vehicular bridges, which includes one brand new high-rise bridge, and also our 2 bascule drawbridges. There's also 5 pedestrian bridges in Volusia County, but those are maintained by others. Some of them are at parks. Botran, Emery-Riddle, I believe, has one as well. So just a little bit background on some of the bridge terminology. Like I said, if it meets the definition of a bridge, it's got a bridge number and it's getting inspected by the DOT every 2 years. Now our bascule bridges actually get inspected every year, but one inspection will be for structural and the other inspections for the mechanical components of the bridge. Sufficiency rating, that's a rating that the inspection report assigns to that bridge. It's a number that's really used to determine if your bridge is eligible for federal funding. It takes into account the health of the bridge, but also takes into account whether it's functionally obsolete, its level of service, and a multitude of other factors that they look at when they're talking about providing federal funding for that bridge. The health index is more of like exactly what it sounds like. It's a rating that identifies how healthy is your bridge, structural, the deck, all those different kinds of components. It's 10 or 12 different factors that they look at. That's more of an indication of how healthy that bridge is and whether there's significant maintenance that needs to be performed. Functionally obsolete. Currently we have 10 functionally obsolete bridges in Volusia County. What does that mean? An example I like to use is the Golden Gate Bridge is a functionally obsolete bridge. That doesn't mean it's not being maintained. It just means if you built that bridge today, it might have wider lanes, might have wider shoulders, different approach angles, different vertical clearances, things like that. Functionally obsolete is in no way indicative of the health of the bridge. It's just if you were to build that bridge today, it would incorporate some additional factors that we've come up with as time has gone on. Now, structurally deficient, that means that you've got a bridge that's in need of some structural repairs. Currently, we have one bridge in Volusia County that's structurally deficient. It's actually 4 culvert pipes on a dirt road at the end of Lake Harney Road that basically serves two properties. It's a bridge by definition, but it's really more of a drainage issue. We monitor that to make sure that it's functional and passable. But like I said, it is not a highly used location. Our average bridge age is 42 years old, and we actually have a bridge that's over 100 years old out on County Road 3. So like I said, these are a list of our functionally obsolete bridges, and then our one structural deficient bridge. a large part of the discussion on bridges concerns our drawbridges. Our oldest drawbridge is Knox Bridge up in High Bridge Road. I'm sure everybody's familiar with that one. These are some of the projects that we've completed recently, as well as some planned projects that we have moving forward. This is a bridge that building a high-rise and taking the draw out of it isn't really an option. It's a very narrow channel. The landings would be difficult. I'm sure everybody's been up there and understands. So this is a bridge that we're going to be maintaining and making sure that it's functional for years to come. There's no good alternative. I think a detour around this bridge is about a 20-minute detour. A lot of people use it. So this is a bridge that we're going to have to continue to maintain moving forward. Next one we've got Main Street Bridge. Everybody's familiar with this one. Some of the projects we've recently completed include replacement of the fender system. We recently replaced all the control systems for the bridge. Moving forward, we've identified a subaqueous cable replacement, as well as we currently have our bridge consultant out there doing an evaluation of the mechanical components of the bridge, as well as the counterweight to determine what repairs we need to make to those systems moving forward in order to keep it in good operational order for the next 15, 20, 25 years. One option for this bridge is, like I said, to continue to maintain it. We anticipate repairs to get it into good working order for the next couple decades, around $5 to $10 million. Another option is replacement of the bridge. We've based on today's dollars, design, construction of a bridge to replace the Main Street Bridge, a high-rise bridge like the one we just completed in Veterans Memorial, would be around $70 million. So I anticipate when it comes to bridges, this discussion on Main Street is probably something that you all want to take a look at. And then just like I said before, maintenance of the bridges is primarily funded out of gas taxes. If we were looking at replacement situation, we would look at grants, partnerships, and possible legislative appropriations.
Can I ask you, with some of these older bridges, I mean, do we have a hard time getting parts, or I know I asked you that the other day.
Sure. So for the Basco bridges, the mechanical components are going to wear out faster than the structural components. And you saw the age on these bridges. They were built in the 50s. A lot of these mechanical parts are pretty much custom made. The gears, the motors, things like that. So getting parts per se isn't difficult in the sense that it's expensive and time consuming. You've got to plan it out, but it can be done.
One thing with a custom-made part, though, could be a time element. So one of the probably nightmares for Ben would be breaking a big mechanical gear a few weeks before bike week, because it would have to be custom-made. There'd be really very little likelihood that you could effect the repair in a short period of time. So that's that. We have actually flown people up with the part and had it machined and flown them back in order to keep things operational. So.
Yeah, one thing to remember on these bridges is our primary obligation is to make sure the navigable waterway is clear. So if we have an issue with the bridge moving, we have to keep that bridge up so that the boats can go through, because otherwise the Coast Guard's going to be.
Yeah, and also, as an example, this weekend, the Memorial Day traffic and the bridges were shut down. And speaking with Jakari Young yesterday, he was saying next time he thinks you keep the Main Street Bridge open for local traffic as well as emergencies. That would create a problem then if that broke down and we had a long wait of, if that were the only bridge that were open.
Yeah.
But $70 million is a little steep.
Anybody got anything else on bridges?
One other, just if you would discuss it, George had informed me in our one-on-one about this, that as we talked about Main Street Bridge, looking down the future at it going to a high-rise, we lose, if I understand correctly, that's the only bridge we have that emergency vehicles can use in a storm. Is that above a certain mile per hour?
Yeah, generally, I believe it's 39 knots, or whatever the number is. They generally close the bridges to traffic.
Is that state law? Is that a union contract, or what requires? Well, I know it's safety, but who determines?
We do. Yeah, it's a statewide guideline that's commonly used, and so, but you know, certain vehicles will be more susceptible than others. But right, the idea is of course, in a storm, that bridge would be locked down in the down position because, you know, they've been given notice, boats would have to be cleared. And then that would be the only low rise that actually during the 40 knot wind or 39 knot wind, 40 miles an hour, whatever that approximation is, that would be the way the emergency personnel would be directed to go. Of course, if the wind speeds get to a certain level, then there is no emergency personnel. They hunker down and ride that part out as well. But you'll find, as you know, now that we're very experienced, these hurricanes they have waves, you know, and squall lines and waves. So what you end up with is it's not consistent, and then you'll have that period of time with the howling winds. Then you'll have a dead time, and that's the time that we could use the bridge to get over, or maybe rescue somebody or get something over there, and then it would pick back up again. And so
Well, that would be my concern, Jeff. You know, during those times of the hurricanes and what all, I live beachside, you know, so I know that that is the only bridge that we can go over after those winds. And, you know, that's kind of a priority. If that one will break down when we're needing it the most, yeah.
The other issue.
I mean, do we keep spare parts?
Yeah,
I mean, like,
yeah,
do we
oh
have
yeah,
a room
oh yeah.
full of spare
I have a
parts?
room full of traffic gates, as you can imagine, from Main Street. But sorry, I couldn't read it. No, yeah, we have spare motor. Actually, when they decommissioned Orange Ave for the new bridge, we scavenged a lot of parts out of there.
Ben, I got a question, and I don't know if it'd be allowed or not, but we do need to keep, you know, $70 million is just out of our budget right now. We're looking at a courthouse, we're looking at a lot of different things. And we do need the low bridge because it's the only way to get across. What is the feasibility of replacing the guts on the draw, everything, and just, yeah, I know that the bridge would still be what you call unfunctional or, you know, out of functionality, but what would be the cost of replacing those parts that we're worried about and bringing them up, you know, just.
Yeah, so like I said, our bridge consultant is, as we speak, is preparing a report that's going to identify a series of projects for the mechanical components of the bridge. We've already replaced the controls. Those are up to date, modern. We've got to do that subaqueous cable at some point here soon. But we're anticipating a combination of those repairs, and we'll know more once that report's finalized, around $5 to $10 million. And then basically you've got, you know, new controls, new mechanical components, new fender system. That was, when we replaced it, it was the original fender system. So, you know, we will be in pretty good shape moving forward with this particular bridge. And like I said, the structural components of the bridge last. I mean, we've done some pile jacket repairs to the piles, and we've done the cathodic protection for the rusting of the rebar and things like that. So, you know, it requires constant maintenance. It's in a salt air environment. It's not something, you know, it's something that we do all the time now. So there's no reason to believe that we couldn't keep it going for a good long time.
Is this something that we should even be looking at, speaking or talking with our legislators on fighting for working with money to try to get us money on that?
Well, it's always good to ask. The interesting thing, like a lot of things, they don't pay much for rehabilitation. That'll end up being on, you know, our nickel for the most part, unless they change the rules. Of course, it's the replacement that is where the federal money would come in. And I think we've talked about this in the past, and just for the public, you know, ironically, we're actually somewhat punished by keeping it in good shape, because back in those terminologies that Ben had given, that sufficiency rating number, we keep it in a condition that doesn't really allow it to fall in that rating and then become eligible. You pretty much have to just neglect the bridge for years and let it fail, so that nightmare that I mentioned where it breaks down but something catastrophic occurs, yeah, then they'll come in and fund it. So that's the problem we face, and why probably rehabilitation is a better answer at this point. But again, probably have to fund it on our own unless they change some sort of funding with the state or federal.
Well,
rules.
there again, I mean, would it not bear a little bit more urgency knowing that it's the only bridge that would be able to get off an island during a...
Well, they'll look at it a little bit differently, and they may not give us the same credit on that. They'll look at it more along the lines that you can look to the north and the south and see bridges, and they're going to say you're kind of bridge rich, and you know, you'll end up. Matter of fact, to that same analysis that I was talking about with the federal government sufficiency rating, they'll take that into consideration as well, and they may, based on that and the normal traffic load, they may say it's not eligible.
That was going to be my question. I mean, you've got 3 bridges within a half mile of each other, so.
But they're all high rises.
Again, I mean.
We are actually.
Not to say that we can't prepare for evacuation, but if we have to let something, you know, work its way to be better eligible, then it's not like you don't have other options. And I mean, how many times is the bridge closed because of concerns like we have on critical weekends? That doesn't happen often either. So you don't have a lot of traffic on those 3 bridges consistently.
We can hand crank it. But it is, we have a big drill now that you can work it on there, but it's happened that the public may not have known about it because of stuff like that. There may be more of a minor delay, and we had people manually opening it. So
I think we've got a lot of things on our platter that's a lot more important than this. And it's kind of low on the totem pole. I think you're doing a good job of what you got, but I think we're wasting time talking about it right now.
Yeah, so $70 million is, you know, we don't have it. You're right. I seem to remember, I don't know if George, you or Ben would know this, didn't the Lions Bridge in St. Augustine get rebuilt with grants as a historic bridge, and is Main Street a historic bridge?
No, it's not, unfortunately. I mean, it's historic to us, but it doesn't meet
the guy maintaining it.
Bridge of Lines, the next closest bridge is probably 15 miles, and it's a major, that's A1A going across there. Right. So that's a bridge that they'd have to take and put high on the totem pole. And right now, we've got Seabreeze Bridge, we got 92, and we got Dunlawton right now that are almost new bridges. So I don't think anybody's going to really look at that.
The Bridge Alliance, just for point of information, they had qualified to get a high-rise bridge. They chose as a community to keep it in its historic nature, and they literally had to build a bridge next to it.
Yeah, they built a temporary bridge while they basically demolished the old bridge, and I think they left the old
Lions.
Yeah, where the span's attached to, and pretty much rebuilt everything else. So, and that was also a state bridge. Yeah, it wasn't St. Johns County bridge.
Go ahead, move on.
All right, so moving on, just talk a little bit about infrastructure maintenance. So outside of the bridges, we have our transportation, our roads. Just kind of a list of the assets that we currently maintain. We have 973 centerline miles of road, over 2,000 lane miles. We've done some recent dirt road reduction. We've got that dirt roads down to 81 miles. We have 86 miles of what we have designated as emergency maintenance roads. I'd like to highlight these a little bit because I'm sure some of y'all get some requests on some of these, what we've designated as emergency maintenance roads. These are roads that exist in public right-of-ways that were never accepted for maintenance by the council. So every road that we maintain was at some point accepted for maintenance by the county council, whether Clay's referred to the list of roads from the 70s when a Ford Pinto or Dodge Omni or whatever it was drove them all. But, and then obviously as new roads come in, they get platted and accepted for maintenance. But there's a lot of unrecorded subdivisions and right-of-ways that were dedicated to the public or the county that at some point people came in and built houses. The developer or the home builder would cut in a little dirt road or a dirt path. It's in a public right-of-way, but it's a road that was never accepted for maintenance by the county. Now, we have gone in during emergency events because these are public right-of-ways, or if there's an issue with getting an emergency vehicle down these roads, we will go out and do some maintenance, but they are not roads that are routinely graded or anything like that. And I'm sure each one of you has gotten an email at some point about a road like that. So I just wanted to highlight that a little bit. 280 miles of sidewalks, 341 traffic signals. Important to note on the traffic signals, the Volusia County maintains all the traffic signals in Volusia County, whether they are on a DOT road or in the city limits, except for the city of Daytona Beach, they maintain their own signals. So some of those DOT signals and city signals are done through contract where they pay us to provide that maintenance. Obviously, right-of-way maintenance, mowing, tree trimming, signs, markings, all that factors in. And currently, combined, our operating budget for maintenance is approximately $20 million per year. Just another little kind of note on some of the infrastructure we have. There's a lot of roads in the unincorporated areas that aren't maintained by Volusia County. We have 119 miles of HOA roads, think private subdivision. We have 466 miles of private roads, and the overwhelming majority of those roads are dirt roads. So these are roads that don't exist in a public right-of-way. They're on private property. The responsibility for the maintenance of these roads rests on those private property owners. I did note on here, we have 16 miles of special assessment district roads, which are in West Highlands. This was a situation where I talked about where we had roads that had never been accepted for maintenance. Homes started getting built. The numbered streets in Orange City, if you're familiar with them, special assessment district was created about 15 years ago or so, where each lot is charged a fee. I believe it's right around $56 per year. That generates a revenue of about $180,000 to $200,000 that we use to go in there, grade their roads twice a month, and also provide signs, tree trimming, and basic right-of-way maintenance. So the reason I included it on here is the special assessment district is the option we give to people who are in an HOA or in a private road situation if they want the county to maintain their road. Basically, it's an assessment on their property to cover the maintenance costs associated with that road.
Ben, can I ask, what was the agreement with Lake Wyndham and Said? I know I've talked about it a number of times as far as it needing some assistance, and I guess part of it's city of DeLand, part of it's county, and I guess we're looking for the developer that's coming in to also participate. So can we get on the record what we're looking to do?
So yeah, that's a road that was built quite a while ago. It's actually made of concrete, and over time, it's not like asphalt where you can just go in and resurface the road. Concrete's a lot more expensive. So there's some issues with that entire road, cracking, dislodging of joints, things like that.
Right.
And basically the fix for that road would be a complete rebuild, which would be quite costly. Now, there's a lot of people in the existing neighborhood that frankly don't want us to fix it because they don't want people going through there. So I think there's a situation where there's a development going in there, And I think part of the fix for that road will be the developer, some kind of agreement with the developer and the city to do some repairs or replacement to that road. I'm sure Tad can speak a little
Right.
bit more.
But if we're putting in a more expensive road, then we're preparing ourselves to have a more expensive fix, correct?
Well, concrete is we don't have a lot of concrete roads, right? I think
Good.
92, and that's a state road, but as far as county roads go, we have very few, and that is the reason why. It's when a road gets that out of shape and it's concrete, it's a very significant fix.
Okay.
Well, I would caveat that it can be. Concrete, you remember 92 and the repairs on that, you don't go in and repair the entire section. You can pick and choose the panels that need to be replaced. The sections of Lake Winnimisset, particularly in that southeast corner, they're so far gone that you've lost some of the subgrade that's underneath the concrete. And so pretty much the only thing you do is cut out large swaths of it. And at that point, that's when the expensive concrete really becomes a problem, when you've got that widespread a problem. With regard to the construction by the developers agreed not to connect to Lake Winnimisset Drive. And as such, they won't be directly required per agreement to make any improvements to Lake Winnimisset Drive. That said, we are in conversations with them about proportionate fair share payment. It's primarily earmarked for the continuation of the Beersford extension, but any portion of it that would be left over, we could potentially put some aspects of that to that road section. The issue is that most of the time proportionate fair share, not most of the time, proportionate fair share is designated for capacity improvements, and the improvements we're making to that are not capacity, they are maintenance. So we would have some issues with that. So, sorry, statutory issues.
So also included in our infrastructure maintenance is our pavement management. Kind of ties into what you were talking about, but this is asphalt versus concrete. We're on a pace of every 3 years. We have an engineering consultant that has a specialized van with all kinds of sensors, and they go out and they ride all the roads and come up with a PCI, or pavement condition index rating for each road. It's like a grade on how good the road is, and all kinds of other information that we integrate with our GIS and our asset maintenance system, and we use that information to develop a 3-year resurfacing program. Currently, we're budgeting 5 years for resurfacing annually. Just some stats on our current system. Our transportation system is a $750 million asset, and so it requires a certain level of maintenance. Our overall network PCI is a 67. We have in the past focused a lot of our efforts on thoroughfares. If you can see from the pie charts there, that our thoroughfares have an average PCI of 75. And recently, in the last few years, we've also turned our attention to local roads. Our local road PCI is a 59. We've focused some of our efforts on neighborhood roads, local roads, things like that, to try to bring that level up. So that's a continual process, constantly adjusting that 3-year resurfacing program and make sure we're maximizing the money. It's not just traditional mill and repaving. We're looking at other pavement preservation techniques, micro seals and things like that can extend the life of the asphalt. And so that's this rating system, and all the information we get from our consultant goes into that, and we come up with a comprehensive resurfacing program. So anybody have a question?
Yes. Ben, you and I have talked about those specific neighborhoods that may or may not need repaving, and have made inquiries. Can you just talk a little bit about where we've been in the past on those neighborhood repavings, and then why we are in the situation that we're in, or and where we're headed?
Sure. I mean, so obviously with everything, it's about allocating resources as effectively as possible. Our thoroughfare roads are heavily trafficked. They're the most used roads. They require, a certain level of resurfacing, maybe more often than a local road that receives less traffic. So the other thing associated with that is we're trying to identify these roads that have, the most issue. A neighborhood might have 20 roads, let's say, and 17 of those roads are in pretty rough shape and 3 are pretty good. We're going to go in and do the entire neighborhood. We're not going to just leave those 3 roads you know, that are in decent shape and then resurface all the other ones. That doesn't make sense. We also try to group the roads, you know, because we actually contract out for our major resurfacing program. So we try to group the roads together year to year so that we can maximize our dollars as far as not having to send a contractor, having them mobilize over here and then have them mobilize over there. And so it's a process, and that's why, you know, part of this evaluation and linking it to our GIS system really helps us come up with a really good plan to try to maximize those dollars. And, you know, I'm sure everybody who lives on a road who wants it resurfaced is wondering why their road's not getting resurfaced and somebody else's is. But I can tell you that, you know, there is legitimate reasons behind that as far as trying to maximize those dollars. And that's kind of what this is geared towards.
So outside of the monies, can you talk about the assessment?
Sure. So we just we had the video with the van, has all these different sensors. They go out and they're not just measuring the asphalt, you know, and coming up with some random number. They're looking at like a multitude of different variables: cracking, alligator cracking, raveling, you know, all those different kinds of things. If there's base failure, because sometimes the solution is as simple as mill and resurface. Sometimes you have a road that's in, you know, if you go back to this curve, if it's down at the bottom of that curve, maybe the road and the base is in such rough shape that you actually have to do more work. You have to do base repair or full depth reclamation, which is a considerably more costly, you know, expenditure. So
that's the physical assessment. I'm talking more in general terms. So if you have a neighborhood who is, you know, hasn't had their roads repaved in a long time, but in our discussions, you've started that process to where you're doing that more often.
Mm-hmm.
And so can you speak to that so we can get that on the record as to, you know, how often are you doing that in the neighborhoods now, and what does that process look like? And
as far as every 3 years, how we're going through and evaluating those roads?
Right. So you're doing it every 3 years. I'm just trying to lay out for the public.
And actually,
every 3 years you're going into these.
Yeah, every
specific...
3 years, every single county road gets assessed by this machine.
Okay.
And then all that information, you know, goes in. And actually, what's interesting is we're on our second cycle right now. But as we do it more often, we can see which roads are degrading. You know, let's say we resurface a road, and then you go through a couple cycles and you can see, well, road A is degrading considerably faster than road B. And so that factors in, right? And they could be local roads and neighborhoods, and for whatever reason, you have different conditions. You have, you know, it's wetter, so you have, you know, moisture in the base and different things like that versus other areas. So, I mean, this is all that we're doing, but we're looking at every single road every 3 years.
Do you use that information to evaluate your contractors too?
That's another good one, because yes, I mean, you know, we go out to bid, public bid, not every contract, or it's not the same contractor year to year.
But you'll know who did the contract, and if it's not working, it should be watched and seen whether we use that contractor or not.
Yeah, it's a good indication of how good of a job they're doing. That's a good point. All right, turn it over to Tad. He's going to talk about the road program.
All right, good afternoon. So Ben gets to maintain the roads, I get to build them. So that's what we're going to talk about now is our 5-year road program. This was last presented 2 years ago. And so now we've got to fill in the 4th and 5th years of the proposed 5-year road program. This is really the first step in the process. After we get your input, we'll be going out to each one of the 4 zones and soliciting input from the public to get their thoughts on our proposed recommendations. The first thing is the current road program. What projects do we have in here? And we have a multitude of different projects in each of the zones. Vast majority of them are generally capacity projects where we're adding to the ability of that particular road or road segment to handle more traffic. We have many different funding sources on here. We list all of them out. A good portion of these you've seen on our capital project schedule, so I won't go into depth on any of these unless you have a particular question. I do want to point out a couple of different things on here. Williamson Road up in Zone 1, the section there from Strickland to Hand Avenue. We don't currently have it fully funded for construction at this point in time. We do expect, with all the different development occurring in that area, that we'll be collecting enough money to make up that shortfall. But as of right now, we're still about $3 million short. Of note in here, we also designate which projects are capacity projects. Those are the ones that are in blue. But we also list the non-capacity projects as well. They are generally geared towards bringing the road up to more current standards, adding things like paved shoulders and adding turn lanes, or making improvements at an intersection overall. As you can see in Zone 2, for example, down in the New Smyrna Beach area, we've got quite a few different safety projects going on in that area. Old Mission is a predominant one. This is one that you see listed at $7.2 million, and we're actually taking a certain portion of our safety budget that we allocate for ourselves each year and stockpiling that money to that project. So even though it's on the list, it's actually out there in year 5 of our road program when we'll have enough money stockpiled. That's assuming the economy doesn't keep going crazy and prices going through the roof. Over in Zone 4, actually Zone 3, pardon me, Veterans Memorial, we've got a project that we're working with a developer on down there at the south end where the 4-laning currently ends, going up to Rhode Island. The designer, or the developer, is actually paying for the design on that project as a part of their proportionate fair share for the Park Hill project down on the west side south of Hospice. We are also in negotiations with them. Their next phase, we think we'll actually be able to cover the cost of potentially widening that road segment all the way up there. And if they don't do it, then this would certainly be something that, with the money we do get from them for it, that we could potentially fill in the gaps and continue to move forward with it. Next, I'll turn it over to John. He'll talk about which projects we go forward with potentially.
Before Ted leaves, please, we talked about Highway 17. And I keep forgetting. We talked about Highway 17 and potentially breaking out the roundabout at Spring Garden, what is it, Road?
Spring Garden Ranch Road.
Ranch Road, okay. And you said there may be dollars in my district, in District 4, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that may be able to cover the cost or be able to put that project, maybe not on this list, but still have some funding to address that project. Is that the case?
Yes, ma'am. And we will get into that a little bit later on. I wasn't going to leave that out. I was going to bring that up, even though it's not in the formal slides. But yes, what I was contemplating was much like we've done with State Road 44 in Kepler, the roundabout project that's underway now. We had contributed ultimately up to $3.9 million for the DOT's ability to use to purchase right-of-way in advance, because they will not program construction dollars until they have the right-of-way in hand. So much like that project, my thought process was they've got to go out and acquire right-of-way for that. We could potentially either contribute to that to help them move their schedule forward, or if not, if that's not enough by itself, then we could potentially do some additional funding. We have, not that it's a surprise, but approximately $11 million in that zone with which we need to fund capacity projects, and that would certainly be a good one. The DOT is studying all of that. They are looking at potentially breaking up that particular project into potentially 3 segments, and so they're trying to schedule a meeting. We're trying to jump onto that meeting so that we could potentially present some options for going forward with that.
Excellent.
Just as a side note, since I'm already talking about the State Road 44 and Kepler Roundabout, we're going to be getting about $2.5 million back. So, and that'll be coming up in the next council meeting. So.
Great. Thank you for that.
Good afternoon. Wanted to talk about level of service and why that's important. We're going to focus on the unincorporated area and also within the city as the incorporated area. The main thing we do is every year we go ahead and measure over 400 road segments, and we count the number of cars on that. That's what we call the existing traffic volumes. Also, in the comprehensive plan, we've adopted a level of service for all of the roads. So in the rural areas, we have a level of service C. That's like driving during the pandemic when no one was on the road. As opposed to in the urban areas, we've adopted level of service E. That's close to being on Interstate 4 pre-pandemic when it's near park and go, and basically it's just a parking lot. So our standards are different in the different areas. The distinction between rural and urban is actually determined by the census data, and it's ironed out going through the River to Sea Transportation Planning Organization. So focusing on the unincorporated area, as Clay will mention, every year we send to Tallahassee a report on our capital improvement projects, and we basically say, on a concurrency standpoint, what is the level of service of all of our roads? And by knowing the existing volume and the adopted level of service, for every road we can get what that traffic volume should be for the adopted level of service. So if it's a 2-lane road that's divided with left turn lanes, we know what that number is, and we can generate what we call volume to capacity. And that's where my staff run all the geek numbers for all the county roads, and then we do an additional 200 numbers on the state road. So every year we submit a report to Tallahassee saying, this is the roads, what condition they are. Looking at the unincorporated area, we're very good, except for several state roads, US 17 in particular is one of them, but mainly they're focused on the west side of Volusia County where we're having some issues. Then we looked at, my staff also looks at all the development that's occurring, both in the unincorporated area and in the cities. And we say, based on those developments that we have approved, and you might be able to see some black dots on the maps, and these are the major developments that have occurred, which is basically over 1,000 trips a day for the small dots, and it's over 3,000 trips a day for the larger dots. But based on those future trips and putting them on our road network, we can predict, okay, what roads will fail in the future. And again, we're doing pretty good, except for on the west side. It's a different story in the incorporated area. And the report that we send to Tallahassee every year, all we're responsible, as Clay says, is for the unincorporated area. The cities are responsible for the cities and their concurrency. What the state asks us to do is every year narc on them. We need to tell the state the condition of all the roads in the county, and that's typically what we do. And you'll see a lot more, you can see where the hot spots are pretty evident in the LPG area and in the DeLand area. The other interesting thing is most of these developments that are residential, those will be city roads in the future. They will not be county roads. The other thing we're seeing is a lot of them are apartments. So the apartments will be responsible for the roads in the apartment complex, just like businesses. And I'll turn it back to Tad, who'll show the level of service and where we're at with each of the construction projects.
All right, so as we talk about which projects to move forward on.
Quick question for John, though. We discussed in our briefing that all of the county runs off of county traffic signal system, correct? Except for the city of Daytona?
Correct.
And so the city of Daytona, the timing is completely different? Or can you explain that?
Can we hold that in abeyance until I get to the ITS?
Sure, as long as you cover it. Perfect. Okay.
All right, so as John explained, we get the generated grade for each road segment based on the amount of trips per day versus what that road segment can handle. A being great, E being absolutely terrible. So the ones that are closer to E, where we're at 90% or greater capacity for that road segment, we consider those critical roads. So you can see on the exhibit here, we've got in orange and red, the sections that are near critical and critical, indicating where the road is near, being over capacity. We also do highlight, just for reference, the different projects that we have right now. So you can see quite a few of the red and orange sections we're already tackling with projects we already have in our current road program. So really, in terms of moving forward, where we want to focus is on the ones that don't have circles. Those are the ones that we aren't currently working on a project overall. So in looking at this, we make some recommendations. Now, before we get into each of the individual recommendations, it certainly makes sense because several of the roads that people would expect to see are not in this list. As a note on there, the list includes LPGA, Saxon Boulevard, Kepler Road, Beersford Avenue Extension, Timber Creek Road, and Veterans Memorial. Now, each of these are not listed for a particular reason. For example, LPGA, we're working with the DOT. They're going to be doing a study on the segment west of the interchange all the way over to US 92. So pending that study, it doesn't make any sense to program any money to make any improvements in there because we don't know exactly what the study is going to recommend or when it's going to be complete. Saxon Boulevard over in Deltona, Orange City area, most of the issues with critical sections are immediately adjacent to the interstate. As they get into widening the interstate and making improvements at the interchange, we expect that they will probably make quite a few changes and improve the capacity of those adjacent sections. And even if they don't, we'd want to wait until they finish their project before we start moving forward with anything we do out there. So, yes, sir. That's a discussion point. They haven't committed to that at this point in time. They had it as a part of their, they're not calling them toll roads. What are they calling them now? Express lanes, yes. Toll roads, but yeah. So, Kepler Road is, there's a section just north of 44 that's not listed. We want to wait to see how the roundabout works out and see if that helps address that part of that problem. We do think a large part of that is people trying to bypass the intersection by taking a right turn so they can go west into town. So, Beersford Avenue Extension, this is the area east of Martin Luther King Kepler all the way over to 44. We're going to get developers to build that, as I mentioned when we were talking about Lake Winnemesset, but we also do have an issue with the route for that road that we have to work out with the school board as well, so we don't recommend anything on that. Timber Creek, the section north of Latitudes, all the way up to 40. We aren't recommending anything on that because we want to see how things work out with Avalon Park. We expect that the development of that property will include the requirement for them to build a large portion of that. We would, no matter what occurs, we'll still ultimately end up building that very small section from Old Tomoka Road north to Timber Creek because we'll need right-of-way for it. So, and then the last one is the Veterans Memorial Parkway. This is that segment at the south end, as I'd mentioned in the previous sections, where we've got potentially a developer that could pay for or construct a portion of that. We've got that as well. So none of those are listed in here, even though based on capacity, they certainly need improvement. So up in the Ormond Beach area, the Hand Avenue section just east of Clyde Morris, over to Nova Road, a portion of that on the west side is just a 2-lane road, and about midway through it becomes a 5-lane road section. The 5-lane road section obviously works great. It's that small section between there and Clyde Morris that needs to be improved. It's quite a bit over capacity in that area. As a part of that, we do also throw in there just for consideration the section of Hand west of Clyde Morris all the way over to Williamson. It's not a high priority. Traffic counts are rather low on it, but potentially something to consider since we're already considering that other section of Hand Avenue. Down in the Daytona Beach area, the Dunn Avenue extension is something that we're recommending taking a look at. An alignment study had previously been done all the way back in 1999. We've been working with developers as they come in that area to develop or to donate the properties that we need that run through their sections. But certainly when you're taking a look at both LPGA and 92, anything we can do to help relieve that east-west traffic would certainly be a positive. Williamson, the section south of Bevel, that area is critical. We waited on this a little bit because we weren't entirely sure if the traffic counts were elevated due to all the I-95 work and people using that to bypass. So we waited a couple of traffic count cycles. Traffic has not gone back down, so at this point we recommend taking a look at that. There are a couple of segments south of that would also need to be looked at as well that are both critical, but at the same time we need to start somewhere. It makes sense to start with this section, move our way south. The southern segment that's really bad includes an overpass over I-95, which is quite a bit more expensive, so we'd rather start at the top and move our way down. Main Street Bridge, which we discussed already earlier. Down in the Port Orange area, we've got Taylor Road. We had a section that was previously designed for going from 2 lanes to 4 lanes from Summer Trees to Forest Preserve. Certainly worth something taking a look at. We'd have to go through a design update and acquire the right-of-way necessary for it, but that area has developed even more so since 2010, so it certainly makes sense to consider that one. First safety project that we'd recommend is on Pioneer Trail, section of Tomoka, from Pioneer Trail, or from Tomoka Farms Road to I-95, particularly with the potential interchange coming in that area. It certainly would make sense to look at this project potentially as something that we use our safety allocation money for after Old Mission Road has been totally budgeted, because you've got those ditches immediately on either side. It's just a matter of time before somebody puts their car in the water. Also on Pioneer Trail, there's a pair of intersections, Williams Road and Colony Park, that are within about 450 feet of each other, T intersections that certainly need to be looked at, potentially doing some alignment changes out there. There's also a curve in that portion of Pioneer Trail, and we've earmarked that area as a safety concern, so it certainly makes sense to look forward or look into that. Over in Orange City, we've got the Veterans Memorial projects that stretch from Rhode Island north to Graves, certainly something that needs to be considered. And then one that's been around for quite some time and was actually even designed at one point, the stretch that would extend it north of Graves Avenue all the way up to Martin Luther King, and certainly improve the traffic situation in that area overall. So in DeLand, we already talked about the US 17, so I won't discuss that one again, but unless you have any further questions. But we do have Orange Camp. It has some critical sections on that western end near US 1792 that certainly could bear improvement. And at this point, there's so many different things occurring in that particular area. All we're recommending at this point would be a study of it. We don't think the entire section should automatically be 4-laned or 3-laned. We certainly should take a look at some potential options, though, for that particular area. All right. So we do have an exhibit that shows all of our existing projects and the proposed projects just for reference. And then really kind of get into the meat. This is a priority table that we came up with, and we looked at the two primary things that concern us. Obviously, money is vitally important. We don't have much, so picking which projects to use it on is vitally important. And then we also factor that based on the capacity. The amount over capacity, the higher it gets rated. So basically, just took a simple equation, took the dollar amount cost and divided that by the ratio of capacity. So you can see, for example, like Dunn Avenue, even though it doesn't exist, we use the highest section on LPGA. The capacity as it stands, followed traffic is 1.83, so it bumps up higher, even though it's got 15 million, higher than, say, Taylor and Hand Avenue, which are both down around 10 million. So, again, our goal with this is just present you with certain options. We certainly understand that we aren't aware of all the particular problems in an area. We're going to go ahead and take this out to each one of the different impact fee zones, present it, get the public's input. I'm sure they'll tell us where we screwed all of this up, and we'll get it straightened out. And then what will happen is once we visited all of them, we'll compile all of that information based on what they told us as well. We'll bring it back to you to approve the 5-year road program. So, any questions?
Now we get to the fun stuff. My cool toys with ITS, Intelligent Transportation Systems. Tad builds them, Ben maintains them, I get to operate them. As it goes back to, let me address that Daytona question first. There is a difference in signal timings between Daytona Beach and Volusia County. Daytona Beach is what we call long cyclers. They like a 5-minute cycle where they do the Robin Hood method, where once you get on that arterial road, you go and go and go. And if you're on the side street, you might as well take out a book and read it. Whereas in Volusia County, we try to balance everything, and we're considered more short cyclers. So that's the difference. As it relates to ITS, we're blessed with a great partnership with the Florida Department of Transportation. So we get the advantage of looking at all their cameras, over 200 statewide. In Volusia County, we have another about 50 cameras that we've deployed on our major corridors and hurricane evacuation routes to monitor traffic. And we can monitor the state traffic. There's apps galore now where you can, again, the DOT app, Central Florida 511, You can go online and see what the video images are looking like, what the signs are saying. If there's a major incident like what happened last week near Enterprise and I-4, they'll have all of that information in the detour routes and stuff like that. One of the things I wanted to bring to your attention, we've talked about the health index on bridges. We talked about pavement condition indexes. The latest thing in my world is performance measures for traffic signals. NRIX is a national agency that basically looks at Bluetooth technology and scores what the average delay is on traffic signals. This report just came out in February of this year, and it's based nationwide. So if you use that link, you can go anywhere in the nation and see what the traffic signal look like. Our area is doing relatively well. You can see, 15A and 44 is a level service D is what they're calling it, whereas State Road 44 in Kepler, they're saying is C. And we know in the morning and in the afternoon, you go, what's going on? Remember, this is average delay throughout the whole day. So it's not looking strictly at the AM and PM peaks. But what we see is heavily congested and delays on our state roads, 40, Dunlawton, and 44, and along 1792 for the most part. We also see delays on Saxon Boulevard. We also see delays along LPGA Boulevard. So how are we trying to mitigate and resolve some of those issues? We're currently installing, and the state's installing with our help, traffic adaptive systems. So as the traffic adjusts, the signal timings and the phasings will adjust to minimize delay as you're going through the network. And again, this is not a silver bullet. Throughout the day, it's going to maximize the travel along the corridor. But, and it's a big but, if you got too many cars in an itty bitty space, you can't flush them through. So please be aware of that. But I know 40 is operational as we speak. The county did our signal system. We're looking at LPGA. It's been operational for about 2 weeks now. And we're also looking at LPGA Boulevard. US 1792, that's been operational for over a year. So they utilized that during the recent incident on I-4. And then 44 and Dunlawton, those should be coming online this summer. The other thing I was going to say is, give us time when we get these new systems. They're cheaper than building a brand new road, like $35,000 an intersection as opposed to $5 million a mile. But they do take time, and our staff is excellent at maintaining traffic signals. That's what we do, because everyone's employing us other than the city of Daytona Beach to maintain their traffic signals for them, including the state. But to tweak them, operate them, and basically oversee the timing and the adjustments, that's just not a, I'll plug it in and it'll take care of itself. It's like a neural network. It's learning, but it needs help in that learning process. And we've been great partners with the Florida Department of Transportation, like I previously mentioned. Volusia County is the only county that I'm aware of that has the Cheney deal, and I don't know how long that's going to last. But basically, Department of Transportation, they operate the traffic adaptive systems in Volusia County. That's the only ones they do that for. And all the other counties, they basically give it to maintaining agencies and say, it's yours, it's great, we provided the capital to install it, now you go have fun. We have this deal and it's been working out well. Now we are doing the ones on LPGA and Saxon Boulevard with county staff. And what you'll see is, like on LPGA Boulevard, people are not used to it being in a signal system. They're used to stopping, and they're used to the lights tripping real fast. You get on the side street, it trips, you're ready to go. Once we put it in these signal systems, it's going to be like Daytona Beach. We're not going to be long cyclers, but we're going to be middle of a pack, 120, maybe 150, where you're going to have to wait before you're allowed onto the road network.
John, question. Do you see revisiting the relationship with the Daytona?
Ask me that in 2 years.
Well, I thought perhaps, you know, since there has been a critical change there with new management that, you know.
I mean, it's always something to look at. I mean.
I'll say it's on my list with the city manager meeting.
Just say yes.
Well, I guess one of the advantages of being on draft.
After my meeting with the
say
city
yes.
manager, yes, it will
Just
be
say
on
yes.
his list.
Yes, we will revisit.
Yes.
I can say yes. all
Thank
right?
you, thank you. There you go.
Their stuff
be on
is a
somebody's
piece of
list.
crap.
You can do it.
Don't worry, John. It'll take time.
I'm just gonna sit down.
Your face said it all anyway. You didn't have to say anything.
Wait, John, one more question. So, not in regards to Daytona, but in regards to the emergency response vehicles, can you talk about that system a little bit and how much we're on board with our responders in our county and tripping those signals?
In the past, we've preferred the cities to do the Opticom, the 3M Opticon, which is the emergency signal preemption. And a lot of cities did that. It was an easy sell for them, especially for the fire services. So you have Ormond, Port Orange, New Smyrna Beach, Deltona, DeBerry, Orange City, all have Opticon 3M systems installed on a majority of their signals. It was done through a partnership with the River CTPO so that basically all the fire chiefs agreed to one system as opposed to the 3 to 4 that are out there. It is a good system. We've worked with EVAC so that all of our new signals that we're installing also have the Opticom 3M, but there are major holes. You're looking at DeLand, you're looking at Daytona Beach in particular. In Daytona Beach, you're looking at over 150 signals as compared to the 341 we currently maintain and operate.
Okay.
It's a good system.
Thank you. Adding that to my list for the city manager.
All right, so the next step is talking about how do we pay for what we want to do going forward. Quick reminder of how we pay for our road work right now. Ben had already hit on it. Local option gas tax is a big part of what we use to pay for our different things. A portion of that is shared amongst our 3 groups. There's a 5-cent portion of the local option gas tax that is specifically earmarked for capacity projects. So that's for my use, building new road sections or adding capacity to existing road segments. We also have impact fees. When something gets built, they have to pay for the impact of the road system created by that development. Related to that somewhat is a proportionate fair share. If they're in an area where the roads are near capacity and they create the need to add capacity to the road system specifically, we could potentially enter into a proportionate fair share agreement with them. We don't always do that option. Sometimes we could also get them to construct something on our behalf. Yes, sir.
I want to emphasize impact fees can only be used for new roads, not existing roads.
Well, they could be used to add capacity to roads. So we can use them on the existing roads, but right. I can't go resurface anything. I can't do a safety project with it. It needs to have a capacity component to it. Now the definition can be stretched a little bit, do intersection work where you're adding turn lanes, things like that. You know, on the proportionate fair share portion of it, we have certain zones where we would collect proportionate fair share and we'd be happy to do so. Zone 1, we collect a large amount of proportionate fair share because there is a lot of development going on, and then we can take that money and put it together and then build road projects. Some of these other zones where you don't have much in the way of construction going on, you know, if we collect the money, we really need to do something with it. And then until you get above that $5 million mark, as John said, that's about what it takes for me to build a mile. If I don't have $5 million, I can't really build anything. So money that I can't spend on something doesn't do me a whole lot of good. I'm better off getting them to find a mitigating project and then have them go construct an improvement, because that's an option as well. We have also used a bond in the past to pay for projects. We got one back in 2003, 2004, which we'll be paying off all the way through 23, 24. We've used that $65 million, and we were able to capitalize on that between the recession and lowered prices and the grants that we were able to leverage with that money, and got about $85 to $90 million worth of buying power out of that $65 million bond. So it was an excellent investment for the county. We also collect grants where the opportunities are there. Over the last 3 or 4 years, those grants have, they haven't dried up, but they've been reduced quite a bit. Most of the grants we've gotten lately are specifically earmarked for safety projects, which is where the most of our safety projects have been funded with. We do also get legislative appropriations. Williamson, the road segment from Strickland to Han, for example, we got $4 million on that particular project. We've also got money for the roundabout there, or the intersection improvements at Pioneer Trail and Tomoka Farms Road as well. So those are the different ways we collect money. So what does that actually mean in terms of dollar amounts? The gray line on this gas tax revenue chart indicates the amount that's the new nickel. That's the part for capacity. So you can see we're getting about $5 million-ish a year, specifically for capacity road projects. And we already mentioned that's about 1 mile of roadway. Impact fees. We collect these on every development, as I've mentioned. What I want you to take away from this is just how variable these can be. Obviously, we had the recession in there, so that had a big effect on the amount of impact fees that were collected. But it's really just hard to chart where impact fees are going to be. And I've already mentioned the proportionate fair share being related to the impact fees. When we do a proportionate fair share agreement, one of the things that occurs is we have to, by state rule, give impact fee credits for that. So proportionate fair share is sort of a prepayment of your impact fees, if you will. It's great because we get it closer to when the impact occurs as opposed to well after, and then the time it takes to design and build something being factored in as well. Proportionate fair share is better for us, but we're in that sweet spot right now where we've been collecting proportionate fair share for the last 3 years, but developments take 4, 5, 6 years for the larger developments, so we're still collecting impact fees from the projects that were approved or started construction since that time, as well as the proportionate fair share, and then we're going to have to give credits for those proportionate fair share projects. So, 2 or 3 years from now, we may not, in those proportionate fair share zones that have been collecting quite a bit, may not have any impact fees coming in. We may be operating at a deficit in that point in time. So, for us to program a 5-year road program, anything out 1 or 2 years utilizing impact fees is really tough to do. That's why we really don't look at that factor until we have that money in hand overall. And then got the local option gas tax. As I said, we collect about $5+ million, but we have $1 million bond that we're paying back, or a loan that we're paying back for Williamson down at the south end north of Pioneer Trail. Impact fees, you can see what each of the different zones collected. The bond repayment comes out of the impact fees if the money is there, and you can see that it is in this case. You can see each zone's bond payment. It's based on the amount of road sections that were built using that bond money. That's how the dollar amounts are allocated. And you can see what our current balance is for each one of those zones. As we talked about earlier, Zone 4 is in the positive by quite a bit. They did very well during the recession, and we didn't have a whole lot of projects going on in that segment, so we're looking to change that as much as we can. Proportionate fair share, you can see the different zones. Now, this is not based on 1 year. This is everything collected to date as of May 4th. So you can see Zone 1 is by far and away collected quite a bit in impact or proportionate fair share. Again, that's going to be a negative when we start talking about the impact fees from that zone in a year or two. Also, the grants for this last year, you can see what we collected for particular projects, as well as the state legislative appropriation from that year. So, that said, how do we pay for things otherwise? That's John's problem.
Yeah, that's my problem. I got the short straw on this one, probably because I'm leaving in less than 2 years. Who's counting? I appreciate Billy. She's already looking out for me and offering me a job somewhere else. As it relates to funding, do we have a problem? When the Transportation Consortium looked at it, as George knows, probably 10 years ago, the answer was yes. Do we still have that problem? According to the voters, they may say no because they did not pass the sales surtax. So we have several options that we brainstormed that we want to discuss with the county council to see if there's a particular direction you want us to move forward with, or if there's several options you want us to, multiple options you want us to look for. The current is do nothing, the status quo. Collect the $5 million in local option gas taxes. The impact fee is very variable, really depends on the economy. If the economy is good like it is right now, a lot of homes are being built, a lot of businesses being built, we're getting a lot of impact fees. If the economy goes into a recession like what happened, we all remember, again, it doesn't come in, and so we're not being able to do as much. One of the things we talked about or discussed was, do we do another road bond? $70 million at 2.75, 20 years. This is more than the $65 million that we did previously. It's an annual debt service, about $4.6 million a year. We got these numbers from Ryan, who I think has left us.
He took the checkbook with him.
Yes, he did. The other thing we're looking at is we just got a SIB loan for the DeLand or Sunrail Phase 2 North in DeLand. That's a project by project basis. Do we maximize money from a bond, pair it up with the SIB loan since we have to pay at least 25%? And again, it has to be trip eligible roads. One of the good things we did when we were looking at regionally significant roads through the river to CTPO, unlike the other surrounding counties that said, hey, we got 5 or 6 regionally significant roads, we said, hey, let's throw everything in. If it's a collector arterial road that's supporting the highway, the state highway system, it should be eligible. So we're better off in that in so much that we can fund a multitude of roads. Now, whether the state will say our collector roads are as important as their interstate roads, that's maybe a high bar. But if we say Williamson, which serves as an alternative parallel path to I-95, and if I-95 closes, Williamson Boulevard should be the one that should be widened to serve as that detour route.
Right.
That might be an excellent opportunity to get a SIB loan. The other thing we looked at is going back to the Florida legislative. Do we index local option gas taxes? That definition of insanity is mine. We've been doing that for how long now? And based on the current culture of no new taxes, that may be a hard sell. But do we work through our professional organizations? Do we look at like a constitutional amendment? Do we think outside the box? Do we get Morgan and Morgan? Who knows?
Yeah, state and federal are indexed.
Okay. So state and federal are indexed. Do we look at a vehicle mile tax? The state's currently looking at that, partnering with the southeast region, which would include electric vehicles. The question about that is how we've been dealing with the cities, how you split the baby. What's that distribution? How much would go towards state roads, county roads, city roads? So that would be interesting to see what comes out of that study. The other thing is an electric car fee. 28 states have already passed legislation collecting a fee, flat fee per vehicle. Is that something we start talking with our state legislators about? Those cars, those batteries are heavier than your gasoline cars, which means they're doing more damage on the roads. But right now, they're not paying for any fixing of the roads. It's not a user tax to them because they don't pay anything. Then we looked at local alternatives. Do we go back to the public and look at an infrastructure sales tax? Again, most estimates say 35% is paid by the tourists. That's about 19.7. $19.8 million that Ryan estimated would be the county portion, because we had looked at splitting it with the cities. Or if we don't do that, and remember, I'm the messenger, just bear with me. Do we look at dedicated and ad valorem millage? For an equivalent amount of infrastructure sales tax, the millage would be up 0.4922. And I apologize, I don't know how much that would be for a medium household income, what that would equate to. So those are the different options we brainstormed. We didn't think a special assessment district countywide would work. So thoughts, concerns, want me to leave?
I was pleased how the last bond was handled, and considering that money is cheaper, to me that. Do you need me to repeat that? I liked how the last bond was handled. Money is cheap, probably cheaper than it was at that time. So, you know, to me, based on what's represented there, that would be the best option.
Even if you do that, you're still, in a sense, doing it ad valorem, because the citizens have got to pay that bond back.
Well, that's true, but you could do much like we are now. You could pay it back with the impact fees, or technically guaranteed by the gas tax, but paid back with impact fees. And given the variability on the impact fees, that's one of the reasons we like the bond so much, is yes, you may have periods where the economy slows down, but that actually works to a certain extent in your favor, because you have money in the first place. Now your buying power improves. So even in those sessions or those time periods, it works out as a positive for the county.
Would you say on the first bond that you took, what was it, 65 million?
Yes, sir.
And you ended up getting probably 85 or so out of it, or 90? Mm-hmm. That almost actually compensates for the interest paid, in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Brian's not in the room, so I can say yes.
Yeah.
Well, the buying power, which we've talked about, and then on top of that, what John mentioned, it's having money to leverage as well. And we leverage that money with those TRIP grants that were mentioned. So we probably did in excess of $100 million of work between the buying power portion, but certainly with the leveraging of other monies. So,
do we feel that the sales tax is a dead issue? I know Seminole County has 2 cents, if I remember right.
But I think the public made it very clear where they stand on it, and I don't think that the public has done a 180 at this point. So, I mean, I don't think it's something we should rely on.
Wait a minute, Seminole has a full penny, I think, is what it is. I just remember it being twice what we were going for on that. I don't know if it was a problem of not well communicated. I know I went to some of the meetings, and there were some people there that really did not have a grasp of the facts and didn't seem to want to have a grasp of the facts, and they seemed to be the loudest, vocalist people, and I'm not sure how to counter that. But to me, something where outside of the county people are paying for a third or more of it sure makes a whole lot more sense than our own citizens paying 100% of it. But
I mean,
anyway.
I didn't see it as one or the other, frankly. And I don't think that there was an overwhelming vote against, especially in my district. My district voted for it. So considering where we are today and what those conversations need to be, I mean, I think it's still worth the conversation, because I don't think it was overwhelmingly voted against. I think those that were against, and for the reasons that they were at that time, I don't know that they still exist.
And it's amazing, because those will be the first people that will complain about the bad roads.
Well, the need is still there. I'm kind of like where Barbara is. I was looking at the road bonds. It did work out well for it. It has worked out well for us, and it does give us the money to leverage. the sales tax, I wish that we could have passed that. The need is there, and you know, if the way it was sold wasn't proper or did not go over well and people didn't understand it, you know, I don't know if there's a way that we can resurrect that to get them to understand these are roads that need to be done, and it's going to be paid some way. And like you said, if a third of it could be paid.
Yeah.
Well, if it's going to be, if sales tax, if it's going to be brought back up, almost has to be a citizens-led coalition,
Yeah,
not
exactly.
a government coalition.
100%.
I mean, that was one of the
And that-
biggest problems we
100%
had with
agree.
that. And the
100%
Chamber of
agree.
Commerce, the business community,
Yeah.
and citizens
Yeah.
are going to have to
They're
get
gonna
behind
have to do
that.
That doesn't mean a
Right.
CEO-led citizen commission, that means CO Alliance citizen-led commission, that means a actual citizen-led commission.
Correct.
It's a big
So,
difference.
Road bond is my first thoughts.
I did want to mention one thing that Ryan did say about the road bond. He did say that the county was very healthy, our financial situation, and if we needed to wrap the current bond into a new bond, we could easily do that.
Hey, can we trust that? Ryan said it, then he ran.
Yeah, he left the room before.
Well, he also mentioned too that we've got enough in impact fees right now. We could pay the bond off today instead of waiting until 23, 24 and just move forward with a clean slate without having
Clean
to
slate, right.
pay the interest. With regard to the sales tax, one other thing that we were considering when we put this back on here was, you know, last time a large portion of the priorities were geared towards adding capacity overall. And with our system, we have money on the local option gas tax that is earmarked directly for capacity projects, that $5 million. The other road projects that we put on there that are sometimes safety projects, sometimes they're just upgrading a road to current design standards. Those projects don't really receive any set funding except as a part of that small amount we give ourselves for safety each year. So one of the things we could do as a part of any sales tax would be, you know, understanding that a lot of people don't want to pay for roads that they think are tied to development or caused by development. You know, we've got Old Mission, Pioneer Trail, LPGA, east of Nova Road, several other different roads that need improvement to come up closer to today's safety standards that we can't really fund without long-term piggy banking, so to speak. You know, pushing more of those. Our recycling or our resurfacing program, pardon me, we're doing $5 million a year. Well, you know, with the asset that's worth as much as that is, we really should be doing more. We take the worst roads and we do them each year, but you know, the cycle we're on, we're going to keep falling farther and farther behind. So if you're doing sales tax, those would be certain things that we would certainly recommend as a staff this time around to improve the road system for everybody, not just the perceived capacity improvements for developers.
So, John and Ted, have we talked about anticipated infrastructure dollars coming down from the Fed?
We have contemplated that. The issue we've got at this point is none of the legislation has been approved, and it could change any point in the process overall until it is approved. One of the things we are worried about is that there has been discussion about changing the standards with regard to, say, floodplain in particular. So one of the requirements that we've heard is that because of so many issues with flooding over the last 3 or 4 years, that they're talking about not just going to keeping your roads above floodplain elevation, they want you to raise them, it was either 3 feet above floodplain, above the 500-year floodplain, and I forget what the third one was, but it was equally bad.
So has federal lobbyists, have they presented or provided any information on this?
I don't know if our lobbyists is. I know we're reading all the trade publications for the professional organizations. We know there's disagreement between one side of the chamber and the other side, along with the president, and we're just waiting to see what filters out. But as it relates to federal funding, we all know, be careful what you ask for. You have to have money, again, to get the federal dollars. Usually, if it's the TPO process, you need 12.5% to 25% matching dollars to get the federal dollars.
So the bond would still be beneficial
It
if
could be,
that's the case?
right.
Correct.
Right.
But can we get feedback from our federal lobbyists, what the status is, or what?
Sure, we can, and we will as part of the process, but John's also right. we're tied in with several other organizations that, have a direct line with FHWA, and so the Department of Transportation also helps us with that. And most of the time, federal money flows through the state to us. I will also caution, I think what they were touching on, when you federalize a project, if it's under current standards, typically it adds quite a bit of money. So there is a sweet spot in there. They have to fund a certain size and percentage of a project, or it won't be really worth us federalizing it because of those extra requirements like raising the road or other things that they may require us
Before
to do.
the resiliency standards were updated, we always considered if you're federalizing a project, you're increasing the cost 35 to 45%.
So if you're not getting a good match, you might just be adding a lot of work and not really, gaining. So that's just something we watch. And I will say, maybe like in some of the federal monies we just received through the COVID crisis, there was less strings. So we'll hope that's the case.
We're hopeful that that's the case again, and I think we also have federal representation as well in our local representation, right? So I still say we got to ask for what we want and need
Sure.
to be able to accomplish what we need to do.
We've even had teams, various times through the years, we've gone to Washington and been part of trying to streamline some of these rules. So,
Should be doing that
I
every
think
year.
now is.
right, well,
that was
when we were
time
invited.
in that transition.
Right.
While we're in this transition period, for whatever it's worth, if they say no, then it's,
Right.
You know how I am with no.
No,
But
very good. And
whatever those alternatives might be.
Well, and I was going to say, we'll take these options. As Tad mentioned, we'll be doing the road show, going out to the public, talking about the 5-year road program. So we're about 2/3 of the way done with infrastructure. Let me give the rest over to Ben before he falls asleep.
One more question, John.
Yep.
John, wait. Do you want to go ahead, Jeff?
Nope.
In doing the bond, where would be, or maybe this is more for Tad, in doing the bond, where would we be at in terms of the critical and near critical list?
Well, part of doing the bond package, we would actually have to identify a group of projects, identify the costs associated with them, and then from there. We haven't done anything along, I don't know if that was me or not. We haven't done anything along those lines until we get direction from council to do so.
But it would, what I'm getting at is it would certainly put a significant dent.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to add to the sales tax argument. I think the biggest issue that was had with that was perception that I happen to believe was based in observable reality, and that was that the money was not going to be used to maintain the roads that people are struggling with every day now, but it would go to, we're pushing all of our expansion, new housing developments, new retail developments out further and further west, and that it was all going to go to these new developments, which add new roads, a lot of new roads that immediately get turned over to you three to maintain, and adds to the struggle of how do we pay for these roads then. So I think that one of the things that there's a couple things that brings up. One is the way that we grow, and I think we're going to have to get to a point when there's, because here was a perception of what I just said. Well, I don't want to raise taxes to pay, to help a developer. That's a perception, right or wrong, to help a developer to expand and make a lot of money. I just want my road maintained. So maybe we end up going to a system where when a developer wants to come and it's part of a negotiation of a zoning change or a comp plan change, that instead of building all those roads and handing it to the county manager as okay, now maintain them forever, that you build the roads, you maintain them. And I know that there's its own set of problems with that. Nothing's perfect. But we have to find ways to make growth pay for itself instead of making all new growth paid for by the people that already live here. Growth needs to be productive. It needs to add to the community and not drain. Did you want to interject?
Yeah, I would just point out that a vast majority of the growth is occurring within the city's boundaries. We don't get many subdivisions. I think we've just got
Right.
one that I can recall in the last 2 years, and it's under construction right now, so.
That's true. It's got to be a
That would
community.
need to be tied into.
I know most.
Also, if they had looked and seen, there was a road program set out about what was going to be done. You know, the prioritized, and most of it was upgrades of roads that we had.
Yeah, I know in Deltona, all the things that they had listed there was not a lot of new stuff. It was taking care of the roads that were existing. So I'm not sure where the thinking came from that it was going to be all for new developers. I know in Deltona, we communicated very thoroughly that, man, we got roads that just need to be resurfaced and things of that nature, and that was the bulk of the things in my district anyway.
I think it was just probably a trust factor, and we've got to regain the public's trust. You know, I kept hearing the road to nowhere, the Williamson South extension. You know, how productive is that? What is that bringing in? One of the things I would like us to do, and you know, we'd have to get council action on it, is that I'm going to make an enemy here with Big John because he's not here to defend himself. But he told me last week that he hadn't paid a gas tax in 4 years. Do you know why? He drives an electric car. And when I said, yeah, we need to do something about that, of course he said, no. So I'm going to make two enemies. I think we have to approach that from a legislative standpoint, that there is something to be done, because every car manufacturer says that's where they're going, that's where they're heading. And if they're not paying for the roads that they use, then we're all covering that for them. And I don't know if it's possible or wise that even if the state doesn't do it, can Volusia County impose electric vehicle fee, which probably means everybody goes to Seminole County to buy their electric vehicle, and our dealerships lose out. So that's probably not a good idea, but
Jeff,
we have to look at it.
Weren't we asking people to go to electric cars and incentivizing them to do it? So to me, again, we're in that transition period, right? So nobody was driving electric, but we got to go that way. So here's an incentive to do that. And you're not going to have to pay tax, at least now, right? But now we're like, okay, now we have to offset our gas tax. So how do we find that balance of getting people to make the transition to the other mode that we want them to go towards without penalizing them?
Well, one thing to remember is this isn't just a Volusia County problem or a Florida problem.
Right.
It's a national problem.
Right.
The feds get gas tax money, the state, they fund a lot of road projects on gas tax.
It's our primary source of funding, period.
So.
Right. It's how the
Something's
system is
got-
set
yeah,
up.
it's gonna have to
how
get-
the system is set up overall. But it's like we keep trying to transition people to solar, but the impact overall, right? Somebody's got to pay for it one way or the other. And like Councilwoman Post always says, we got to decide who we're going to be and what we're going to invest and how we help people go where we need them to go, and know that there's always going to be a cost. There's always going to be a cost associated. It's just balancing, you know. So Big John is right when he got to electric and took the tax break and took the advantage of it, but now how do you pay? So.
Right.
Not to interrupt you, but I just want to say that
No,
that's where people are.
That's a good point.
We want them to go in that direction to get the gas guzzlers and stop polluting, but what's the balance?
Well, now that we've got a tax collector, we'll just put a fee on the licensing of a vehicle in the county. No, just teasing.
No, you're not.
But if if the main
Kinda.
manufacturers are going toward, like Ford, didn't Ford say all their trucks by 2025 would be?
General Motors, every
Yeah,
car by
I mean,
2035.
So I think that is, in effect, gonna somewhat take care of itself, and since we are not the only ones, we are not the only county, we're not the only state, I think that's gonna take care of itself, and take care of itself probably very quickly.
We have 3 plug-ins for electric vehicles across the street. Is there any mechanism, are they paying any tax for that?
Yeah, they're free. So right now, the same idea,
Incentives, they're incentivized.
You're paying as an incentive.
And
You drive a 4-wheel?
And of course,
4-wheel
electricity
vehicle,
is
don't you?
just comes out of thin
So do
air.
I.
It's free.
And I'm not buying the Ford
Yeah,
electric.
you don't have to burn fossil fuels to get electricity. That's the stupidity of this whole thing, but that's just my pet peeve.
I was going to say, we did look and ask legal whether or not Volusia County could charge a fee for electric vehicle, first whether the state would consider it a tax. And if they would like to address that issue, that's why it's on the federal legislative action.
Thank you. This is National Attorney Appreciation Day.
When did you say that Lawyer Appreciation Day was?
May 32nd was yesterday, so that's fine. Yes, John did ask us to look at that, and we looked at the way that the other states have implemented it, and looked at prevailing case law, and it's our opinion that if Volusia County implemented a fee on electric vehicles, it may be more than likely would constitute a tax on those kind of products, and therefore must be approved and authorized by general law, which is why our suggestion was to go to the state legislature to allow local governments, or even on the state level, to authorize and implement that kind of electric vehicle fee to be used towards road maintenance. There was a kind of case on point in the city of Port Orange, where the Florida Supreme Court said that their, I think, vehicle assessment fee that only applied to developed properties. And they tried to set this fee up, and the Supreme Court struck it down and said, no, the way that you are doing it is in more of a tax rather than a strict user fee, because the only differentiation between a developed and undeveloped property is that, the person who bought a developed property continued to pay an annual fee on top of it. So they struck it down and said, no, that's, if you want to do that, you need to go to the legislature and get them to authorize that kind of fee structure.
I would like to set the record clear that although I'm sitting at this end of the table, I am not an attorney, nor do I agree with some of the things they say. Thank you very much.
And you don't play one on TV?
The legislature has preempted local authority over taxation. And so I think as you noted, as more and more electric vehicles on the road, I would imagine that's going to have to be one of the policy consideration the legislature takes up. Whether it be the state
The
fee
Department of
or
Transportation wouldn't exist without gas tax.
It's most of the time consistently about, look, let's, find some actionables here. In this case, I think it really behooves us just to hold out a little bit, and because they have to address it. I mean, they have to. Like, there's no, people are losing out on way too much money, way outside of Volusia County, and so this is absolutely going to be addressed. So.
But we'll be there to support them when they address it.
Yeah. So let's focus on those actionables. All right.
All right, unless anybody's got anything further on
Go ahead.
road funding, we'll talk stormwater. Just real quick, some of the assets that are county-maintained stormwater assets, we've got quite a bit, 154 miles of open channels, quite a bit of roadside ditches, almost 10,000 drainage structures, over 200 miles of stormwater pipe, and almost 270 different retention ponds that we actually maintain throughout the county. Next to these numbers is the percentage of these assets that are actually in the unincorporated versus in the incorporated areas. Stormwater assets in the incorporated areas are generally associated with our thoroughfare roads, transportation related, stuff like that. Something that we've been working on quite a bit lately is our water quality projects. Some recently completed ones are the Thornby Park project and our Lake Beersford Lakeside Drive project. These are projects that are intended to reduce our nutrient loading into those water bodies. They're tied to basin management action plans, and these projects are intended to meet our obligations as far as reducing our nutrient loading for those requirements. And then upcoming, y'all have seen this come before you a few times. We got our Gabordi Canal project, and our Aerial Canal project, which are both nutrient reducing projects in the Mosquito Lagoon. It's part of the Reasonable Assurance Plan. So these are some projects that we're pretty excited about that'll be going to construction here very soon that will have a significant impact on that particular water body. And then something that's come up in the last few years on the stormwater side is resiliency and water quality, obviously, but resiliency in terms of high tide events, sea level rise, but not just those things, also, more intense rain events that we've seen and are experiencing that could affect, water levels in the St. Johns River. We have communities that are adjacent to that get affected by those rising waters. So we're constantly looking at ways to make our stormwater infrastructure more resilient and also provide better quality water for the areas that they're impacting. And then one of the main things we've always been looking at is structure or flood prone areas. We have some structure flooding in some of these areas. Astor, that's related to the St. Johns River when we have storm events and the water stages up. Miller Lake and Rio Way are both locations where we, using FEMA grants, purchased repetitively flooded houses, knocked them down, dug either retention ponds or increased the size of an existing lake area to provide more capacity. And then we've got the Breezewood area in Orange City where we've got a closed basin where during high intensity rain events we have a few instances of structural flooding. So that's something that we're looking at and trying to come up with a solution that'll alleviate these issues. And then kind of tied to resiliency and high tide events, roadway flooding. We've got Shockney Drive, which I'm sure y'all are all familiar with. We've got also tied to, similar to Shockney, is the Ormond Scenic Loop, Beach Street, John Anderson, High Bridge, Walter Boardman. These are roads that go underwater routinely that we have to close, and it's getting more frequent. And so these are some of the things that we're going to have to work to address that frankly solutions to aren't always cheap. And then
what's the Talmadge Lake?
So Lake Talmadge is it's part of the chain of lakes that's eventually connected to Lake Winnimisset. There is those lakes are all interconnected, and they outfall via a canal that goes to a small lake called Lake Miller, not the one I was referring to earlier in Orange City. And then it outfalls under 92 and goes north. The canal coming out of North Lake Talmadge is maintained, it's part of the waters of the state. And there's some concern that it hasn't been maintained, there's some downed trees, and it's blocking the flow out of those lakes. You all seen the emails about it. We've reached out to the state and talked to them and let them know about the residents' concerns. But at the end of the day, it's state-maintained waters, and we've reached out to FWC, DEP, Water Management District, to let them know the residents' concerns. Now, I've gone online, and you can go to the Water Management District. There's actually a lake level chart where they have a monitoring station that monitors the levels of the lake, and I've looked, and it has staged up a little bit. It doesn't seem to be flowing out as fast as it has in years past, and that could be an indication that there is some blockage in there. But we're continuing to reach out to the state and see if they can get in there.
So can we reach out to the local representation to?
Yeah, Senator Wright, I believe, was contacted as well, and I spoke to exchanged some correspondence with somebody in his office as well.
Well, Ben, a lot of our lakes are now higher than they were years ago. When the bottom water table from the bottom coming up, not from the rain coming down. We've seen that even up in that pond off of Spring Garden Ranch Road up there.
Yeah.
Just a change of the water underneath each summer, not so much pressure from the ground.
Yeah, I mean, you know, those waters fluctuate. I know Lake Helen's had issues with, there were issues with the lake levels being too low, and then they come up. Deltona's the same way. So, I mean, we've experienced a pretty wet period the past couple years, and if you get those extended, long rain events, that can cause that groundwater to come up, and it's constantly fluctuating. And the west side of the county is full of closed basins. So, you know, they're giant bowls, and
Back
the
in
water
the-
goes in, and it doesn't really have anywhere to go.
That canal on Meadow Lake is also, I saw it several years ago, it wasn't trees, it was more of mud. That's all where it had been dry, so it was
Yep.
dry between the lakes.
In Orange City, are you talking about the Miller Lake, or are you talking about the Lake Talmadge? Yeah, yeah,
Before you get to the culvert where the weir is.
yeah,
It's between Talmadge and
right.
before you get into the Middle Lake.
The canal on the south side or on the north side?
Well, depends on which lake you come from.
Yeah, no,
I think the one that people complain about more is Talmadge than Miller.
Yes, that's the one that everybody, yeah.
Right there, and it was, last year I saw it mud.
I've reached out to the entire state delegation on that, because the level is rising. I mean, it's not huge, but it's rising, and it's rising enough that the homeowners, who are very reasonable people, they're looking at, if we have a hurricane or something, right now, it's not our problem to clear the lake. Or to clear that little canal. I wish it was almost, because it's not that big a deal. It's not that big a canal. But if it floods and those properties flood and that road floods, then it's your problem and our problem. So I would really prefer to avoid that now while we can with a simple, I mean, I've been out there on a boat. The homeowners took me out there and showed it to me, and it's completely clogged with weeds and trees and muck. I think that's what you're referring. There's so much muck there from spraying weeds. They die, they go to the bottom, and now the bottom is up. Used to be a 20-foot deep canal. Now it's a couple feet deep. So, well, that's what your appointment, Gerald Feeser said. He's a farmer, so anyway. Oh.
But yeah, to your point, I mean, looking at those lake levels, I went back and looked at periods where the water staged up over that weir, and then you can see the daily rates as it drops, as the lake level drops because it's flowing out, and then look at now, it's not flowing out as fast. So that's an indication that there's an issue with that canal. So, and then real quick, just talk a little bit about how we fund our stormwater operations. In the unincorporated areas on parcels in unincorporated Volusia County, we have a stormwater utility fee. We don't charge that fee to incorporated parcels. Many cities, not all of them, have a similar type stormwater fee. We've been very successful in getting grants for construction for our water quality projects, mostly from the state. We've even got a grant from the Indian River Lagoon Council. Stormwater activities in the incorporated areas, which are generally tied to transportation, are funded through the gas tax. And then I want to highlight this one thing because it's not something that a lot of people know, but 136 miles of our east side open channel drainage ditches are actually, the maintenance is actually paid for out of the mosquito control district. These were canals and ditches that were dug initially to reduce the mosquito population due to the flushing in and out of the canals. As urbanization has increased on the east side of the county, these ditches have become essentially stormwater conveyances for their system, for their systems within their cities. And so a large majority of the incorporated stormwater systems discharge into these open channels and then eventually work their way to the Halifax River or the Indian River Lagoon. But it's important to note that $700,000 in mosquito control, approximately $700,000 in mosquito control money, comes to Road and Bridge drainage operations to maintain those canals. I'm sure a lot of you have gotten emails, people want the canals to clean. They're concerned with, to your point about wishing it was us, we go out there, if we get a request, we take care of it because we want to make sure those canals flow and we don't want anybody to be impacted by flooding. Focusing on the Stormwater Utility Fund, initially it was established in 1993 at $30 per year. In 2005, the council commissioned a rate study that recommended $96 per year per ERU by '09. That fee, it was a phased-in approach. It was initially raised to $72 in 2005. It's still $72 today. Just looking at Consumer Price Index, this isn't taking into account increased costs of construction or anything like that. But in order to replicate that $72 of purchasing power in '05, you'd have to spend about $100 today. So, just inflation alone, you've seen a significant decrease in our buying power associated with that fee over 15 years. When that fee was raised to $72 and that study was done, the main focus, 2005, this is after the '04 storms, experienced a lot of flooding. So the main focus was address flooding issues and maintain the infrastructure that we currently had. Since that time, we still have to maintain the infrastructure we have. We still have flooding issues, but not really necessarily like what we had in '04, more resiliency related tidal situations, things like that. But we also have the increased regulatory requirements associated with our water quality. So, our basin management action plans, the Middle St. Johns, TMDLs, Tomoka River, Halifax River, Mosquito Lagoon Reasonable Assurance Plan. These are all places where the Volusia County has a regulatory requirement to reduce our nutrient loading. In order to do that, we've identified $11+ million in projects. We've been successful in getting grants, but the way we do that is we get these projects designed, permitted, shovel ready, and then we go to the state and say, here's a project, it's tied to this BMAP, it's tied to this reasonable assurance plan, it's going to reduce that nutrient loading, we've got it ready to go, and we've been successful in getting grants that way. You still, generally speaking, have to have around a 50% match on these projects. So we're figuring $2 million plus on those 11 million to get them designed and permitted, and then probably 50% of that construction cost to have on hand. And what we're recommending is, it's been 15 years, is an updated rate study to take a look at these different regulatory requirements, impacts due to resiliency, as well as the maintenance of our existing system, and to see if that fee is good to accommodate all those requirements. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, this is kind of the end of the presentation, so.
You're looking at me, so of course I have a question. Septic to sewer, business district going from DeLand into Orange City. To me, Orange City is, the springs, the whole impact. So sometimes I see that there's septic to sewer dollars and grants that might help. And I'm interested how we can help them help themselves along that corridor, especially 1792. So I think we have some county area in between there that we are also accountable for. So how do we have that partnership relationship between DeLand County, Orange City, and help create that small business corridor where it could do business like it should on a sewer system and not a septic?
Well, I have a little bit of experience with Orange County Utilities, having worked there for a while. But Orange City, what did I say, Orange County? Orange City, sorry, I didn't work in Orange County. Orange City. But yeah, their entire 1792 corridor, including their city hall and their water plant, were on septic. And they've instituted a CRA to get some money to fund some of that. But Orange City collects all their wastewater and sends it to Volusia County and Mike Ulrich's group to treat. So I'm sure there's a place to partner based on that. And obviously, that's a heavy commercial corridor that they're looking to develop. And having centralized sewer would be a huge deal. And that money that we get stormwater money from for nutrient reduction, Blue Springs, BMAP, those kinds of things, I mean, septic to sewer is something that is a big place where you can reduce nutrients in the spring shed. So that same place where we get money for stormwater is something that they could do as well.
Of course, we talked about this in the briefings, and I haven't had a chance yet to get with Mike Ulrich, but Mike has been a big partner, and we have done things through the last few years, such as where there's redundant systems, or systems where, or I should say consecutive systems, where we're down at the end of a line and we've had something, we've turned it over to them and with the associated revenue to consolidate and make their collection system a little bit more feasible and profitable. So we're doing things like that. Other areas we've tried to clean up the map, so to speak, around with their service area and service equipment. Again, trying to help them because we're at the end of the line receiving the sewage to be treated. So we'll continue that, and Mike's, again, as we know, is very helpful and good with helping get monies. And that's one of the approaches we've taken with the cities in both East and West is instead of just competing against ourselves, you know, we've tried to rank some of these projects on a regional basis so that Deltona can get a project through and we back off on a particular year. Same with, you know, can be with Orange City, and on the east side, we've worked with those cities as well. So, you know, those that are ready with a shovel-ready project like Ben is talking about, we work together and usually put that towards the top, or each city does. So again, we can kind of make the dollars coming into Volusia County go a little bit farther by kind of waiting our turn based on where we are with our project. And that's why it's important to be ready to go, because a lot of people nail down those monies, but they're not really ready to go, and then they get delayed in engineering and permitting, and you're really just tying up money that maybe somebody else could have had. So again, we'll work with the city to see where they're at, and I know that corridor is a big priority. That's why they did come in and ask the council, and the council granted them the ability to do utilities in their CRA, which is not given to everybody else. But
right,
part
it's
of
going to take them 10 years to get to it.
Right.
CRA
Well, right, that
dollars,
doesn't
so-
generate, right. But
So that's what I'm saying, what can we do?
But they do have a good, but they are getting more and more revenue as they expand into their utility, which is really the true source of, where the revenue should come from. It's from within the utility itself as much as possible.
I'm just planting that seed,
Oh, you-
so if there are
it's planted.
opportunities that we can make a difference. Thank you.
All right, well, that's as far as what we have to present. We'll go on out, what we talked about with the road program, to get further input and be back to you. But will come a point when we look at how we're going to complete this, then again, it'll be a little bit more discussion about funding options, or should we take out debt. These type of decisions will be coming forth. We did not mention, and I will try to get, we have some information we can push out and talk about some other infrastructure projects that more in the building area. Probably we're ready to go. We'll be asking we have a way to fund the final part of the medical examiner's building that should be getting ready to go here shortly. But after that, you have, of course, work in the jail. The jail is always at a point that needs rehabilitation, and we've had some of their projects on their capital projects list for some time. But probably the looming one out there is what to do in regards to the courthouse. So I felt like that's a separate discussion that has to happen, but it'll take some time, and again, we have some information to gather together to get out to everybody about that. But again, that'll be something that very large scale project and would require almost certainly borrowing money. So we'll bring that forth.
While I was in the restroom, was there any discussion on that stormwater fee?
Well, at least could we do the study, I think would be the direction we need to do, is if we can just go ahead this year and study, that would kind of set us up for what we might need to do in the future. Make sure if there's any issue with that. I'll bring that back, though, as an, as an item for you guys to actually vote on. All right.
I want to make a comment on the sales tax, because we keep bringing up the sales tax, and it keeps being brought up to me everywhere I go now. And but I'm still hearing today, the general message that keeps being put out is that the public didn't understand, and if only they had understood what they voted for, they never would have voted that way. And we had Amendment 10, and Amendment 10 was basically that same thing. People voted on Amendment 10, and they voted a certain way, and afterwards a lot of people came back and said, oh, if only you knew what it was actually about, you never would have voted that way. And those are not the messages that we need to be putting out to the public. We can all see now, by the way, that Amendment 10 is not the end-all destruction of Volusia County, and that it's okay, but beyond that, you think it's going to be the downfall of Volusia County? Okay, from your lips to God's ears, Reverend. But from your lips to God's ears, Reverend. But, all right, well, no, but I think it's important that as a council, we're thinking about the message, because we're continuing to provide the same message when we talk about the sales tax. And, Chairman Brower brought up Williamson Extension. Williamson Extension was going on at the time that the sales tax was going through, and everybody, it's called the Road to Nowhere. And we're still paying on it. I'm looking at $1 million for the bond that we're responsible for the Road to Nowhere. And when, in fact, at the same time, we had critical and near critical infrastructure lists that we were looking at. I heard today that we have, but we had lists that we laid out, and all the cities had their list. Everybody had a list, and the message at the time was, we have the lists. Here's all of our critical and near critical infrastructure around the county, in all the all 60 municipalities and in the county. And if you just give us your money, we will take care of this. And there were citizens in the community who, not needing to get into the weeds, not needing to know anything about anything, a person can look at those lists and go, there's no way that that's going to be able to be taken care of with the sales tax money, all of these things. And so if you would come to them and say, if you give us your money, A and B will be taken care of, then that makes more sense, right? But when you lay out everything and say, it'll be the magic, fairy dust thing, and just give us your money, that's not what the public wants to hear. And that's what we're continuing to say, and that's what I keep hearing about the sales tax. When we talk about other counties that have more tax than us, those are counties that also have higher levels of various other things than we have. They have higher median incomes. They have, higher number of a lot of things. And we're in the top 10th and 11th in landmass and population in the state of Florida. And until we get to the point in all of those things that we are in the top 10th and 11th and all those other things, I don't think we should be top 10th and 11th in tax. So I just wanted to put that out there, because it's a continuous discussion, and very evidently going to be a continuous discussion, and I think it's good that we're having the discussions. I think the bond is a great place to start, but continuing the message that the public just doesn't know what they're talking about is not the way to go, because that is not going over well, and it didn't go over well before. So,
Councilman Post, I don't think that should be the message either. I think clarity is needed, because what the chair shared earlier about the understanding that the funds would be tied to new roads and new dollars that would be covered by developers, I think there must be some misunderstanding, because I had never heard that messaging, right? So that's the first time I ever heard that, and to me, I believe the chair was very connected to, you know, the people who were against it, right? And was hearing a lot of the concerns from the people. So, so I think there is a disconnect, and I think it is about messaging. And, you know, like was said, I think it would really take advocacy from the public about what they want. Just like we had with ECHO and we had Forever, it has to come from the ground level that recognize we need infrastructure, where we need it, how we need it, and what they're willing for their dollars to go towards. And I think it needs to be that simple, but remember, the haves and the have-nots are citizens, right? So everybody needs to have input, and it needs to be across the board and not, like you said, from the top down. So I'm certainly open for us to have that discussion. West Side supported it. I'm sure they'll support it again, because we have not been invested in, and we deserve it, right? We deserve the investment, and we're willing to put our dollars there, and we need the others to come on board so we can get something accomplished.
But it's very important that us as a council, that we're all on the same page, or because, you know, when we were discussing the sales tax, you know, I'm seeing lists of critical and near critical infrastructure, especially, you know, LPGA. I see John Nicholson here with, and we have these lists, and the sales tax monies you would think would go to those lists, and then we have the municipalities coming up with lists. But then you have two people who were on council who aren't here anymore, who, you know, are working to get a road from Oak Hill to the Space Center. And having those, when I go to meetings with the DOT at the state level or the federal level, and I find out that those meetings are happening, you know, and so that means that we're going to be putting money into that. And when you think about 1 mile of roadway and how much that costs, and when I know that we have critical and near critical infrastructure, you know, I can't get on board when I know that in the background we've got people working on a road to Oak Hill to fund all of that. Where is that money coming from?
We're here
those are
today.
monies.
We can't really deal with what it was. We're going forward.
But this is my point. So that information was not put out on the surface, and so it's those kinds of things. It's very important that our council is all on the same page, and that we don't have people working, you know, to build a road from Oak Hill to the Space Center, or to build up Oak Hill, or to do all of these other things, when we have critical and near critical infrastructure, when we're telling the public that this is where your money is going to go. And I'm not willing to tax our citizens when I find out that that's not where our money is going to go. If in fact we can all get on the same page and lay it out, and I know that it is going towards a certain project, then we can have the good discussion about it. But those are, I mean, let's just be real, that's what's been happening. And so we're having more and more and more discussion about the sales tax, and it's very important that we're, you know, we all talk about transparency and all of that, and that's what we need to be if we're going to be talking about the sales tax.
I agree.
Important.
But there's a reason why there's 7 of us, right? Because we have good conversation, because we don't all agree.
Right.
Right? So
I'll
I
tell
think
you, I
that's,
never heard about those meetings on the dais. So that's what I'm saying. If there's meetings, they need to be out and discussed and on the dais, and all of us need to know that meetings are happening or not happening. And
Well, but you just said that you were talking with the state and federal, as I do too. So, I mean, we all have those conversations. Each one of us represents a different area, you know. So I think each one of us are going to have a little bit of a different message of what we feel in our area is needed. So, I don't know. I didn't see the Oak Hill.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that came from either.
Let's wrap it up, and I don't mean to stifle conversation. This is what we were here for, but so let's leave this message with the public. We didn't solve everything with infrastructure today. We never, you can't. But what we heard is that we know what we're looking at in the future. We may not know how we're going to pay for it, but the most encouraging thing I heard was that you guys are going out on the road to take it to the public to get their feedback. And Tad, don't go out thinking they're going to tell you everything that's wrong. They're not. They will just give you their opinion. They're the ones fighting the sprawl, traffic, and flooding every day. I'm really encouraged to hear that that's what you're doing. I'm not surprised, but I'm encouraged. And I would like to have the schedule when you go. I would like to join you in some of it, because not to say anything, but it's possible I can shut up and listen to what I want to hear. We're all elected to represent the public, and so I want to hear what the public says to you. And I also would like to thank the deputy for protecting us from John Nicholson and Wild Jim Cameron, who apparently neither of them wanted to speak today. And I don't know if there was any other public here, but there was public input. But so with that, Deputy, would you like to suggest we adjourn? Thank you.